Act 1, Chapter 1 Chapter 1. The river behind the academy training grounds ran cold even in summer, fed by snowmelt that never fully left the mountains north of Konoha. Naruto Uzumaki did not choose to be in it. He had been running from 3 older boys who thought it was funny to push the orphan into the water and watch him flail, and his foot had caught on a root at the worst possible moment, and now the current had him. He was 8 years old and he could not swim well, and the world above the surface kept sliding further away every time he tried to reach for it. Water filled his mouth. His arms grew heavy. Somewhere above him, muffled by the river, he thought he heard someone shouting his name, but it did not seem to matter anymore. The light was getting dim, not because the sun had gone down, but because something inside his own skull was changing, a pressure building behind his eyes like a held breath finally released. He saw everything. Not just the murky brown water in front of his face, but the riverbed beneath him, the roots tangled in the current, the shape of his own hand outlined faintly against a network of lines that seemed to run under his skin like rivers of their own. He saw the boy who had pushed him standing frozen on the bank, saw the color drain from his face, saw through the water and the mud and the dark in a way that made no sense and yet felt as natural as breathing. Then hands closed around his collar and hauled him up into air that burned going down his throat. He was on the bank, coughing up river water, when he realized someone was crouched over him. A man with long dark hair and pale, colorless eyes that seemed to see straight through him. Naruto blinked water out of his own eyes and found, for one dizzying second, that he could see the man's pulse beneath his skin, the exact place where his lungs moved with each breath, before the vision faded and the world went back to looking ordinary. "You are Kushina Uzumaki's son," the man said. It was not a question. Naruto did not know how to answer that. He knew his mother's name only from the handful of times an old shinobi at the orphanage had let it slip before catching himself. He nodded anyway, throat too raw to speak. The man studied him a long moment, and something in his face shifted from suspicion to something closer to alarm. "Your eyes," he said quietly. "Do you know what you just did?" "I didn't do anything," Naruto rasped. "I almost drowned." "You awakened a dojutsu." The man said the word like it cost him something to say it. "For a few seconds your eyes were the byakugan." Naruto stared at him blankly. He knew what the byakugan was, vaguely, the way any academy student knew things. It belonged to the Hyuga clan, it let you see almost everything around you, and normal kids like him were not supposed to have anything to do with it. "That's not possible," he said. "I'm not a Hyuga." "No," the man agreed. "You are not." He rose, brushing water from his own sleeves, and looked down at Naruto with an expression the boy could not read. "I am Hayashi Hyuga. I want you to come with me. There are questions that need answering, and I suspect neither of us will like all the answers." Chapter 2 Chapter 2. The Hyuga compound was the largest and quietest place Naruto had ever been inside. All pale wood and raked gravel and silence so complete it made his own footsteps sound like an intrusion. He sat in a receiving room with his damp clothes clinging to him, flanked by 2 branch house guards who watched him the way people watch something that might be dangerous, while Hayashi spoke in low tones with an old woman Naruto did not recognize. "Impossible," the old woman said, not quietly enough. "No outsider carries the byakugan. It does not simply appear." "I saw it myself," Hayashi said. "Weak, unstable, gone within seconds. But it was unmistakable. Then it was borrowed. Stolen. There have been clans who—" "He is 8 years old and was drowning," Hayashi said, an edge entering his voice for the first time. "He stole nothing. Whatever this is, it came from somewhere, and I intend to find out where before the council turns it into a weapon or a scandal." They sent for records. Naruto sat through most of the afternoon not understanding half of what was said around him, only that it involved his mother's clan, the Uzumaki, and something about old alliances between Uzushiogakure and the Hyuga that predated the Third Shinobi War, marriages made to bind 2 bloodlines together in case either clan was ever driven to the edge of extinction. Uzushiogakure had been destroyed. The bloodline pact, buried in sealed clan records, had simply been forgotten, a promise no one alive remembered making. "It is diluted," the old woman finally admitted, reading from a brittle scroll. "Recessive. It should never have manifested at all, let alone under such conditions. The stress of near death may have forced it to the surface. Can it be trained? Hayashi asked. The old woman's pale eyes moved to Naruto for the first time, assessing him the way a merchant assesses a bolt of cloth for flaws. That, she said, is the question that matters. Naruto, tired of being talked about instead of talked to, finally spoke up. Can somebody just tell me what's going on? Am I in trouble? Hayashi turned to him, and for a moment the sternness in his face eased into something almost like sympathy. No, he said. You are not in trouble. It appears you carry a very old, very faint thread of Hyuga blood through your mother's line, one that has never once shown itself until today. What happens next is a decision, not a punishment. The clan can choose to ignore this and hope it never surfaces again. Or it can choose to teach you to control what you almost could not survive. What do you think I should do? Naruto asked. Hayashi considered him for a long moment. I think, he said, that a boy who nearly drowned and awakened a Kekkei Genkai out of sheer will to live is not a boy who should be left untrained. Whatever the council decides about your standing in this clan, I intend to teach you myself. Chapter 3. The council did not decide quickly, and while they argued, Hayashi did not wait. Twice a week, before the academy day began, Naruto found himself in a private training yard at the edge of the Hyuga compound, blinking against the strange, dizzying press of chakra behind his eyes as Hayashi walked him through the first steps of activating the byakugan on purpose instead of by accident. It was nothing like he expected. The first dozen times, nothing happened at all, no matter how hard he strained, and Hayashi told him, not unkindly, that straining was exactly the wrong approach. You did not force it in the river, Hayashi said. You let go. Fear stripped away everything except the need to see, and your body answered. Find that same stillness without needing to nearly die for it. It was a girl, not stillness, who finally helped him find it. She was small and quiet, with the same pale eyes as her father, and she had been watching from the edge of the training yard for 3 sessions before Hayashi finally noticed her, and did not send her away. This is my daughter, he said. Hinata. She is training as well, though she struggles with confidence more than technique. Hinata bowed to Naruto so quickly it was almost a flinch, cheeks coloring. Hello, she managed. Naruto, who had never in his life had another kid look nervous around him in a way that wasn't about mockery, grinned at her without quite knowing why it made her blush harder. I'm Naruto. I guess we're stuck training together, huh? It was Hinata, 3 days later, who noticed what he was doing wrong. You're trying to see everything at once, she said quietly, so quietly he almost missed it. That's why it hurts. My father says you have to let your eyes soften first, like you're not looking for anything specific. Then it comes on its own. He tried it her way. The pressure behind his eyes built, sharp and strange, and then the world unfolded around him in pale, vain detail, the training yard rendered in circulatory lines and shifting chakra signatures, Hayashi's heartbeat visible across the yard like a small persistent drum. Naruto let out a whoop of triumph that immediately shattered his concentration and dropped the vision entirely. But for 3 full seconds he had done it on purpose. You did it, Hinata said, and for the first time since he had met her, she was not looking down at her feet. She was smiling at him, small and real, like she meant it. We did it, Naruto corrected, grinning back. You told me how. From that morning on, the two of them trained together whenever Hayashi allowed it, and slowly, without either of them quite noticing when it happened, the quiet Hyuga girl who flinched at loud noises and the loud orphan boy who flinched at kindness became something neither of them had ever really had before, a friend who understood exactly what they were going through, because they were going through it side by side. Chapter 4. The council reached its decision on a gray morning 3 weeks later, and it was, by Hyuga standards, remarkably generous. Naruto would not be branded, would not be formally adopted into either main or branch house, and would carry no clan name. But he would be permitted to continue training under Hayashi's supervision, and the existence of his bloodline would be recorded and sealed as clan business, not announced to the village at large. Better this way, Hayashi told him afterward, walking him to the compound gate. A boy with an unclaimed dojutsu draws less attention than a boy with a clan behind him. For now, that protects you. Naruto understood that much, at least. He had spent his whole life learning which kinds of attention were dangerous. What the council could not fully account for was Hinata, who had decided, in the quiet and stubborn way she decided most things, that Naruto was hers to look out for now, the way he had somehow decided the same about her without ever quite saying it out loud. She began waiting for him outside the academy gates in the mornings so they could walk to Hayashi's training sessions together. She started correcting his form when the other students in his year mocked his taijutsu instead of joining in. When Iruka-sensei paired the class for sparring drills and put Naruto against a boy twice his size who clearly intended to make an example of him, it was Hinata who quietly traded partners with the smaller boy across the yard so she could face Naruto herself, and go easy on him without either of them losing face. He did not fully understand why she did these things. He only knew that for the first time since he could remember, someone in the village looked at him, and did not see the fox, or the troublemaker, or the boy nobody wanted to sit next to. She saw him. It was such a small thing, and it changed everything. There was a third member of the household Naruto met only rarely in those early months, a small girl barely old enough to walk steadily who toddled after Hinata whenever she visited the main house gardens, watching the two of them train with wide, curious eyes. "That's my little sister," Hinata told him one afternoon, scooping the girl up before she could wander into the training yard proper. "Hanabi. She's going to be strong someday. Father says her chakra control is already better than mine was at her age." The toddler studied Naruto with unblinking pale eyes, the same eyes he was slowly learning to see the world through himself, and reached out one small hand to grab a fistful of his hair before Hinata could stop her. "Hanabi!" Hinata scolded, mortified, prying her sister's fingers loose while Naruto laughed so hard he nearly fell over. "It's fine," he said, still grinning, rubbing his scalp. "She's got a grip already. Future Hyuga prodigy, huh?" He did not think, in that moment, that he would spend the rest of his life tangled up with both of these girls in ways an 8-year-old had no words for yet. He only knew that the Hyuga compound, which had felt so cold and strange the day he nearly drowned, had somehow become the closest thing he had to a second home. Chapter 5. Academy years passed the way they always did, in exams and drills and the slow accumulation of small humiliations that Naruto mostly shrugged off because he had Hinata to walk home with afterward. His byakugan remained a closely held secret, activated only in Hayashi's private training yard, and Naruto learned early to keep it that way. The few times his control slipped in public and his eyes betrayed the telltale bulge of veins at his temples, he passed it off as exhaustion or a trick of the light, and no one outside the compound looked closely enough to question it. He was not naturally gifted the way Sasuke Uchiha was gifted, effortlessly, infuriatingly good at everything the academy asked of him. But where Sasuke coasted on talent, Naruto ground away at his weaknesses with a stubbornness that even Hayashi, sparing with his praise, eventually admitted was its own kind of talent. His byakugan range grew. His gentle fist forms, taught to him informally and never with the full precision a born Hyuga would receive, were rough around the edges but functional, enough to surprise opponents who expected nothing from the loudest, most disruptive kid in class. Hinata, meanwhile, blossomed in ways her own clan seemed determined not to notice. She was still soft-spoken, still quick to apologize for things that were not her fault. But the girl who trained beside Naruto twice a week was steadier on her feet than the girl who flinched through her father's formal lessons alone. Naruto noticed it before anyone else did, the way she stopped stammering when she was correcting his stance, the way her gentle fist strikes landed cleaner and more confident when he was the one across from her instead of a branch house instructor grading her failures. "You're better than you think you are," he told her once, after she had put him flat on his back 3 times in a row during a sparring drill. "Like way better. Your dad should see this." "He does see it," Hinata said, quiet again, looking at her hands. "He just expects more." Naruto did not have a good answer for that, not one that would fix a father's disappointment, or a clan's rigid expectations, so he did the only thing he knew how to do, which was refuse to let her sit in it. "Well, I don't expect more," he said. "I expect exactly what you just did, which was kick my butt. Do it again." She laughed, actually laughed, bright and surprised, and helped him up off the ground. By the time they were 11, it had become an unspoken fixture of both their lives, this friendship built in stolen training hours and quiet compound gardens, one that neither of them had a name for yet, and neither of them felt any particular urgency to name. Hanabi, older now and sharper-tongued, had taken to trailing after them whenever she could get away with it, offering unsolicited critiques of Naruto's footwork that were, infuriatingly, usually correct. "You drop your left shoulder when you're tired," she informed him once, arms crossed, all of 7 years old, and entirely unbothered by the age gap. "Hinata does it too. It's a family thing, I guess, except you're not family." "Not yet," Naruto said, without thinking much about it, and did not notice the way both Hyuga sisters went very quiet for a moment before Hinata, red to the ears, changed the subject. Chapter 6. Graduation came the way graduations do, both suddenly and after what felt like forever. Naruto scraped through the exam on a technicality of extra credit that Irika never fully explained to him, though he suspected Hayashi's quiet influence had smoothed the way somewhere behind the scenes. He was placed on Team 7, under Kakashi Hatake, alongside Sakura Harino and Sasuke Uchiha, and though he grumbled about being stuck with the broody one and the girl who barely looked at him, some part of him understood that this was the natural order of things falling into place, the story he had always half expected to live even before he knew what the byakugan hidden in his blood might make of it. He did not tell his new teammates about his eyes. Kakashi, infuriatingly perceptive underneath the lazy exterior, caught him activating it once during a bell test drill, veins bulging faintly at his temples for half a second before Naruto caught himself and dropped it. "Interesting," was all Kakashi said, and did not push further, though Naruto suspected the information had gone into some mental file that would surface again eventually. Hinata, placed on Team 8 under Kurenai alongside Kiba and Shino, took the separation harder than she let on. Their morning walks to Hayashi's compound thinned to whatever hours their new team schedules allowed, and though they still trained together when they could, the easy daily rhythm of the last 3 years fractured into something they both had to work harder to protect. "It's not the same," she admitted to him once, the two of them sitting on the low wall outside the compound after a training session that had run late into the evening. "I miss just seeing you every day without having to plan it." "Yeah," Naruto agreed, surprising himself with how much he meant it. "Me too." He did not know, sitting there in the fading light with her, how to say the rest of what he was starting to feel, the thing that had crept up on him so slowly over 3 years of training and walking home, and being seen by someone who never once treated him like a burden. He was 12. He did not have the words yet. He only knew that when Hinata smiled at him, small and real the way she always had, something in his chest settled in a way nothing else in his life had ever managed. "You'll do great on your first real mission," Hinata said, standing, brushing off her training clothes. "I know you will." "Yeah," Naruto said, grinning up at her. "Obviously. I'm gonna be Hokage someday, remember? Gotta start somewhere." She laughed, and the sound of it followed him home that night, long after she had gone back inside the compound gates. Chapter 7. The mission to the Land of Waves was supposed to be simple. Escort a bridge builder, deal with bandits if any turned up, be home within the week. It was not simple. Zabuza Momochi's blade nearly took Sasuke's head off in the mist before Kakashi intervened, and in the chaos that followed, Naruto understood for the first time just how far the gap really stretched between an academy graduate and a jonin who had survived the last war. It was his byakugan, more than anything else, that kept them alive through the second confrontation. Hidden in the trees while Kakashi engaged Zabuza directly, Naruto activated his eyes and watched the mist for the telltale chakra signature that gave away the water clone technique for what it was, calling out warnings that let Sasuke counter attacks that should have caught him blind. "How did you know that was a clone?" Sasuke demanded afterward, more suspicious than grateful, the way Sasuke tended to be about anything he could not fully explain. "Lucky guess," Naruto said, which was not remotely true and which Sasuke clearly did not believe, but neither of them pushed it further with Sakura and the bridge builder's family watching. The masked hunter Nin who intervened to save Zabuza turned out, weeks later, to be something far stranger than either combatant had let on, and by the time Gato's betrayal brought the whole fragile alliance crashing down into open battle on the unfinished bridge, Naruto had used his eyes more in 1 week than he had in the previous 3 years of careful secrecy combined. He was exhausted by it, the strain of holding the vision active through prolonged combat leaving him with headaches that lasted for days afterward, but it worked, and working was what mattered when Inari's village and the lives of his own team hung in the balance. Kakashi, watching him during the long recovery days at Tazuna's house afterward, finally asked him directly. That's not a Sharingan trick, and it's not anything I've seen a Hyuga do quite that way either. Where did you learn it? Naruto hesitated, then decided that a man who had just watched him nearly die twice in 1 week had probably earned some honesty. It's a long story, he said. But basically, I've got some Hyuga blood in me. Real distant. Hayashi's been training me for years. Kakashi absorbed that with the particular stillness he reserved for information he intended to think about for a long time. Does the Hokage know? I think so, Naruto admitted. Hayashi said he'd handle telling him. Good, Kakashi said. Keep it that way for now. The fewer people who know exactly what you can do, the longer it stays useful instead of dangerous. He paused, and something almost like approval crossed his masked face. You did well out there, Naruto. Genuinely. It was such a small thing to say, and it settled into Naruto's chest the same way Hinata's smile always did, a piece of proof that he was becoming someone worth noticing for the right reasons. Chapter 8. He came home from the land of waves taller, in the way that only weeks of real danger could make a 12-year-old feel taller, and the first thing he did after reporting to the Hokage was find Hinata at the training ground where he knew she would be, working through gentle fist forms alone in the gray early evening. She saw him before he called out to her, and whatever exhaustion he was carrying evaporated at the sight of her face breaking into that small, real smile that had become, somewhere over the last 3 years, one of the best things in his entire life. You're back, she said, crossing the yard quickly, then catching herself and stopping a polite distance away, hands twisting together the way they did when she was holding back more than she was saying. I heard it was dangerous. Are you all right? I'm fine, Naruto said, and then, because it was Hinata and he had never once managed to hide anything from her that mattered, added, it was scary. Really scary. I used the byakugan more than I ever had before. Kakashi-sensei noticed. Her eyes widened. Does he know? About everything? Just that Hayashi's been training me. Not the whole story. He scuffed his sandal against the dirt, suddenly awkward in a way he had not expected to feel standing in front of someone he had known for 3 years. I thought about you a lot out there. Is that weird to say? No, Hinata said very quietly, very carefully, like the word cost her something precious to give away. It's not weird. They stood there a moment longer than either of them strictly needed to, the training ground gone quiet and gold in the last of the evening light. And though nothing was said out loud that either of them could have repeated later without blushing, something settled between them that would not be undone again. Somewhere behind the compound walls, Hanabi, 12 years old now herself and sharp enough to have guessed the shape of things long before her older sister admitted it even to herself, would later claim she had known exactly what that evening meant the moment she heard how long they had stood there talking about nothing. Konoha, meanwhile, was already stirring towards something larger. Word had reached the Hokage's office of an upcoming Chunin exam, the first in years to draw participants from every allied village, and Kakashi had already begun making noises about nominating his team despite their inexperience. Naruto did not know yet what waited for him in that exam, the enemies wearing familiar faces and the ones who were not enemies at all yet who would soon test every ounce of training Hayashi had given him. He only knew, walking Hinata home in the fading light with Hanabi trailing a careful few steps behind pretending not to watch them, that whatever came next, he would not be facing it alone. Deep in the forest that ringed the exam grounds a week later, a bandaged genin from a hidden village wore the flesh of a dead man and thought only of Sasuke Uchiha's eyes, and did not yet know how deeply the Hyuga heir's wide eyes and the loud orphan boy who trained beside her would come to matter before this exam was through. Chapter 9. The Chunin exam began, as these things always did, with a written test designed less to measure knowledge than to measure the willingness to cheat cleverly enough not to get caught. Naruto sat through the first hour in a cold sweat, half convinced he was about to disqualify his entire team through sheer inability to answer questions clearly written for Jonin-level shinobi, before Hinata's earlier advice finally clicked into place in his head. He was not supposed to know the answers. He was supposed to know how to see them. He activated his byakugan under the cover of resting his forehead in his hand, veins bulging faintly at his temples where his unruly hair mostly hid the tell, and watched the chakra flicker of the genin 2 rows ahead of him riding with careful, practiced confidence. He copied nothing directly, wary of the exam proctor's warning about obvious cheating, but he used the borrowed confidence to work backward through problems he would otherwise have guessed at blindly, and by the time Ibiki Marino delivered his final, terrifying speech about the 10th question, Naruto's paper was, if not brilliant, at least defensibly complete. Across the room, he caught Hinata's eye for just a moment. She had activated her own byakugan more openly than he dared, shielded by Kiba and Shino flanking her on either side, and the small private nod she gave him told him everything he needed to know. She had seen him do it, understood exactly why, and would say nothing. They passed. Both teams passed, along with a scattering of others, funneled at last toward Anko Mitarashi and the looming green wall of Training Ground 44. Better known to every genin who had ever heard the stories as the Forest of Death. Lovely name for a lovely place, Kakashi said dryly, gathering his team at the fence line while Anko delivered her usual gleeful warnings about the dangers waiting inside. You'll need a heaven scroll and an earth scroll. One team keeps both, reaches the tower in the center within 5 days. Try not to die. I'd rather not fill out the paperwork. Comforting, Sakura muttered. Naruto found Hinata one last time before the team scattered to the gates, the forest looming dark and enormous behind her. Watch yourself in there, he told her, more seriously than he usually managed. I mean it. That forest eats people who aren't careful. I will, she said, and then, surprising him, reached out and squeezed his hand once, quick and sure, before letting go and turning to rejoin Kiba and Shino at their assigned gate. You too, Naruto. Don't do anything reckless. Me? Never, he said, grinning, and she was still shaking her head at him fondly when the gates swung open and swallowed both their teams whole. Chapter 10. The forest was worse than the stories. Naruto understood that within the first hour, when a gale-force gust of wind nearly took Sakura's head off and revealed, in the wreckage of splintered trees that followed, a massive grass nin with a tongue too long to belong to anything human and eyes that promised more violence than Naruto had ever seen concentrated in one place. He kept his byakugan active as long as he could stand the strain, tracking the grass nin's chakra through the chaos of the fight, and it was that tracking, more than any skill Kakashi had taught them, that let him shove Sakura clear of a strike that would have taken her arm off. It was not enough. Orochimaru, because that was who this creature truly was beneath the borrowed face, brushed past their combined defense like it was nothing at all, and the last thing Naruto saw clearly before a wave of killing intent dropped him to his knees, paralyzed, was Sasuke's neck bared to a bite that left 3 curling black marks searing into his skin. Sasuke's scream did not sound human. By the time the grass nin, satisfied, melted away into the forest canopy, Sasuke lay collapsed and fevered, marks pulsing an angry black along his throat, and Naruto understood with a cold, sinking certainty that whatever had just happened, it was only the beginning of something much larger than a simple survival exam. He forced himself upright on legs that did not want to hold him. Sakura was already at Sasuke's side, hands shaking as she checked his pulse, tears streaking a face gone white with fear. He's alive, she said, more to herself than to Naruto. He's alive, he's just, I don't know what that is, I don't know what to do. We need to move him somewhere defensible, Naruto said, forcing steadiness into his voice he did not entirely feel. He activated his byakugan one more time, wincing at the headache already building behind his eyes from overuse, and scanned the forest around them for the nearest safe hollow, the nearest absence of hostile chakra signatures. There. Half a kilometer east, there's a rock formation, should give us cover on 3 sides. Sakura looked at him with something between suspicion and desperate relief, too rattled by what she had just witnessed to question how he knew any of that. Okay, she said. Okay. Lead the way. They carried Sasuke between them through the darkening forest, every snapped twig sending both of them into flinching, wide-eyed alertness, until they reached the hollow Naruto had marked, tucked beneath an overhang of stone thick enough to blunt an attack from above. He laid Sasuke down as gently as the terrain allowed and kept his byakugan flickering on and off in exhausted intervals, watching the tree line for any sign that the grass neem, or anything else drawn by the scent of a wounded team, might be circling back. "What is he?" Sakura whispered, staring at the black mark still pulsing faintly on Sasuke's throat. "That thing." "What was that?" Naruto did not have an answer that would make either of them feel better, so he did not offer one. He only kept watch, eyes aching, chakra thinning toward its limit, and thought, with a fierceness that surprised him, of Hinata somewhere else in this same terrible forest, and hoped with everything he had that whatever was hunting through these trees tonight had not found her too. Chapter 11 Team 8, unbeknownst to Naruto and entirely by chance, had crossed paths with the same disaster from its edges rather than its center. Hinata felt the killing intent roll through the forest like a physical blow, dropping her to one knee even at a distance, and beside her Kiba's usual bravado curdled instantly into something far more cautious. "That's not normal," Akamaru whimpered from inside Kiba's jacket, and Kiba, uncharacteristically, did not argue. "Byakugan," Shino suggested quietly, and Hinata, hands already trembling from the pressure of that distant chakra, activated her eyes and scanned the forest as far as her range would stretch. She found them eventually, faint and flickering at the very edge of her sight, 3 chakra signatures huddled together beneath what looked like a rocky overhang, one of them dimmed and irregular in a way that made her stomach twist with worry, the other 2 steady but exhausted. She recognized Naruto's signature the way she had learned to recognize it years ago in Haishi's training yard, distinct even at this distance, thin and depleted but alive. "They're alive," she reported, relief cutting through the fear in her voice. Team 7. "They're hurt, but they're alive. Should we go to them?" Kiba asked. Hinata hesitated, torn between the instinct to run straight for Naruto and the knowledge, drilled into her by years of clan training, that abandoning her own team's position in an unsecured forest to chase after another team's crisis was exactly the kind of decision that got Genin killed. "No," she said finally, hating the word even as she said it. "We can't. They have Kakashi-sensei's training, and running blind toward that chakra signature that attacked them would be reckless. We hold position, we watch for them at the tower, and if they don't turn up in a reasonable time, we tell a proctor." It was the correct decision. It did not feel like the correct decision, watching that faint, thin signature of Naruto's chakra flicker at the edge of her range, and she spent the rest of that night more restless than she let either of her teammates see, Byakugan flickering back to life every hour despite the strain, just to confirm, again and again, that the signature was still there. By morning it had moved, slow and staggering but moving, in the direction of the tower, and Hinata allowed herself, finally, to breathe. Chapter 12 Team 7 reached the tower on the 4th day, battered and short one working teammate, Sasuke fevered and drifting in and out of consciousness with the curse mark's poison working through him despite every field remedy Sakura and Naruto could manage. They had acquired the second scroll through a fight Naruto barely remembered clearly afterward, some desperate blur of shadow clones and borrowed gentle fist strikes that left 3 rival genin unconscious in the underbrush, and his own chakra reserves scraped hollow. The tower's medical staff took Sasuke the moment they arrived, and it was only after he was safely in their hands, only after the adrenaline finally drained out of him all at once, that Naruto's legs gave out, and he sat down hard on the tower steps, shaking. "You did good," Sakura told him, sitting beside him, her own hands still unsteady. "I mean it. I don't think we'd have made it without your eyes." It was the first time she had ever said anything like that to him, and Naruto was too exhausted to do more than manage a tired grin in response. "Don't tell Sasuke I carried the team," he said. "He'll never let it go." "He's not going to remember most of this anyway," Sakura said, and then, quieter, "Naruto. What was that thing?" "The grass neem?" "I don't know," he admitted. "But I don't think it's over. I don't think that was just some random genin who wandered too close to us. He was right, though it would be days before the full shape of what Orochimaru had done, marking Sasuke and slipping away into the forest with whatever plan he was building, became clear to anyone above Gen in rank. For now, Naruto only knew what mattered most in the immediate moment. Hinata's team had not yet arrived, and he intended to be standing at that tower entrance the moment they did. She came through 2 days later, Kiba and Shino flanking her, all three of them travel-worn but whole, and the sight of her walking through the tower gate under her own power hit Naruto with a relief so total it nearly knocked the breath out of him. Naruto! She spotted him first, and for once her usual careful reserve gave way entirely. She crossed the distance between them at something close to a run, and stopped just short of him, hands twisting together, eyes bright. "You're all right? I saw your chakra signature that first night, I was so worried. You were watching for me?" he asked, something warm and unfamiliar unfolding in his chest. "Of course I was," Hinata said, as though it were the most obvious thing in the world, and Naruto, standing there in the tower entrance with 3 days of dried mud on his clothes and a hollow ache behind his eyes from overusing a bloodline he still barely understood, thought that of everything the forest had put him through, this moment alone was worth every second of it. Chapter 13 The preliminary matches were held in a wide stone arena beneath the tower, Hokage and proctors watching from an elevated platform while the surviving genin teams lined the walls below. 21 had made it through the forest. The rules demanded the number be culled further before the true finals, and Naruto felt his stomach drop when the board began flashing names in pairs, cruelly random, deciding by chance whose skill would be tested next. Sasuke, still weak from the curse mark's lingering fever, was matched against a fast, aggressive sound genin and won only through a desperate application of Kakashi's hastily taught Lion Barrage, collapsing the moment the match ended, hauled off by medical staff while the mark on his neck pulsed dark beneath his collar. Naruto watched that with a knot of unease in his chest that he could not quite name, some instinct telling him the mark was not finished with Sasuke yet, not by a long distance. His own match came third, against the sound genin whose name he never quite caught, and it was over faster than he expected. Byakugan flickering to life the instant the fight began, he read the boy's chakra pathways with the ease of years of practice and dropped him with a series of gentle fist strikes that Hayashi would have called sloppy and effective, in the same breath. The crowd's murmur at an unranked genin displaying what looked unmistakably like Hyuga technique did not escape him, and he caught Hayashi's gaze briefly, from where the man stood among the spectating jonin, an unreadable flicker of something that might have been pride crossing his usually stern face. Then came the match that mattered most to him, and it was not his own. Hyuga Hinata versus Hyuga Neji, the board announced, and the arena went very quiet, because everyone who followed clan politics even loosely knew exactly what history sat behind those two names. Neji descended into the arena floor with the cold, precise grace of someone who had spent his entire life being told he was better than the branch he came from and worse than the branch he was born beneath. And the look he gave Hinata across the stone floor was not the look of a cousin greeting a cousin. It was contempt, worn openly, years of resentment finally given a sanctioned outlet. "You should forfeit," Neji told her, loud enough for the whole arena to hear. "Destiny decided long ago which of us was meant to lead this clan, and which was meant to serve it. This match will only prove what everyone already knows." Hinata's hands trembled at her sides, and for one terrible moment Naruto thought she might actually take the offer, might fold under the weight of a lifetime of being told she was the weak one, the disappointment, the heir who should never have been born first. Then she lifted her chin, activated her Byakugan, and settled into a gentle fist stance that Naruto recognized from 1,000 mornings spent training beside her. "No," she said, quiet but unshaking. "I won't." Chapter 14 The match was brutal from its first exchange, Neji's precision honed to a razor's edge by years of formal branch house training, Hinata's own technique softer around the edges but growing steadier with every strike she landed and every strike she took. Naruto watched from the arena wall with his hands clenched so tight his knuckles ached, every instinct in him screaming to intervene as Neji's palm strikes began finding their marks with cruel, deliberate accuracy, closing off tenketsu points one by one until Hinata's chakra flows stuttered visibly even to genin without a dojutsu of their own. "Yield," Neji told her, standing over her as she struggled back to her feet for what felt like the 10th time, blood at the corner of her mouth, arms trembling from strain. There is no shame in accepting what you were always meant to be. There's shame, Hinata said, breathing hard, forcing herself upright one more time, and giving up before I've actually tried. She came at him again, and though the exchange that followed ended with Niji's final palm strike driving into her chest hard enough to send her crumpling to the stone floor, coughing blood, unable to rise again no matter how visibly she wanted to, Naruto saw something in that final moment that made his chest tighten with an emotion too large for the word pride to hold. She had not yielded. Not once, not through the entire brutal length of the match. The medics rushed the floor the instant the proctor called it, and Naruto was over the wall and down onto the arena stone before anyone could stop him, ignoring Kakashi's sharp call of his name from somewhere behind. Hinata. He dropped to his knees beside the stretcher as the medics worked, her eyes fluttering open just enough to find his face. Hey, you're okay. You're gonna be okay. I lost, she whispered, voice thin with pain and exhaustion. You didn't lose anything, Naruto said fiercely, gripping her hand before the medics gently moved him aside to lift the stretcher. You just showed the whole arena exactly what I've known since I was 8 years old. You're the strongest person I know. I mean that. I'll prove it to you if I have to say it every single day. She managed the smallest, most exhausted smile he had ever seen from her, and then the medics were carrying her away toward the infirmary, and Naruto was left standing alone on the blood-stained arena floor, fists clenched, watching Niji walk away without so much as a backward glance at the cousin he had just broken. Something settled in Naruto's chest in that moment, cold and clear and entirely unlike the usual heat of his temper. He did not know yet how the rest of this exam would unfold, did not know that his own next match waited only days away against a sand genin whose gourd of shifting sand promised a fight unlike anything he had faced before, did not know that Orochimaru's curse mark on Sasuke's throat was only the first thread in a plot that would soon unravel the entire village in fire and grief. He only knew, watching Niji's retreating back, that somewhere in the month before the final round, he intended to make absolutely certain Niji Hyuga understood exactly what it had cost him to hurt her. Chapter 15. The month before the final round stretched out longer than Naruto expected, filled with a restlessness he did not know what to do with until Kakashi, apparently deciding his student needed more structured chaos than he alone could provide, handed him off to a white-haired stranger who introduced himself with entirely too much enthusiasm as the great toad sage Jiraiya. Kakashi tells me you've got some kind of second-hand byakugan, Jiraiya said, eyeing him with open curiosity in the shade of the training ground they had claimed for the afternoon. That's new. Never seen a Jinchuriki with a dojutsu before. Naruto froze mid-stretch. A what? Jiraiya's expression shifted, quick and calculating, and Naruto realized half a second too late that the word had slipped out of the old man by accident. Ah, Jiraiya said. Well, I suppose that's a conversation for another day, and probably one the Hokage should be part of. Forget I said it. No way I'm forgetting that, Naruto said, hard hammering. What's a Jinchuriki? But Jiraiya, for all his apparent looseness, could be immovable when he chose to be, and he steered the conversation firmly back toward training with a skill that told Naruto this was not the first difficult subject the old man had ever redirected. Later, he said, in a tone that allowed no argument. Right now, we've got a month to get you ready for a sand genin who controls his own personal desert, and that byakugan of yours is going to matter a lot more than whatever you think you overheard. Show me what you've got. Naruto let it go, reluctantly, filing the strange word away to ask about later, and threw himself into training with the same stubborn intensity he brought to everything that mattered to him. Jiraiya was a merciless teacher in his own chaotic way, less structured than Hayashi's formal lessons but somehow more effective for it, pushing Naruto's chakra control past limits he had not known existed until the day Jiraiya finally introduced him to the spinning, churning technique that would become the centerpiece of his arsenal for years to come, the Rasengan. A technique so difficult that even completing the first stage left Naruto's hand raw and trembling by the end of each session. He visited the hospital every evening after training, when his legs could still carry him that far, and found Hinata healing steadily under her clan's medical care, color returning to her face day by day, though something in her had gone quieter since the match with Niji, a bruise deeper than the physical ones that no medic could treat. "He's not wrong, you know," she told Naruto one evening, staring at her own hands folded in her lap. "About the branch and main house. About destiny. He believes it because it's true for him. His father died because of the seal my family put on his." "That doesn't mean it has to be true for you," Naruto said, sitting on the edge of her hospital bed, closer than he probably should have been but unwilling to move further away. "You're not your clan's rules, Hinata. You're just you. And you fought harder in that match than I've ever seen anyone fight. I still lost. So did I, plenty of times, before I figured anything out," he said. "That's not the part that matters. You didn't quit. That's the only part that ever matters." She looked up at him then, something fragile and hopeful in her expression that he did not fully understand yet, though he would spend years afterward looking back and recognizing it for exactly what it was. "Thank you," she said softly, "for coming every day. Where else would I be?" He said, like it was obvious, because to him, it already was. Chapter 16. Hanabi found him alone at the training ground 3 days before the final round, practicing the Rasengan against a hollowed water balloon with the kind of grim, sweat-soaked determination that had become his default state for most of the month. She watched him for a long while from the shade of a nearby tree before finally speaking. "You visit her every day," she said, no preamble, the way Hanabi tended to approach most things. "Even when father says you should be resting for your own match." Naruto wiped sweat from his forehead, catching his breath. "Yeah. So, Hanabi said, arms crossed, studying him with an intensity well beyond her 9 years. "Everyone in the compound is talking about it. The branch house maids, the guards, even the elders who don't think you should be allowed inside our walls at all. They're saying things about you and my sister." He felt his face heat, though he tried to keep his voice steady. "What kind of things?" Hanabi shrugged, unbothered by the question in a way that told him she had already decided her own opinion on the matter, and did not particularly care what anyone else thought. "Good things, mostly. Niji's the only one still angry, and he's angry about everything lately, so that doesn't really count." She studied him a moment longer. "Do you like her? Actually like her, I mean, not just as a training partner." Naruto had never once been asked the question so directly, by anyone, let alone a 9-year-old with his own opinions and his sister's exact eyes. He thought about lying, about deflecting the way he deflected most uncomfortable things with a joke, and found, standing there exhausted in the fading afternoon light, that he did not actually want to. "Yeah," he admitted. "I do. I have for a while, I think. I just wasn't sure how to say it." Hanabi nodded slowly, as though this confirmed something she had already worked out for herself. "Good," she said. "She likes you too. She's just too nervous to ever say it first, so somebody's going to have to." She turned to go, then paused, glancing back at him with an expression that was, for just a moment, less like a sharp-tongued child and more like someone quietly protective of the people she loved. "Don't hurt her. She's braver than everyone in this clan gives her credit for, and if you ever make her doubt that, I will personally make you regret it. Byakugan or not." "Understood," Naruto said, oddly touched by the threat, and meant it. He returned to his training that evening with something steadier settled in his chest, a clarity he had not expected to find in the middle of exhausted, aching preparation for a fight that could easily kill him. Whatever waited in that final arena, whatever the sand genin's shifting gourd of chakra-infused sand could do to him, he found he was not facing it with the same hollow uncertainty that had defined most of his childhood. He had people now. People who watched for his chakra signature in a dangerous forest. People who threatened him on behalf of someone they loved. People he intended to come home to. 3 days later, the final round began beneath a clear sky, the arena packed with spectators from every allied village, and Naruto stood at the entrance beside his fellow finalists, Rasengan steadied in his memory, Hinata's smile fresh in his mind from her visit to see him off that morning. He did not know yet that Orochimaru's plans had already been set into motion behind the scenes, disguised diplomats and hidden sand nin moving into position throughout the stands, or that this match, whatever its outcome, would be interrupted before it ever reached a natural conclusion. He only knew, walking out onto the sunlit arena floor to the roar of the crowd, that he had never felt more ready to prove exactly what he was capable of. Chapter 17. The first match of the finals never finished. Naruto felt it before he consciously understood what he was feeling, a wrongness in the air that prickled against instincts he had spent years sharpening in Hayashi's training yard, and when he activated his byakugan out of pure reflex, scanning the crowded stands out of habit more than suspicion, what he saw stole the breath from his lungs. Chakra signatures where there should have been civilians. Genjutsu woven so thick across entire sections of the audience that ordinary eyes would never have caught it, disguising shinobi in the uniforms of merchants and traveling families, weapons hidden beneath robes that should never have made it past the arena's security. "Something's wrong," he said, loud enough for Kakashi to hear over the crowd noise, and Kakashi's single visible eye sharpened instantly, years of war instinct answering the alarm in Naruto's voice even before the boy could fully explain. It happened fast after that, the way disasters always seem to happen, a purple barrier snapping into existence around the Hokage's viewing platform, Sound Nin and San Nin alike shedding their disguises in the stands, the arena's Kazekage revealed in a burst of shed skin and pale, familiar features to be Orochimaru himself, the same monster who had marked Sasuke's neck in the forest weeks before. Screams rose from every corner of the arena as civilians scrambled for exits and shinobi scrambled for weapons, and Naruto found himself shoved bodily by Kakashi toward the nearest exit even as he twisted to search the chaos for the one face he needed to find. Hinata! He caught sight of her near the Hyuga family's reserved section, Hanabi gripping her sleeve, both of them pale but unhurt, Hayashi already moving to shield them with the cold efficiency of a clan head who had trained for exactly this kind of catastrophe his entire life. Relief crashed through Naruto hard enough to nearly buckle his knees, and then it was gone again, replaced by a fresh spike of alarm as he registered Sasuke doubled over nearby, hand pressed hard against his throat where the curse mark writhed visibly beneath his skin, agony twisting his features. "Go," Kakashi ordered, already moving toward the barrier surrounding the Hokage, voice sharp with an urgency Naruto had never heard from him before. "Get civilians clear, protect your teammates, and Naruto, listen to me. If Sasuke's mark activates fully, you do not try to fight him alone. Find me or find Jiraiya. Do you understand?" "Understood," Naruto said, though understanding and obeying were about to become two very different things, because even as Kakashi vanished into the fray toward the barrier, Sound Nin were already closing in around Sasuke's staggering, marked poison form, and someone was going to have to reach him first. Across the arena, the great outer wall shuddered under an impact that had nothing to do with the invading shinobi and everything to do with something enormous moving through the forest beyond the village's edge, a presence so massive that even Naruto's untrained byakugan, straining to its limit through the chaos, registered it less as a chakra signature and more as a small localized storm given shape and hunger. Somewhere in the smoke and screaming and collapsing arena stone, the third Hokage climbed alone into a barrier with his former student, sealing them both inside a technique from which everyone watching already understood, with a dread too heavy to speak aloud, that only one of them would walk back out. Naruto did not know any of that yet, not in the moment the invasion tore Konoha's peaceful afternoon apart around him. He only knew that Hinata's family was moving to defend the civilians nearest them, that Sasuke was in danger of a very different kind just meters away, and that somewhere above the wreckage of the arena, everything he had spent the last 4 years building, the training, the friendship, the quiet unspoken thing growing between himself and a girl who had once pulled him gently out of his own loneliness one training session at a time, was about to be tested by a fire far larger than either of them had ever faced. He ran toward Sasuke, Rasengan already spinning to life in his palm, and behind him, the sky over Konoha began to burn. Hayashi had already moved Hanabi and a knot of frightened civilians behind him before the first wave of Sound Nin reached the family section, byakugan blazing, gentle fist strikes dropping 2 attackers before they ever closed the distance. Hinata did not retreat the way a younger version of herself might once have, frozen and uncertain in the face of real danger. She planted herself at her father's side instead, veins bulging faintly at her own temples, and struck down a third attacker circling for her sister's exposed flank with a precision that made Hayashi's eyes flicker, just once, with something close to astonishment. "Go," he told her, breathless, already turning to meet a fourth attacker. Find your team. Regroup with Kurenai. I have hanabi. Be careful, Hinata said, and then she was moving, weaving through smoke and collapsing stonework toward the last place she had seen Kiba and Shino, throwing one last glance across the ruined arena toward the distant flash of Naruto's Rasengan lighting the chaos like a small captured star. Hanabi, crouched behind her father's braced stance, watched her sister vanish into the smoke with a fierce, frightened pride she would not have known how to name if anyone had asked her in that moment. She was 9 years old, and the compound gardens where she had once grabbed fistfuls of an orphan boy's hair felt impossibly far away, and yet some small, stubborn part of her understood already that whatever waited for all of them on the other side of this burning afternoon, her sister was not going to face it as the timid girl the clan elders had always dismissed. She was going to face it as exactly the kind of shinobi Naruto had spent 4 years insisting she already was. Across the village, sirens rose over the roar of collapsing rooftops, and somewhere in the smoke-choked heart of Konoha, an old man and his former student faced each other inside a barrier either of them would walk away from unchanged, while a whiskered 12-year-old boy who carried a borrowed bloodline and a stubborn, unshakable heart ran headlong toward a curse mark's poison, a burning sky, and the first real war of his life. Act 2. Chapter 1 Naruto reached Sasuke seconds before the first sound Nin did, Rasengan already spinning in his palm, and the technique took the attacker off his feet in a single brutal arc that left the man crumpled against the collapsed pillar, and did not get up again. Sasuke was on his knees, one hand clawed against his own throat where the curse mark writhed black beneath his skin, breath coming in ragged, agonized gasps. Get up, Naruto said, hauling him upright by the collar with more force than gentleness, scanning the chaos around them with byakugan sharpened eyes for the next threat. We need to move, now, before more of them find us. I can fight, Sasuke gritted out, though the tremor in his hands said otherwise. You can barely stand. Naruto did not let go of his arm. Sakura's pulling wounded civilians toward the shelter tunnels. We're going to join her, and you're going to let a medic look at that thing on your neck, and you're not going to argue with me about it. For once, Sasuke did not argue. Whatever pride still burned in him was smothered under the mark's poison, and he let Naruto half drag him through smoke and rubble toward the tunnels where Sakura was already directing frightened civilians to safety with a steadiness that surprised even her teammates. They reached her without further incident, though twice Naruto's byakugan caught hostile chakra signatures circling close enough to make his pulse spike before they moved on toward easier targets. Where's Kakashi-sensei? Sakura demanded, taking in Sasuke's condition with a sharp intake of breath. Went after the barrier around the Hokage, Naruto said. I don't know what's happening in there. I can't see through it, not even with these eyes. He did not say the rest of what he was thinking, that somewhere above the burning rooftops, an old man he had grown up watching carve mountains into his own likeness was fighting a former student who had once, by every account, been considered a genius without equal, and that whatever came out of that barrier when it finally dropped, Konoha would not be the same village afterward. Chapter 2 The barrier held for what felt like hours and was, by every account gathered afterward, closer to 20 minutes, an eternity measured in the desperate skirmishes fought throughout the village while its Hokage fought a battle no one else could see. When it finally dissolved, purple light collapsing inward on itself, only one figure remained standing inside the circle of scorched earth it left behind, and it was not the third Hokage. Orochimaru withdrew from the village with his surviving forces before the shock of that loss had even fully settled over the shinobi still fighting in the streets, some instinct or order pulling the invasion back the moment its primary objective was achieved. Sound and sand forces alike melted away into the forest as quickly as they had appeared, leaving Konoha to count its dead in the sudden, ringing quiet that followed. Naruto learned of the Hokage's death secondhand, from a Chunin sprinting past the shelter tunnels with a message for the assembled Jonin, and the news hit him with a force that had nothing to do with how well he had actually known the old man. Sarutobi had signed off on his enrollment at the academy despite the whispers that followed him everywhere. Sarutobi had looked at him, on the rare occasions their paths crossed, without the flinch of fear or disgust so many adults in the village never quite managed to hide. He had not been Naruto's family, not exactly, But he had been one of the very few adults in Naruto's whole life who had simply, consistently, been kind to him, and now he was gone. He found Hinata that evening, once the worst of the immediate chaos had settled into the grim, exhausted work of counting losses and treating wounded, sitting on the same low wall outside the Hyuga compound where they had once talked about missing their daily walks together. She looked as hollowed out as he felt. Everyone's all right, she told him before he could ask, guessing correctly what his first question would be. Father. Hanabi. Kiba, Shino, Kurenai-sensei. We were lucky. The Hokage wasn't, Naruto said, and she reached over without a word and took his hand, and they sat there together in the smoke-smudged evening, saying nothing else for a long while, because there was nothing else that needed saying. Chapter 3. The village buried its Hokage 3 days later in a ceremony that drew nearly every surviving shinobi within its walls, and Naruto stood at the back of the crowd beside his team, watching smoke rise from incense rather than fire for the first time in days, and felt something settle into cold resolve inside him. He did not fully understand yet what a Hokage was supposed to be beyond the vague childhood dream he had carried for years. The mountain carving and the hat and the respect he had always assumed came free with the title. Watching Konoha grieve a man who had clearly earned every ounce of the love pouring out around his memorial, Naruto understood, for the first time, that the title was not the point at all. The people were. Niji Hyuga stood some distance away during the ceremony, apart from his own family in the deliberate way branch house members were still expected to hold themselves apart from the main house even in grief. And Naruto watched him with an unresolved anger he had not fully worked through since the preliminary match. He remembered his promise to Hanabi, remembered the look on Hinata's face as she was carried off the arena floor, and thought that whatever came next in the wake of an invasion and a dead Hokage, he still intended to make good on it. He got his chance sooner than expected. 2 days after the funeral, Naruto found Niji alone at the training ground where he and Hinata had once trained together as children, running through gentle fist forms with a mechanical precision that looked less like practice and more like punishment. We need to talk, Naruto said, planting himself in Niji's path. Niji's pale eyes flicked over him with open contempt. I have nothing to say to you. Good, because I'm doing the talking. Naruto crossed his arms. You hurt Hinata in that match. Really hurt her, worse than the rules needed. I get that you've got history with your branch of the family. I even get some of why. Hayashi's told me enough over the years to understand it isn't fair what happened to your father. But none of that was Hinata's fault, and you made her pay for it anyway. You understand nothing, Niji said coldly. Destiny decided. Destiny didn't decide anything, Naruto cut in, sharper than he meant to be. People did. People made choices, cruel ones, generations ago, and you've decided the easiest thing to do with that pain is hand it straight to a girl who never had a single choice in any of it. That's not destiny, Niji. That's just cowardice wearing a fancy word. Something flickered across Niji's carefully composed face, too quick to name, and for a moment Naruto thought he might actually strike him. Instead Niji turned and walked away without another word, and Naruto let him go, uncertain whether anything he had said had landed at all. Though something in the rigid set of Niji's shoulders as he disappeared into the trees suggested it had landed harder than either of them wanted to admit. Chapter 4. The council convened within the week to address the most pressing problem left in the Hokage's absence, and Jiraiya, summoned before them with visible reluctance, made his position clear before the elders had finished laying out their expectations. I'm not taking the hat, he told them flatly. I've got other work that matters more to the village long-term than sitting behind a desk signing paperwork. But I know exactly who should. The name he gave sent a ripple of surprise through the chamber. Tsunade, granddaughter of the first Hokage, one of the legendary Sannin, gone from the village for over a decade following personal losses she had never fully spoken of even to those closest to her. Finding her, Jiraiya explained, would not be simple. Convincing her to return would be harder still. I want to come with you, Naruto said the moment he learned of the mission, cornering Jiraiya at the training ground the old man had claimed as his unofficial office for the month. This isn't a training trip, kid. I don't care. I want to help find her. And Naruto added, because he had been thinking about it since the strange, unfinished conversation weeks earlier, you're going to tell me what a Jinchuriki is on the way, because I haven't forgotten you let that slip, and I'm not letting it go. Jiraiya studied him for a long moment, some calculation working behind his eyes that Naruto could not fully read, and finally sighed in the particular way of a man conceding a fight he had known from the start he would eventually lose. Fine, he said. But some of it's not mine to tell in full. Some of it's the Hokage's business, and until we've got a new one, there are limits to what I can say. It was not the full answer Naruto wanted, but it was more than he had, and he took it, packing for the mission that same evening with a restless energy that had less to do with excitement and more to do with the sense that whatever waited for him on this journey, it was going to change how he understood himself in ways he was not yet ready for. He said goodbye to Hinata at the village gate the morning they left, the two of them standing slightly apart from Jiraiya's impatient pacing. Come back safe, Hinata told him, quiet and steady. I mean it. Always do, Naruto said, grinning despite the weight sitting in his chest, and it was only after he had walked through the gate, and out onto the open road that he let himself think, seriously, about how much he had already started measuring every goodbye by how soon he would get to see her again. Chapter 5 Jiraiya kept his word, reluctantly, in pieces doled out over long stretches of road between towns, and by the time they reached the gambling district where his information network placed their best lead on Tsunade's whereabouts, Naruto understood, in broad and devastating outline, exactly what had been sealed inside him the night he was born. He did not take it well, not at first. The fox's chakra, the reason half the village had spent his childhood looking at him like something dangerous instead of something orphaned, the reason the older boys who had once chased him into that river years ago had never needed a better reason than instinct to hate him. He sat by a river much smaller and calmer than the one that had first awakened his byakugan, turning the truth over in silence for the better part of an hour while Jiraiya waited without pushing. Does Hinata know? He finally asked. It was, somehow, the first question that mattered most. I don't know what her family's told her, Jiraiya admitted. Some clans keep better records than others about who carries what. It doesn't change anything, Naruto said slowly, working it out loud as he said it. I mean, it explains some things. Why people always looked at me like that. But it's not who I am. I'm not the fox. I've got it locked up inside me, and I didn't ask for that any more than I asked for the byakugan. No, Jiraiya agreed. You didn't. For what it's worth, kid, I think you're handling news that broke stronger men than you a great deal better than they managed. It was not quite comfort, but it was honest, and Naruto found, standing up and brushing off his clothes to keep moving, that he believed it. Whatever else he carried, fox and borrowed dojutsu both, he was still the boy who had trained beside Hinata through 4 years of quiet mornings, still the boy who had promised Hanabi he would never hurt her sister, still the boy determined to prove himself worthy of a title that, he now understood more clearly than ever, meant far more than a mountain carving. They found Tsunade 3 towns later, drowning her losses at a card table with her assistant Shizen trailing anxious and exhausted behind her, and the woman who looked up at Jiraiya's approach bore so little resemblance to the legendary healer of the stories that Naruto's first instinct was disappointment. Her second instinct, and his own, arrived rather more violently. Chapter 6 The confrontation that followed took nearly a week to build toward its breaking point, Tsunade dismissing Jiraiya's request with the flat, bitter certainty of a woman who had buried too many people she loved to trust a village that had never once protected them, and Naruto, growing more frustrated by the day, finally forced the issue the only way he knew how, loudly, recklessly, and with absolutely no regard for the danger of the man they crossed paths with in doing it. Orochimaru found them first, drawn by rumors of Tsunade's location and an offer that revealed, with cold clarity, exactly how far he intended to go to secure the resources he needed. 2 arms, severed from the corpses of the first and second Hokages, reanimated and offered in trade for Tsunade's medical expertise in perfecting the very curse mark still poisoning Sasuke's blood back in Konoha. Tsunade refused him with a viciousness that told Naruto more about her true character than a week of arguments had managed, and it was in the chaos of the battle that followed, blades and summoned creatures and Orochimaru's twisted reanimation jutsu tearing the riverside battlefield apart, that Naruto finally understood what Jiraiya had been trying to teach him for a month on the road. He threw himself into the fight without hesitation, Rasengan spinning to life against enemies that outmatched him by every reasonable measure, and it was reckless, and it was stupid, and it very nearly got him killed, Orochimaru's blade opening a shallow but bleeding line across his shoulder before Tsunade, moving with speed that belied her apparent age, intervened to save him. "You idiot," she snapped at him afterward, voice shaking with something that was not quite anger, healing his wound with hands that glowed a soft, steady green. "Why would you throw yourself in front of that?" "Because you needed help," Naruto said simply, breathless, "and because I don't believe you actually want to keep running from everything you used to care about. I think you're just scared of losing something else." Something in Tsunade's face cracked at that, brief and unguarded, before she composed herself again into the sharp-tongued woman the world knew her as. But it was enough. By the time the immediate danger had passed, Orochimaru retreating with his grim trophies rather than risk further losses, Tsunade had agreed, grudgingly and on her own terms, to return to Konoha and consider the council's offer seriously for the first time. Chapter 7. She accepted the mantle a week after their return, formally installed as the fifth Hokage in a ceremony far smaller and quieter than the funeral that had preceded it, and one of her first acts in office, delivered with the blunt efficiency Naruto was quickly learning to associate with her, was to personally oversee Sasuke's ongoing treatment for the curse mark still simmering beneath his skin. "It's contained, not cured," she told Team 7 bluntly, in the debrief that followed her examination. "I've slowed its spread, built a partial seal to suppress its influence. But the only true fix would be removing the mark's source entirely, and that's not something within my power. Watch him. If it ever spreads without warning, come to me immediately." Naruto took the warning seriously, though Sasuke himself grew steadily more withdrawn in the weeks that followed, some darker current running beneath his usual reserve that none of his teammates could fully reach. Naruto tried anyway, in his own blunt way, showing up at Sasuke's apartment uninvited with instant ramen and a stubbornness Sasuke never quite managed to fully rebuff. "You don't have to carry it alone," Naruto told him once, after one particularly grim evening where Sasuke had barely spoken through an entire meal. "Whatever you're thinking about doing about your brother, I mean it. I've got my own stuff I'm carrying now too, the fox thing, if you've heard about that yet." Sasuke's dark eyes flicked up, sharp with sudden attention. "I've heard rumors. They're true. Doesn't change who I am though. Not by itself." Naruto shrugged, more casual than he actually felt. "I figure whatever you're carrying works the same way. Doesn't have to be the whole story, unless you let it." It did not fix whatever was building in Sasuke, not in a single conversation over cold ramen, but Naruto liked to think, looking back on it later, that it planted something, some small seed of possibility that Sasuke might not have to walk the darker path alone even if the loudest voices in his own head kept insisting otherwise. Chapter 8. Neji sought Naruto out nearly a month after their confrontation at the training ground, finding him alone at dusk practicing the Rasengan's final refinements against the battered training post, and the change in his bearing was subtle enough that Naruto almost missed it entirely. "I spoke with Hinata," Neji said without preamble, the way he tended to approach most difficult things. "Apologized, for what it's worth from someone like me." Naruto lowered his hand, letting the half-formed Rasengan dissipate. "How'd that go?" "Better than I deserved." Niji's expression, usually so carefully guarded, showed something rawer underneath. "You were right, at the training ground. About the destiny I kept hiding behind. My father did not choose to die protecting the main house out of some inevitable fate. He chose it, freely, out of love for his brother's family, and I have spent years twisting that choice into a grievance instead of honoring it as the sacrifice it actually was." "That's a big shift for 1 month, Naruto said, careful not to let his surprise sound like doubt. "It has been a difficult month," Neji admitted. "The invasion. The Hokage's death. Watching Hinata refuse to yield against everything I threw at her, when I have spent years insisting she was too weak to be worth the effort." He met Naruto's eyes directly, something like respect settling into his usually cold expression. "I do not expect forgiveness from you. But I wanted you to know the conversation happened, and that I intend to be a better cousin to her from now on, whatever that ends up looking like." Naruto studied him a moment, then extended a hand, the same simple gesture he had offered dozens of rivals and enemies over the years who had eventually become something closer to friends. That's good enough for me, he said. For what it's worth, I think you'll be good at it. Being better, I mean. You've got the same stubbornness she does. Runs in the family, I guess. Niji's mouth curved, faint and unfamiliar on his usually severe face, something almost like a real smile. He shook Naruto's offered hand, brief and formal, and it was the beginning, though either of them fully realized it yet, of an alliance that would prove far more valuable than either could have predicted in the years of conflict still waiting for all of them. Chapter 9 Jiraiya announced the training trip on a warm evening 2 months after Tsunade's installation, laying the plan out to Naruto with none of his usual joking deflection. 2.5 years, he said. Maybe longer. I'll teach you everything I know, some things even Kakashi couldn't, and by the time we're done, that fox's chakra won't be a liability anymore. It'll be a weapon you actually control. 2.5 years, Naruto repeated, the number landing heavier than he expected. I know it's a long time, Jiraiya said, more gently than usual. But the world's getting more dangerous, kid, faster than most people in that village realize. Organizations moving in the shadows who'll come looking for exactly what you're carrying, sooner rather than later. Better you're ready when they find you than caught flat-footed. Naruto did not need to ask what organizations Jiraiya meant. The word Akatsuki had already crossed his path more than once in overheard conversations he was not supposed to be listening to, and something about the grim set of Jiraiya's jaw when he said it told Naruto this was not a threat to take lightly. He told Hinata that evening, finding her at the training ground they had shared as children, and watched something complicated move across her face as she absorbed the news, grief and understanding both present at once. 2.5 years, she said softly. I know it's a long time, he said, echoing Jiraiya without quite meaning to. I don't want to go, not really. But I think I have to. There's stuff coming, Hinata, stuff bigger than either of us, and I want to be strong enough to actually protect the people I care about when it gets here. I understand, Hinata said, and though her voice wavered slightly, there was no hesitation in it. I'll be training too, while you're gone. Father's agreed to take my instruction more seriously, now that, well. She flushed faintly. Now that I've proven a few things this year. You'll be incredible, Naruto said, with a certainty that came easily because it was simply, entirely true. I already know it. They stood together in the fading light a long moment, either quite ready to say the rest of what sat unspoken between them, the thing Hanabi had already guessed months before either of them had found the courage to name it aloud. It would keep, Naruto told himself. 2.5 years was a long time, but it was not forever, and whatever waited for both of them on the other side of that long absence, he intended to come home and finally say the words he had been circling around since he was 8 years old, and she had first shown him how to let his eyes go soft enough to see. Chapter 10 The road with Jiraiya proved harder than Naruto expected, not because the old man was cruel in his teaching, but because he was thorough in a way that left no room for the shortcuts Naruto had always relied on to compensate for whatever he lacked in natural talent. Chakra control drills that left his legs shaking by midday. Sparring sessions where Jiraiya's toad summons pressed him past every limit he thought he had, again and again, until new limits revealed themselves underneath the old ones like layers of stone. His byakugan, unrefined by any formal Hyuga curriculum, benefited more than anything else from the discipline Jiraiya forced into his training. Where Hayashi's lessons had always been constrained by clan tradition, careful and precise and bound by generations of established form, Jiraiya cared nothing for tradition and everything for results, pushing Naruto to combine his dojutsu with techniques no born Hyuga would ever have thought to attempt, tracking multiple summoned toads through dense fog by chakra signature alone. Reading an opponent's coming attack through subtle shifts in tenketsu flow faster than conscious thought could process it, layering the Rasengan spin with the same precision his eyes had spent years learning to perceive in others' chakra pathways. You're not a Hyuga, Jiraiya told him once, watching him drop 3 toad clones in quick succession during a training exercise. You never will be, not fully, not with blood this diluted. But that means you're not bound by what a Hyuga's supposed to look like either. You can build something new out of what you've got. Don't waste that just trying to imitate a tradition that was never fully yours to begin with. It was, Naruto thought, some of the best advice anyone had ever given him, and he carried it forward through the following months of training with a fresh, hungry focus. Letters came rarely on the road, carried by toad summons back and forth across impossible distances, and Naruto treasured every one that arrived in Hinata's careful, precise handwriting, filled with small updates about her own training, about Hanabi's steady growth into a formidable young shinobi in her own right, about the quiet, ordinary rhythms of a village slowly rebuilding itself in the wake of an invasion and a lost Hokage. He wrote back everything he could of his own progress, careful never to reveal too much of Jiraiya's more sensitive training methods, and found, in the discipline of putting his feelings into careful written words rather than blurted, unguarded speech, a strange kind of courage he had never quite managed in person. It was easier, somehow, to write the things he meant most when there was distance and time enough to choose the words carefully. Chapter 11. A year into the journey, in a coastal town whose name Naruto would forget almost as soon as they left it, Jiraiya finally sat him down and explained, in full and grim detail, exactly what the Akatsuki organization intended to do with Jinchuriki like him. Extraction, a process that ended, without exception, in the host's death. All nine-tailed beasts eventually gathered for some purpose Jiraiya himself did not yet fully understand but suspected, with the particular dread of a man who had watched an old teammate's ambitions curdle into something monstrous, involved his own former student far more directly than the village currently realized. Your former student, Naruto repeated slowly. You mean Orochimaru? No, Jiraiya said, something old and pained crossing his weathered face. A different one. Someone I failed in ways I'm still trying to make right, if it's not already too late. He would not elaborate further, not that evening, and Naruto had learned enough about the old man over their year on the road to recognize when pushing would only close a door rather than open it. The warning proved prophetic sooner than either of them expected. Deep in a forest 3 towns further along their route, they crossed paths with 2 Akatsuki operatives scouting the region, a tall blue-skinned swordsman whose massive bandaged blade seemed to hum with its own hungry appetite, and a second figure whose dark eyes, when they finally turned toward Naruto directly, held a weight of grief and calculation that made something instinctive in Naruto's chest go cold even before Jiraiya's low, urgent warning reached him. Itachi Uchiha, Jiraiya said, positioning himself between Naruto and the 2 cloaked figures with attention Naruto had never once seen from him in a full year of training. I was hoping we'd have more time before this particular reunion. Sasuke's brother. Naruto had heard the name only in careful, guarded fragments from Sasuke himself, always followed by a silence too heavy to push through, and seeing the man in person, calm and unhurried in the face of Jiraiya's obvious alarm, Naruto understood with sudden, sick clarity exactly what kind of shadow had been shaping Sasuke's darker moods for years. We are not here for a fight, Itachi said, voice level and unhurried. Only to look. Nine-Tails' new vessel has grown considerably since we last took interest. Then look and leave, Jiraiya said, chakra rising around him in a warning that promised violence if the offer was refused. Chapter 12. The blue-skinned swordsman, introduced with a wide, unsettling grin as Kisame Hashigaki, seemed considerably less interested in leaving quietly than his partner. Come on, he said, hefting his massive blade with casual menace. It's been ages since I fought a Jinchuriki this close to full maturity. Where's the harm in a little test? The harm, Itachi said, is that we were not authorized for engagement, and I do not intend to explain unnecessary casualties to leader when a simple retreat accomplishes the same reconnaissance. Kisame's grin did not fade, but he lowered the blade fractionally, some deference in the gesture that told Naruto exactly which of the 2 men actually held authority in this exchange, whatever their formal ranking within the organization might claim. Fine. No fun at all, you know that? Itachi's dark eyes found Naruto's one last time before the 2 Akatsuki members turned to leave, and something in that final look, unreadable and strangely gentle beneath its surface calculation, would stay with Naruto for a long time afterward, a puzzle he could not quite solve. You have grown stronger, Itachi said, quiet enough that only Naruto and Jiraiya could hear it clearly. Good. You will need every bit of it, and soon, whether we are the ones who come for you or someone else entirely." Then they were gone, vanishing into the forest canopy with a speed that left no trace, and Jiraiya let out a long breath that did nothing to disguise how badly the encounter had rattled him. "That went better than it could have," he said finally. "You know something about him," Naruto said. It was not a question. "About Itachi." "Something Sasuke doesn't know." Jiraiya's expression closed over, careful and controlled in a way that told Naruto he had struck closer to a real answer than the old man intended to admit. "There are things about the Uchiha massacre that are not what the official record claims," he said slowly, each word chosen with visible care. "Things I am not free to tell you, not yet, not until the village itself is ready to reckon with what actually happened that night. But I will say this much, hate is rarely as simple as the story we are first told about it. When you see Sasuke again, be patient with whatever he still believes about his brother. The truth, when it finally surfaces, is going to be harder for him to carry than the lie ever was." Naruto turned that unsettling promise over for the rest of that evening and for many evenings afterward, and though he did not yet understand the full shape of what Jiraiya was hinting at, some instinct told him it mattered more than almost anything else waiting for them back in Konoha. Chapter 13. The remaining 18 months of training passed in a steady accumulation of growth that Naruto barely noticed happening in real time, the way a person rarely notices their own reflection changing until enough distance separates the memory of who they were from who they have become. His Rasengan, once a technique that left his hand raw and trembling after every attempt, became something he could summon almost without thought, refined enough by the trip's end that Jiraiya finally judged him ready to attempt a variation the old man had only ever seen attempted by his own long-dead sensei, an elemental infusion that promised, if mastered, to elevate the technique into something genuinely unique. He did not master it fully before the journey's end, that would take further years of patient, frustrating practice. But he came close enough that Jiraiya's usual teasing gave way, more than once, to something that looked suspiciously like paternal pride. His byakugan grew alongside everything else, range extending further than Hayashi's formal training had ever pushed it, control sharpening under the punishing informality of Jiraiya's methods until Naruto could hold the technique active for hours at a stretch without the crippling headaches that had once limited him to brief, exhausting bursts. He thought often, during those long training months, of Hinata's careful early guidance, the softness she had taught him to find behind his own eyes before the technique would answer him, and understood, with growing gratitude, that everything he had built in the years since had started with her patient kindness in a training yard neither of them had fully understood the importance of at the time. Letters continued arriving throughout, and somewhere around the 2-year mark, Hinata's grew bolder in ways that made Naruto's chest ache with a longing he had spent 2 years trying and failing to fully articulate even to himself. She wrote about Hanabi's growing skill, sharp enough now to be spoken of seriously as a future clan prodigy in her own right. She wrote about her own gradual promotion within teammates' mission roster, about small victories that once would have seemed impossible for the timid girl she had been at the academy's start. And, in one letter Naruto read so many times the paper began to soften at its folds, she wrote, simply and without her usual careful hedging, that she missed him more than she had words to properly explain, and that she hoped, whatever waited for both of them when he finally returned, that he still felt the same way he had the evening they last stood together at the training ground before he left. He rode back that same night, by lantern light in whatever roadside in Jiraiya had chosen for them that week, and though it took him 3 attempts to find the courage to finish the letter without crossing out half of it in embarrassment, he sent it anyway, unwilling for the first time in his life to let fear of rejection keep him from saying something true. Chapter 14. They returned to Konoha on a bright, ordinary morning 2.5 years after they had left it, and Naruto barely recognized the shape of his own excitement as they approached the village gates, a feeling too large and unfamiliar to contain in his usual bravado. Kakashi met them just inside the gate, one visible eye widening with genuine surprise at how much his former student had grown, both in height and in the steadier, more controlled way he now carried his own considerable chakra. "You've gotten strong," Kakashi observed, and Naruto grinned at the understatement, too eager to properly savor the compliment because his attention had already caught on a familiar figure waiting further down the road. Hinata had grown too, taller and steadier on her feet, her gentle fist stance visible even in the loose, unguarded way she stood now watching for him, and when their eyes met across the distance, Naruto forgot every careful, patient plan he had rehearsed on the road home for exactly this moment, and simply crossed the space between them at something close to a run. "You're back," she said, breathless, echoing the same words she had said to him once before after Wave, though everything about the way she said them now carried 2.5 years of accumulated longing behind it. "I told you I would come home," Naruto said, and then, because he had spent 2.5 years and countless letters building toward exactly this moment, and refused to lose his nerve now that it had finally arrived, he took her hand properly in both of his own. "Hinata. I know we've never said it straight out loud, not really, but I don't want to wait any more to say it. I love you. I think I've loved you since I was 8 years old, and you taught me how to let my eyes go soft enough to actually see something. I want to be with you for real, if you'll have me." Hinata's eyes went bright with tears she did not try to hide, and her answering smile was the same small, real one he had loved from the very first time she offered it to him, except now it carried none of the old hesitation at all. "Yes," she said simply, "certainly. Of course, yes. I've been waiting years to hear you say that." Somewhere behind them, unnoticed in the moment, Hanabi, 14 now and sharp-eyed as ever, watched the whole exchange from the edge of the crowd with an expression of enormous, vindicated satisfaction, already composing in her head exactly how insufferable she intended to be about having called it first. Chapter 15. The homecoming celebration Tsunade insisted on throwing that evening, half genuine welcome and half excuse to drink at village expense, gave Naruto his first real opportunity in 2.5 years to properly reunite with everyone the training trip had kept him from. Sakura, taller and visibly more skilled, throwing her arms around him in a hug that startled them both. Sasuke, standing somewhat apart, as he always did, offering a rare, genuine nod of respect that meant more to Naruto than a longer speech might have from anyone else. Hayashi, formal as ever but unmistakably warm beneath the reserve, informing Naruto quietly that he expected to see him at the compound properly, and soon, now that certain conversations about the future could no longer be reasonably postponed. Hanabi cornered him near the refreshment table before the evening was through, arms crossed in the exact posture he remembered from years earlier at the training ground. "Took you long enough," she informed him, though the sharpness in her voice could not fully disguise how pleased she actually was. 2.5 years isn't that long, Naruto protested, grinning. "I meant the confession, not the training trip," Hanabi said, unimpressed. "You could have said something before you left. Would have saved us all a lot of waiting around for letters to get less awkward." "Fair," Naruto admitted, laughing. "I'm working on being braver about that stuff." "Good," Hanabi said, satisfaction settling over her sharp features. "Because I meant what I told you before you left, about not hurting her. That still stands." "Doubly now. Wouldn't dream of breaking that promise," Naruto said, and meant it with an intensity that surprised even himself. Later that night, walking Hinata home through streets grown quiet and familiar again after 2.5 years away, Naruto let himself simply exist in the ordinary happiness of the moment, uncomplicated by fox chakra or dojutsu training or the shadow of an organization that had already made its interest in him clear in a forest clearing months before. It would not last, this simple peace. Some restless instinct in him already understood, from Jiraiya's grim warnings and Itachi's unsettling parting words, that the reprieve was borrowed time rather than lasting safety. But for one evening, walking beside the girl he had finally found the courage to properly claim, Naruto allowed himself to simply be happy, and did not yet know that within the week, a mission gone wrong in the Sand Village would drag him back into exactly the kind of danger he had spent 2.5 years training to face. Chapter 16. The summons came 6 days later, delivered by a breathless Chunin messenger who found Naruto and Hinata mid-training at the same yard where their own bond had first taken root years earlier, an emergency dispatch from Sunagakure, the Kazekage taken, Akatsuki operatives confirmed among the attackers, and Konoha's alliance with the Sand demanding an immediate response team. Naruto's stomach dropped the moment he heard the Kazekage's name attached to the report. Gaara. The boy he had fought, and in fighting, come to understand as something closer to a fractured mirror of his own childhood than an enemy, now taken by the very organization Jiraiya had spent 2.5 years warning him about. I have to go, he told Hinata immediately, already turning to gather his gear. I know, she said, and though worry tightened around her eyes, there was no attempt to hold him back in her voice, only steady, unwavering support. Be careful. Please. Come back to me again, the way you promised. Always, Naruto said, and kissed her, quick and fierce, before sprinting toward the assembly point where Team Kakashi was already gathering, Sakura pale-faced but determined, Kakashi grim with the particular seriousness he reserved for missions where the stakes had grown too large for easy reassurance. They departed within the hour, racing across open country toward a rescue mission that would test everything Naruto had spent 2.5 years building, against enemies who had already proven, in a single unsettling forest encounter, exactly how dangerous they intended to be. Naruto did not know yet what waited for them at the ruined outskirts of Suna, did not know that Gaara's captured form had already been stripped of the very bijou that had once made his childhood such a lonely, feared thing, did not know how close he was about to come to losing someone he had once seen so much of himself reflected in. He only knew, running hard beneath a wide desert sky with his team at his side and Hinata's promise still warm against his lips, that whatever the Akatsuki intended for the world's Jinchuriki, he intended to make absolutely certain it did not claim Gaara without a fight that would be remembered for years to come. Chapter 17. They reached the smoking ruins of the outer Suna checkpoint 2 days later. Kankuro collapsed in poison from an earlier attempt to intercept his brother's captors, and it was Sakura's rapidly advancing medical training, honed under Tsunade's direct tutelage during the years Naruto had spent away, that stabilized him enough to survive the wait for proper treatment. Sasori, Kankuro managed, through gritted teeth as Sakura worked. One of the Akatsuki. Puppeteer. Used to be Suna's own, before he defected. His poison's not like anything I've studied. You'll live, Sakura told him firmly, sweat beading at her temple with the effort of the healing jutsu. But you're not chasing after your brother in this condition. Let us handle it from here. Naruto activated his byakugan the moment they resumed the trail, scanning the desert terrain ahead for any trace of chakra signature that might mark Gaara's captors, and it was that scan, extended to its furthest painful range, that first caught the two distant figures moving with unnatural, jointed precision far ahead on the horizon, one tall and cloaked. Chakra signature strange and diffuse in a way that made Naruto's stomach twist with unease, the other smaller, moving with the eerie mechanical fluidity of something that was not, strictly speaking, entirely human anymore. I've got them, he reported, urgency sharpening his voice. 2 signatures, moving fast, but there's something wrong about the way the smaller one reads. It's like his chakra's not fully attached to his body the way it should be. Sasori's known for puppet techniques that blur that exact line, Kakashi said grimly, already increasing their pace. Whatever we're about to walk into, everyone stay sharp. Sakura, you're on immediate medical response the moment we make contact. Naruto, keep that byakugan active as long as you can hold it. We need every advantage your eyes can give us. Chapter 18. They caught up to the Akatsuki pair at the mouth of a rocky canyon just past midday, the desert heat shimmering off stone in waves that made even Naruto's enhanced sight waver at the edges, and the two figures turned to face them without any visible alarm at being found, an unhurried confidence that unsettled Naruto more than open hostility would have. The taller of the two peeled back his cloak's hood, revealing features stitched together in ways that made Sakura audibly recoil, and introduced himself with a slow, blooming grin around a mouth full of too many teeth. Deidara, he said. And this quiet one's Sasori, though I wouldn't expect much conversation out of him. Not much left in there that talks anymore, if you catch my meaning. Where's Gaara? Naruto demanded, chakra already rising around him in a warning neither Akatsuki member seemed particularly troubled by. Safe, for now, Deidara said, still grinning. Extraction's a delicate process, you understand. Takes time to do it properly. You're welcome to try and stop it, though I should warn you, that's exactly the kind of art I live for. Sasori said nothing at all, simply raising one hand in a gesture that set the joints of his own strange, puppet-like body clicking softly, and behind him, From the canyon's shadowed depths, the sound of massive mechanical movement began stirring awake, something vast and coiled uncurling from wherever it had been waiting in ambush. Naruto's byakugan, straining against the sudden bloom of chakra signatures pouring out of that shadowed canyon mouth, 3, then 5, then more than he could easily count, told him with sick clarity exactly how badly this fight was about to escalate beyond anything a single genin team could reasonably handle alone. Kakashi-sensei, he said, voice tight. There's more of them. A lot more. I don't think this is just 2 Akatsuki members and a rescue mission anymore. Kakashi's visible eye narrowed, taking in the same grim information a heartbeat behind Naruto's borrowed sight, and whatever calm reassurance he might otherwise have offered his team died unspoken in his throat as the first of the hidden puppets emerged fully into the canyon light, dozens of jointed, weaponized limbs unfolding at once, and somewhere deep within that gathering storm of enemies, Gaara's captured, bijou-drained body waited, running out of time with every passing second. Chapter 19. The puppets came in a wave that would have overwhelmed a less prepared team instantly. Dozens of jointed constructs armed with poisoned blades and hidden projectile launchers, each one animated by threads of chakra Naruto could track only because his byakugan had spent 2.5 years learning to read exactly this kind of subtle, distributed control. He called out warnings in rapid succession, Kakashi and Sakura adjusting their positions half a step ahead of strikes that should have caught them blind, and for several tense minutes the battle held at a rough, grinding stalemate, either side gaining decisive ground in the canyon's narrow confines. It was Deidara who broke the deadlock, launching a swarm of small clade birds into the air with a gesture almost lazy in its casualness, and Naruto's stomach dropped as his enhanced sight caught the volatile, unstable chakra signature packed into each one an instant before they detonated in a rolling series of explosions that tore chunks out of the canyon wall, and sent all 3 of them scrambling for cover. He's an explosive specialist, Kakashi shouted over the ringing aftermath, shielding Sakura from a second volley with a hastily raised earth wall. Naruto, can you track the bombs before they detonate? I can try, Naruto said, forcing his byakugan to hold steady despite the mounting strain behind his eyes, and found, in the desperate press of the moment, a new precision he had never quite managed before, reading the faint difference between Deidara's inert clay constructs and the ones already primed to explode with enough lead time to shout clear warnings that saved Sakura from a blast that would otherwise have caught her directly. Sasori, meanwhile, fought with a cold, patient efficiency that unnerved Naruto more than Deidara's explosive theatrics, puppet limbs striking from angles that should have been impossible to anticipate, poisoned blades finding gaps in Kakashi's guard that only his own considerable experience allowed him to narrowly avoid. It was clear, within minutes, that this fight had been engineered from the start to overwhelm exactly the kind of small rescue team Konoha and Suna had sent, a trap wearing the shape of an opportunity. We need to reach Gaara, Naruto said, ducking beneath a poisoned blade and countering with a Rasengan that shattered one of the smaller puppets outright. Whatever they're doing to him, every minute we spend fighting through this is a minute closer to losing him for good. Then we push through, Kakashi said grimly, together, and we do not stop moving until we reach him. They fought their way deeper into the canyon as the afternoon wore on, every step forward paid for an exhausted chakra and near misses that left all 3 of them bruised and bloody by the time the canyon finally opened into a wider clearing where the true horror of the mission's purpose became unmistakably clear. A massive, ritual formation of stone statues arranged in a circle. 9 cloaked Akatsuki figures visible in projected form around its base, and at its center, suspended and drained, Gaara's small, still body, the bijou that had once defined his entire painful childhood already half extracted from him in a slow, agonizing process that had clearly been running far longer than any rescue team could hope to interrupt in time. Naruto's byakugan caught every detail of that horrific tableau in a single sweeping glance, the visible strain of 9 simultaneous chakra signatures feeding the extraction technique, the faint, guttering flicker of Gaara's own chakra growing weaker by the second, and understood, with a cold, furious clarity that steadied rather than panicked him, exactly what he was looking at, not a rescue mission anymore, but a race against a clock that had very nearly already run out. Sakura, he said, voice tight with urgency, already moving toward the center of that terrible circle with Rasengan blazing to life in his palm, get ready to work fast the second we break this thing. Kakashi-sensei, cover me. I'm ending this extraction right now, whatever it takes. Behind him, Sasori's cold voice carried across the clearing, almost admiring in its detachment. Determined little vessel, isn't he? Let's see how far that determination carries him against the circle already this close to complete. The 9 projected figures around the statue's base turned, as one, toward the 3 exhausted shinobi who had just breached their perimeter, and somewhere in that gathering weight of attention, Naruto felt, for the first time since Itachi's unsettling warning in a forest clearing months before, the true, overwhelming scale of exactly what the Akatsuki organization intended to become. And how very small a single genin team looked standing against it. Chapter 20. The 9 figures did not attack directly, projections rather than true bodies present at the site, but the ritual itself surged in response to the intrusion, chains of visible chakra tightening around Gaara's suspended form as though the technique itself understood it was running out of time and intended to finish its work before it could be stopped. Naruto did not slow down to consider the odds. He crossed the remaining distance at a dead sprint, Rasengan held ready, and drove the technique directly into the nearest anchor point of the extraction formation, a carved stone conduit pulsing with the combined chakra of 9 distant, hidden shinobi. The impact did not shatter the formation outright, but it staggered it, a visible ripple of disruption running through the chains of light holding Gaara suspended, and Kakashi, seizing the opening, moved with a speed Naruto had rarely seen from him to strike a second anchor point, while Sakura darted low beneath the projections to reach Gaara's failing body directly. His pulse is weak, but he's alive, she called out, voice tight with concentrated focus as her hands began glowing with the steady green light of her medical jutsu. I need more time, and I need this thing to stop pulling before I can do anything permanent about it. Then we buy you that time, Kakashi said grimly, already turning to meet the projection's inevitable retaliation as the disrupted formation began, slowly and with obvious reluctance, to release its hold on its captive. One of the 9 projected figures stepped forward from the circle's edge, taller and more solid in its projection than the others, and though Naruto could not make out the face beneath its cloak's shadow, something in the sheer, gathered weight of chakra behind that single figure told him, with instinctive dread, that he was looking at whoever truly commanded this entire organization. Impressive, for a genin team, the figure said, voice carrying an eerie, layered quality that suggested it was speaking from very far away indeed. Few have ever disrupted an extraction this far along. Remember this moment, Nine-Tails vessel. It will not be the last time our paths cross, and next time, I doubt Tsuna's border will be close enough to save you. Then, as abruptly as they had appeared, all 9 projections dissolved at once, the extraction technique collapsing entirely in their absence, and Sasori and Deidara, apparently satisfied that their purpose here was already served regardless of the mission's incomplete result, withdrew from the canyon with an unhurried calm that left Naruto more shaken than open pursuit would have. Gaara stirred weakly in Sakura's arms as the immediate danger passed, eyes fluttering open just enough to find Naruto's face hovering anxiously above him. You came, he managed, voice barely a whisper. Course I did, Naruto said, relief crashing through him so hard his knees nearly buckled. Told you a long time ago we weren't so different, you and me. Wasn't about to let them take you without a fight. Kakashi, watching the reunion with visible exhaustion of his own, allowed himself a small, grim smile before his expression sobered again, gaze lifting toward the empty space where 9 cloaked projections had stood only moments before. That voice, he said quietly, almost to himself. Whoever that was, commanding all 9 of them at once from wherever they're truly hiding, that is not an enemy Konoha is remotely ready to face yet. Naruto said nothing, still holding Gaara steady while Sakura worked to stabilize him further, but the projected figure's parting promise echoed in his thoughts long after the canyon had gone quiet again, a warning he understood, with the same cold clarity his byakugan had given him throughout this entire brutal mission, was not idle. Whatever waited beyond Tsuna's borders, in whatever shadowed stronghold commanded Akatsuki's true purpose, Naruto understood that the reprieve of a rescued friend and a returned village and a girl waiting patiently for him back home was only a pause before the next, far larger storm, and that when it finally broke fully over Konoha, he intended to be ready for it, whatever the cost. They stayed 3 more days in Suna while Gaara's strength slowly returned under Sakura's steady care, and the village's own medics, Temari and Kankuro, trading watch over their brother's recovery with a fierce, quiet devotion that reminded Naruto uncomfortably of how close the rescue had actually come to failing. Gaara himself, once well enough to sit upright and hold a real conversation, found Naruto alone on the roof of the medical compound on their last evening in Suna, watching the desert sunset paint the dunes in long streaks of orange and violet. "You could have died reaching me," Gaara said, without preamble, settling beside him with the careful stiffness of someone still healing. "Sasori's poison alone would have finished a lesser team." "Yeah, well," Naruto shrugged, though the memory of how close it had actually been still sat heavy in his chest. "Figured you'd have done the same for me. Actually, I know you would have. That's kind of the whole point of what we talked about, back when we were both just angry kids who didn't know how to carry what we'd been given." Gaara was quiet for a long moment, studying the horizon with the same unreadable stillness that had once made him seem so dangerous, and now, Naruto had come to understand, mostly just meant he was thinking carefully before he spoke. "I intend to govern differently because of that conversation," he said finally. "I have already begun to. But today reminded me how fragile that intention still is, how easily an organization like this one could undo it before it ever has the chance to matter." "Then we don't let them," Naruto said simply. "Whatever's coming, however big it turns out to be, you're not facing it alone any more than I plan to. That's what allies are for." It was, Naruto thought, watching the sun finally slip below the dunes, as good a promise as he knew how to make, and when he finally turned for home the next morning, Team Kakashi weary but whole, Gaara's grateful farewell still ringing in his ears, he carried that promise with him the entire long road back to Konoha, back to a girl who had waited patiently through 2.5 years and 1 dangerous week both, and back to whatever larger reckoning Jiraiya's grim warnings and a stranger's chilling voice in a desert canyon had already assured him was still waiting, somewhere ahead, for all of them. Act 3. Chapter 1 Konoha welcomed Team Kakashi home from Suna with the particular relief of village reserves for missions that could easily have ended in tragedy and did not, and Naruto spent his first full day back doing very little besides sleeping off the accumulated exhaustion of a fight that had tested every hour of his 2.5 years of training. It was Hinata, unsurprisingly, who found him the moment he finally stirred, letting herself into his apartment with the easy familiarity of someone who no longer needed to be invited. "You look terrible," she informed him, setting down a covered dish that smelled, blessedly, like actual food rather than ration bars. "Thanks," Naruto said, dragging himself upright. "Missed you too." She sat beside him on the edge of the bed, some of her usual careful reserve gone entirely now that the question between them had finally been settled. "Gaara sent a message through the mission office," she told him. "He wanted you to know he's recovering well. Temari's practically refusing to let him out of bed, from what the report said." "Good," Naruto said, relief settling deep in his chest at the confirmation. "He deserves people looking out for him like that. Took him long enough to have it." They sat together in comfortable quiet while he ate, and it was Hinata, eventually, who raised the subject that had clearly been sitting on her mind since his return. "Father wants to speak with you," she said. "Properly. About us, now that it's, well, official between us instead of just something everyone quietly assumed for years." Naruto's stomach did a complicated flip that had nothing to do with his empty appetite finally being satisfied. "That sounds terrifying. He's not going to bite you," Hinata said, though the small smile playing at her mouth suggested she was not entirely opposed to letting him sweat about it a little longer first. "But he does have expectations. About how seriously you intend to take this. He's protective of both his daughters, in his own quiet way." "I'll go tomorrow," Naruto decided, gathering resolve he did not entirely feel yet. "Might as well get it over with before I lose my nerve." Chapter 2 The meeting took place in the same formal receiving room where Naruto had first sat, soaked and shivering, nearly 9 years earlier, waiting to learn what a bloodline he did not understand might mean for the rest of his life. Hayashi received him with the same measured composure he brought to most things, though something in his posture today carried a weight Naruto had not seen from him before, the particular seriousness of a father rather than a clan head or a teacher. You wish to formally court my daughter, Hayashi said, without preamble. Yes, sir. Naruto kept his spine straight, resisting the urge to fidget under that pale, evaluating gaze. I should have asked properly before I left for training instead of just, well, telling her how I felt the second I got back. I'm asking now, though. Properly. Better late than never, Hayashi said, and something in his tone suggested this was as close to approval as the man tended to offer outright. You have trained under my instruction for 9 years, Naruto. I have watched you grow from a drowning child into a shinobi the entire village now speaks of with real respect. I do not doubt your character. What I doubt still is whether you fully understand what you are asking to take on. I think I do, Naruto said carefully. I know clan politics are complicated. I know some of the elders still aren't thrilled about an outsider with a diluted bloodline getting this close to the main house. I know it's not just about how Hinata and I feel about each other, it's about the whole family, the whole clan's future. And you are prepared for that scrutiny. I've had scrutiny my whole life, Naruto said, quieter now, something old and unhealed surfacing briefly in his voice before he pushed past it. This is the first kind I've ever actually wanted to earn. Hayashi studied him for a long moment, some internal calculation finally settling, and when he spoke again his voice had lost its formal edge entirely. You have my blessing, he said. Both as her father and as the man who has trained you since you were 8 years old and nearly drowned in a river that, I have since come to believe, changed the course of this entire clan's future for the better. Do not make me regret it. I won't, Naruto said, and meant it with everything he had. Chapter 3. The clan council did not accept the news with quite the same warmth Hayashi had offered, several elders raising the old, familiar objections about diluted bloodlines and outside influence over main house succession that Naruto had grown accustomed to hearing filtered second-hand through Hayashi's careful diplomacy over the years. But Hayashi, backed now by a clan head's full authority rather than the cautious private mentorship he had offered a frightened 8-year-old years earlier, overruled the objections with a firmness that left little room for further argument. This clan has spent generations clinging to purity as though it were the same thing as strength, Hayashi told the assembled elders, voice carrying the particular weight of a man who had clearly been waiting years for the chance to say exactly this. Naruto Uzumaki carries our blood, however diluted, and has proven himself more devoted to this family's well-being than shinobi who carry it in far greater concentration. My daughter has chosen him. I have chosen to support that choice. Any elder who wishes to formally contest it may bring the matter before the full council, but I promise you, I will not be moved. No one contested it formally. Whatever grumbling continued in private corners of the compound, and within the month the news had settled into the ordinary rhythm of village gossip, remarkable mostly for how quickly it stopped being remarkable at all. Naruto found himself, for the first time in his life, genuinely welcomed within the walls of a clan compound rather than merely tolerated there, invited to family meals, consulted casually on minor training matters as though his opinion had always mattered as much as any main house member's. Hanabi, now 14 and sharper-tongued than ever, took to needling him about the new arrangement at every opportunity, though the affection beneath the teasing had grown unmistakable over the years. Guess this makes you basically family now, she informed him at one such dinner, stealing a dumpling directly off his plate with the easy confidence of someone who no longer worried about consequences. Try not to embarrass us at the wedding, whenever you two finally get around to that. We're not even engaged yet, Naruto protested, though the word wedding sent a warm, hopeful jolt through his chest he did not bother hiding. Details, Hanabi said unbothered, and Hinata, blushing furiously across the table, did not actually contradict her sister. Chapter 4. The village's peace held for several months, long enough for Naruto to settle fully into the rhythm of a life he had once only dreamed of, training and missions and quiet evenings with Hinata's family, until Tsunade summoned Team Kakashi to her office with news that disrupted the calm entirely. You're getting a 4th member, she told them, without preamble, gesturing to a pale, dark-haired boy standing silently near the office window who had not spoken a single word since they entered. Sigh. He's been reassigned from a different division for this mission. You'll work together on a diplomatic escort to Suna, formalizing the alliance terms Gaara's been pushing since his recovery. Sai's smile, when he offered it, struck Naruto as unsettling in a way he could not immediately name, pleasant and precisely calibrated and entirely absent of whatever warmth usually accompanied a genuine expression. "I look forward to working with you," Sai said, in a tone that suggested he had memorized the sentiment rather than felt it. "I've been told your team's teamwork is, and I quote directly from my briefing notes, dysfunctional but effective." "Charming," Sakura muttered, unimpressed. Naruto, activating his byakugan briefly under cover of scratching his head, caught something in Sai's chakra signature that made his instincts prickle uneasily, a strange, compartmentalized quality to it, disciplined in a way that felt less like natural talent and more like deliberate, painful training designed to strip away exactly the kind of emotional expression most shinobi took for granted. He said nothing about it in front of Sai himself, but he made a mental note to raise the observation with Kakashi privately, once the newest member of their team was out of easy earshot. His instincts proved correct sooner than he expected. 3 nights into their preparation for the Suna mission, Naruto caught Sai in the act of drafting a coded report to someone outside the normal mission chain of command, ink brush moving with the same eerie precision that characterized everything else about him. "Who's that going to?" Naruto asked, keeping his voice carefully casual. Sai's brush paused for just a fraction of a second too long before he answered. "Standard reporting procedure," he said. "Nothing that concerns you." Naruto did not believe him, not for a second, and resolved quietly to keep a closer eye on his newest teammate than the mission briefing had suggested was strictly necessary. Chapter 5. The Suna mission itself proceeded smoothly on its surface. Formal negotiations between Tsunade's envoys and Gaara's newly stabilized administration settling terms of mutual defense and trade that would bind the two villages closer together than they had been in generations. Naruto found genuine joy in the reunion with Gaara, now visibly more at ease in his own authority than the haunted boy Naruto remembered from years earlier, and spent several evenings during the negotiation period simply talking with him, Temari, and Kankuro about everything that had changed in both their lives since their paths had first violently crossed. "You seem happier," Gaara observed one evening, the two of them sitting atop Suna's outer wall watching the desert sky shift towards sunset. "More settled than I remember?" "Yeah," Naruto admitted. "I finally got the courage to say some things I'd been sitting on for way too long. To Hinata, I mean. It's good. Really good." "I am glad," Gaara said, with the particular sincerity that had grown into him over the years since his own rescue, and Naruto thought, not for the first time, how strange and wonderful it was that the two of them, once so similarly isolated and feared, had each found their own separate paths towards something like belonging. It was Sai who disrupted the fragile ease of the mission's final days, cornering Naruto alone near the negotiation compound's outer gardens with an expression that, for the first time since Naruto had met him, showed something like genuine internal conflict rather than his usual careful blankness. "I need to tell you something," Sai said, voice lower than usual. "About my orders. The real ones, not the mission briefing." Naruto went very still. "I'm listening." "I was placed on this team to observe you," Sai said, each word coming slower now, as though the admission cost him something significant to voice aloud. "Specifically your bloodline. Danzo, the man who commands my division, believes your byakugan represents an asset the village is currently underutilizing, and he intends to press the council for authority to, in his words, properly develop that potential. I was to report on your capabilities, your relationships, anything that might be leveraged toward that goal. And now you're telling me instead of just doing it," Naruto said slowly. "Yes," I said. "I find that I do not wish to be the instrument of whatever Danzo intends for you. I am still learning what it means to have preferences of my own, outside of my orders. But I believe, having watched you these past weeks, that this is one of them." Chapter 6. Naruto brought Sai's confession directly to Kakashi the moment they returned to Konoha, and Kakashi's expression, usually so carefully unreadable, hardened into something grim and focused the instant he understood the shape of what Danzo had been quietly building behind the council's back. "This isn't the first time Danzo's overstepped his authority," Kakashi said, once the three of them, joined now by Sakura, had gathered in a private briefing room secured against outside listening. Root was supposed to have been formally dissolved years ago. If he's been running parallel operations under the Hokage's nose this whole time, using genin like Sai as unwitting instruments, Tsunade needs to know immediately. Tsunade's reaction, when informed, was every bit as sharp as Naruto expected from a woman who had spent her entire tenure as Hokage rebuilding a village still recovering from war and loss, unwilling to tolerate a rogue faction operating in its shadows. She summoned Danzo directly, and the confrontation that followed, held before a hastily assembled emergency council session, revealed layers of ongoing root activity that had continued, in careful violation of the third Hokage's original dissolution order, for years under cover of legitimate intelligence work. You would risk the village's stability chasing personal ambition, Tsunade told him, voice cold with fury barely restrained. A Hyuga-blooded Jinchuriki, exploited for whatever advantage you imagined it might buy you, without a single thought for the boy himself, or the alliance his relationship with the Hyuga clan represents. I did what the village required, Danzo said, unrepentant even under the weight of open council censure. Sentiment has never protected Konoha as effectively as strength properly directed. Strength without conscience is exactly the kind of failure that got the third Hokage killed, Tsunade snapped back. Root is disbanded, effective immediately, fully this time, and any further evidence of its continued operation will be treated as direct treason against this village. Am I understood? Danzo's single visible eye offered no real concession, but he inclined his head in formal, grudging acknowledgement, and the council session ended with Root's operations, at least officially, finally and fully dissolved. Sai, released from whatever remaining obligation Danzo's organization had held over him, found Naruto afterward with an expression that looked, for the first time, almost entirely unguarded. Thank you, he said simply, for not treating me as an enemy, despite what I was sent to do. You told the truth when it would have been easier not to, Naruto said, clasping his shoulder briefly. That's worth more than whatever orders got you here in the first place. Welcome to the team, for real this time. Chapter 7. Peace, once again, held for a while, long enough for Naruto to fold Sai properly into the rhythm of the team, long enough for the Suna alliance to formalize fully into a treaty that strengthened both villages considerably against whatever threats the shifting political landscape still held in store. It was Jiraiya who eventually disrupted this fragile calm, arriving unannounced at Naruto's apartment on a gray autumn evening with a seriousness that immediately set Naruto's instincts on edge. I've traced pain, Jiraiya said, without preamble, settling into a chair with the weary posture of a man who had spent months chasing a lead that had finally, dangerously, paid off. The one behind Akatsuki's true leadership. Amigakure. I'm heading there myself to investigate properly, gather intelligence before the organization moves any further against the remaining Jinchuriki. I want to come with you, Naruto said immediately. No. Jiraiya's refusal was firm, uncharacteristically so. This isn't a training mission, kid. Whoever's running that organization from Amigakure's shadows is dangerous enough that I'm going in alone, quiet, gathering information rather than picking a fight I'm not certain I can win outright. If something goes wrong, I need you safe here, not walking straight into whatever trap might be waiting. You said yourself Akatsuki's already made its interest in me clear, Naruto argued, frustration mounting. Isn't it safer for me to be there, watching your back, than sitting here waiting for news? Safer for you, maybe, Jiraiya said, something unusually heavy in his voice. Not safer for the information I need to bring home. I can move faster and quieter alone, and if this pain figure really is who I suspect he might be, I need the chance to talk to him directly, one-on-one, without a fight breaking out before I've had that chance. Naruto did not fully understand the weight behind that last statement. Some old grief Jiraiya still carried that he had never fully explained even after 2.5 years of close travel together, but he recognized, finally, that no amount of arguing would change the old man's mind once it was set this firmly. Come back safe, Naruto said instead, echoing words that had passed between himself and Hinata more times than he could count over the years. I mean it. Always do, Jiraiya said, offering a grin that did not quite reach his eyes, and left for Amigakure the following morning without further ceremony. Chapter 8. Weeks passed without word, and Naruto's unease grew steadily heavier with each silent day that stretched into the next. Hinata noticed it, of course, the way she noticed nearly everything about him after years of careful, attentive companionship, and did what she could to ease the waiting, sitting with him through long evenings that neither of them filled with much conversation, her steady presence enough on its own to keep his worst fears from fully overwhelming him. "He's survived worse than this," she told him once, during one of those quiet evenings. "You've told me yourself, dozens of times, how many impossible situations he's talked his way out of over the years." "Yeah," Naruto agreed, though the reassurance did little to fully settle the knot of dread sitting in his chest. "This feels different, though. He was different, before he left. Heavier. Like he already knew something bad was coming, and just wasn't telling me the whole truth of it." His instinct proved, in the end, entirely correct. The message arrived nearly 2 months after Jiraiya's departure, delivered not through the usual toad-summoned channels but through a grim-faced Chunin messenger carrying a formal report from Amageku's border patrol, and Tsunade summoned Naruto to her office personally to deliver the news rather than allowing it to reach him second-hand. "He's gone," she told him, and though she kept her voice carefully level, the raw grief beneath it was unmistakable to anyone who had known her long enough to read past the composure. Jiraiya. He made contact with Pain directly, gathered critical intelligence about the organization's true nature and structure, encoded it in a message that reached us just this morning. But the fight that followed cost him everything. He didn't survive it. The words landed like a physical blow, and Naruto found himself unable to speak for a long moment, the office around him going strange and distant in the way grief sometimes made even familiar rooms feel suddenly unrecognizable. "What did he find out?" Naruto finally managed, forcing the words past a throat gone tight. "Whatever he died learning. I want to know." Tsunade's expression sharpened with something that was not quite reluctance but came close to it. "Pain," she said slowly, "is not simply Akatsuki's leader. Jiraiya's final message identified him by name. He was, once, Jiraiya's own student, alongside 2 others, before circumstances none of us fully understand yet turned him toward whatever purpose Akatsuki now serves. His name is Nagato." Chapter 9. The funeral Konoha held for Jiraiya drew a crowd nearly as large as the one that had gathered for the 3rd Hokage years earlier, testament to just how deeply the old Sanin's peculiar, chaotic warmth had touched the village despite his frequent, extended absences from it. Naruto stood through the ceremony with Hinata's hand held tight in his own, unable to fully process the particular hollowness of losing a man who had, in his own unconventional way, become as close to a father as anyone in Naruto's life had ever managed to be. "He believed in you," Tsunade told him afterward, finding him alone at the memorial stone once the crowd had finally dispersed. "More than he ever fully said out loud, I think. He saw something in you early on, something he was chasing for years without ever quite catching it in Nagato, and I believe, watching how far you've come, that he finally found what he was looking for. Then I want to finish what he started," Naruto said, resolve hardening beneath the grief. "Nagato. Whatever turned him into pain, whatever Akatsuki intends to do with the Jinchuriki they haven't captured yet, I want to be ready to face it directly, not wait around hoping the danger passes us by." "You will be," Tsunade said, something steady and certain beneath her own grief. "But not recklessly, and not alone. Jiraiya's intelligence gives us critical advance warning, time to prepare defenses this village hasn't had against any previous threat of this scale. We use that time wisely, and when Nagato finally moves against Konoha directly, which Jiraiya's final report suggests is only a matter of time now, we will be ready for him." Naruto carried that resolve with him through the following weeks, training harder than ever alongside Hinata, Sai, and Sakura, while Tsunade and the council quietly reinforced the village's defenses against the threat everyone now understood was approaching with grim, patient inevitability. He did not know yet exactly what form that threat would take when it finally arrived, did not know how close the coming confrontation would bring him to losing everything he had spent years building. He only knew, standing at Jiraiya's memorial with Hinata's steady presence beside him, that whatever Pain intended for Konoha, he intended to meet it not as the frightened, lonely boy who had once nearly drowned in a river years ago, but as everything that boy had since become, trained, loved, and utterly unwilling to let this village lose anyone else the way it had already lost so much. Far to the north, in a village perpetually shrouded in rain, a man with rippling eyes received Jiraiya's final report of his own survival with quiet, unreadable grief, and began, at last, to set in motion the invasion he had delayed for years out of a loyalty his former teacher's death had finally, irrevocably severed. Chapter 10 Tsunade approved Naruto's request to travel to Mount Myaboku within the week, recognizing, with the same pragmatic urgency that had guided most of her decisions since Jiraiya's death, that whatever advantage Sage Mode training might offer against an enemy as dangerous as Nagato was worth the risk of the notoriously difficult technique. Fukasaku, the elder Toad Sage who had once trained Jiraiya himself decades earlier, received Naruto at the mountain's misty summit with a gruff, no-nonsense welcome that reminded him, in some indefinable way, of Jiraiya's own blunt teaching style. Sage chakra isn't like anything you've handled before, Fukasaku warned him, settling onto a broad lily pad with the ease of long familiarity. Gather too much, too carelessly, and your body turns to stone before you even realize what's happening. Jiraiya boy never fully mastered holding the balance himself, not completely. Took shortcuts instead. You'll need to do better than he did if you want this to actually help you rather than get you killed. The training proved every bit as brutal as the warning promised, hours spent in perfect, punishing stillness trying to draw natural energy from the world around him without letting it overwhelm his own chakra system, failure after failure leaving parts of his skin hardened to unmoving stone before Fukasaku's timely intervention reversed the damage each time. Naruto's byakugan, unexpectedly, proved instrumental in finally cracking the technique's core difficulty. Where other students had to rely purely on instinct and feel to sense the precise moment natural energy balance tipped toward danger, Naruto could watch the process directly, chakra pathways rendered visible in exacting detail, allowing him to catch and correct the imbalance a crucial half-second before it might otherwise have solidified through his entire body. Never seen anyone pick up the visual tracking that fast, Fukasaku admitted, genuine surprise coloring his gravelly voice after Naruto finally held a stable, balanced Sage Mode for a full uninterrupted minute. That dojutsu of yours might be exactly the advantage that finally gets this technique mastered properly, where Jiraiya boy himself never quite managed it. Naruto trained through the following weeks with a focus that left little room for anything beyond exhaustion and slow, incremental progress. Letters from Hinata, his only real tether back to the ordinary world he had left behind, each one a welcome reminder of exactly what he was training so hard to protect. Chapter 11 Word reached Mount Myaboku nearly a month into his training, carried by a small messenger toad with an urgency that immediately set Naruto's instincts on alert. Konoha's defensive preparations had intensified sharply, intelligence suggesting Nagato's invasion was no longer a distant, theoretical threat but an imminent one, timeline compressed by some catalyst the message did not fully specify. You're not ready, Fukasaku told him bluntly, when Naruto immediately began preparing to return. Sage Mode's balance is still fragile in you, liable to slip under real combat pressure rather than the controlled conditions we've been training in. I don't have the luxury of being fully ready, Naruto said, already gathering his gear. If this invasion's really coming as fast as that message suggests, I need to be there. Whatever training I've got so far is better than nothing. Fukasaku studied him for a long moment, some old, weary recognition passing behind his eyes that suggested he had seen this same stubborn urgency before, in a much younger version of the man who had once been his own student. Jiraiya boy would have said the exact same thing. In your position, he finally said, resigned. Fine. Go. But keep your Sage Mode sessions short until you're steadier in the technique, and for the love of every sage who's ever lived, do not attempt to hold it through an extended fight until you've built more real endurance in it. Understood? Understood, Naruto said, and left for Konoha within the hour, the mountain's misty peak falling away behind him as he raced back toward whatever storm was already gathering over the village he had spent his entire life fighting to protect. He reached the village gates 2 days later, travel-worn and running on stubborn determination more than actual rest, and found Hinata waiting for him just inside, some instinct or careful watch of the border reports having told her exactly when to expect his return. You heard, she said, relief and worry mixed in equal measure across her face as she took in his exhausted state. Yeah, Naruto said, pulling her into a tight embrace despite his own weariness. I heard. And I came back as fast as I could. Whatever's coming, I'm not facing it from some mountain peak while everyone I love is down here in the middle of it. Chapter 12. The village spent the following days in a state of tense, coiled preparation. Defensive barriers reinforced along Konoha's outer walls. Evacuation routes for civilians quietly rehearsed under the guise of routine drills to avoid outright panic. Every available shinobi cycled through briefings on Nagato's suspected capabilities based on the fragments of intelligence Jiraiya's final report had managed to gather before his death. Naruto spent much of that tense interlude training alongside Hinata whenever their schedules allowed, the two of them falling back into the same easy rhythm of shared practice that had defined so much of their relationship since childhood, though the stakes hanging over every session now carried a weight neither of them fully voiced aloud. Her own growth over the 2.5 years of his absence had been considerable. Gentle fist forms sharpened under Hayashi's more serious instruction. Confidence settled deep enough now that she rarely needed the careful, hesitant apologies that had once colored so much of her speech. You've gotten stronger, Naruto told her, genuinely admiring, after she put him on the defensive 3 times in a row during one particularly intense sparring session. I had good motivation, Hinata said, a little breathless, a little proud. I wanted to be someone you could actually rely on, standing beside you, not someone you had to worry about protecting on top of everything else. I never thought of you that way, Naruto said, quiet and sincere. Not once. You've been the strongest person I know since I was 8 years old, Hinata. I mean that. She flushed, the old familiar color rising in her cheeks despite years of growing confidence, and it struck Naruto, watching her in the fading evening light of the training ground where so much of their history together had unfolded, exactly how much he still had to lose if this coming invasion went as badly as everyone's careful, grim preparations suggested it might. Whatever happens, he said, suddenly serious, I need you to know, I'm not planning on losing anyone else. Not Jiraiya's death repeated, not you, not your family, none of it. I've got Sage Mode now, and I intend to use every bit of it to make sure this village comes through whatever's coming. I know you will, Hinata said, steady and certain despite the fear he could see carefully controlled beneath her composure. And I'll be right there fighting beside you when it comes. That's not a promise I'm willing to break, however dangerous it gets. Chapter 13. Hanabi, now fully 14 and increasingly formidable in her own right, cornered Naruto during one of the rare quiet evenings before the anticipated invasion, finding him alone at the training ground reviewing Sage Mode fundamentals in the fading light. She had grown considerably since the awkward, sharp-tongued girl who had once threatened him over a fistful of stolen hair years earlier, taller now, steadier, carrying herself with the particular confidence of someone who had spent years training seriously toward a future she intended to earn rather than simply inherit. You're worried, she observed, settling onto the low wall beside him without waiting for an invitation. Aren't you? Naruto asked, not bothering to deny it. Of course I am. Hanabi's usual sharp edge softened slightly. But I trust you and Hinata, and Father, and everyone else this village has been quietly preparing for weeks now. I've watched you all train for something like this my entire life, in one way or another. I have to believe it's going to be enough. I hope you're right, Naruto said, some of his usual bravado worn thin by weeks of accumulated tension. Hanabi studied him a long moment, something more serious than her usual teasing settling into her expression. For what it's worth, she said, whatever happens, I'm glad it was you. That found our family, I mean. That my sister found you, or you found her, however it actually happened all those years ago at that training yard I used to spy on from the garden. She paused, uncharacteristically hesitant. You've been like family to me since before it was official. I wanted you to know that, before whatever's coming actually arrives. Naruto, touched more deeply than he quite knew how to express, reached over and ruffled her hair the same easy, affectionate way he might have with a younger sibling, and she let him, this time, without the outraged protest her younger self would once have offered. You've been like family to me too, he said. Since you were a toddler grabbing fistfuls of my hair in your family's garden. Whatever happens, that's not changing. She smiled at that, small and genuine, and the two of them sat together a while longer in the quiet evening, drawing what comfort they could from each other's steady presence before whatever storm Jiraiya's final warning had promised finally arrived to test everything they had all spent years building. Chapter 14. The first sign came 3 days later, not the dramatic opening strike everyone had steeled themselves for, but something quieter and more unsettling. Konoha's outer sensor network, reinforced specifically for this threat, registered a strange, coordinated pattern of chakra signatures approaching from multiple directions simultaneously, too precise and too synchronized to be anything other than deliberate. Organized coordination. Naruto activated his byakugan the moment the alert reached Team Kakashi's assembly point, straining his range to its furthest careful limit, and what he found sent a cold spike of alarm through his chest. 6 distinct signatures, each one strangely similar in some indefinable underlying quality despite their scattered approach vectors, moving toward the village with a patient, inexorable pace that suggested none of them anticipated needing to hurry. 6 of them, he reported to Kakashi, voice tight. Spread out, approaching from different directions, but there's something wrong about how similar their chakra all reads. Like they're connected somehow, even at this distance. Kakashi's expression, already grim with the weight of weeks of preparation, sharpened further at that detail. Rinnegan, he said quietly, almost to himself. If Jiraiya's intelligence was accurate about Nagato's abilities, 6 connected signatures moving in coordinated formation would match a technique capable of controlling multiple bodies as extensions of a single will. You mean there's only really one of them, Sakura said, understanding dawning with visible dread. 6 bodies, one person actually controlling all of it. That's my working theory, Kakashi confirmed. Which means taking down any single one of those 6 signatures likely won't end this fight the way it normally would. We need to identify the true controlling body, and I suspect that's not going to be easy to determine in the middle of active combat. Tsunade's emergency summons reached them minutes later, gathering every available shinobi for a final briefing before the approaching threat crossed into direct engagement range, and Naruto found himself standing beside Hinata in the tense, crowded assembly hall, her hand found and held tight in his own, both of them bracing together for whatever the next few hours were about to demand of everyone they loved. This is it, Naruto said quietly, more to himself than to her. Whatever happens, Hinata said, matching his quiet intensity, we face it together. That's not changing, no matter how this goes. Chapter 15. Tsunade's briefing was brief and grim, laying out defensive positions and evacuation priorities with the efficient clarity of a leader who understood exactly how little time remained before the theoretical threat became devastatingly real. Naruto, alongside Kakashi's team and reinforced now by additional jonin assigned specifically to counter whatever Rinnegan-enabled coordination Nagato's 6 bodies might attempt, took position near the village's central district, the area Tsunade's strategic assessment suggested was most likely to draw the invasion's primary focus. Sage mode, when the fight actually starts, Kakashi reminded him quietly, as they settled into position. Not before. Fukasaku's warning about endurance still stands, and we need you at full capability when this actually escalates, not exhausted from holding the technique through the opening skirmishes. Understood, Naruto said, though the tension coiled through every part of him made patience feel like its own kind of battle. The waiting stretched taut and unbearable through the following hour, the village's usual bustling activity replaced by an eerie, careful quiet as civilians moved through evacuation routes and shinobi held their positions in grim, watchful silence. It was Hinata's byakugan, activated alongside Naruto's own extended range, that first caught the moment the 6 approaching signatures shifted from patient advance to sudden, coordinated acceleration, closing the remaining distance to Konoha's outer walls with a speed that left no further room for uncertain preparation. They're moving, she reported, voice tight but steady. All 6 at once. They'll reach the outer wall within minutes. Naruto felt the familiar surge of pre-battle adrenaline settle into something colder and more focused, the accumulated weight of weeks of preparation and grief and training finally converging toward the moment everyone had been bracing for since Jiraiya's final message reached Konoha's grieving Hokage. He thought, briefly, of the frightened 8-year-old boy who had once nearly drowned in a river and awakened something ancient and unexpected behind his own eyes, thought of every training session and quiet evening and hard-won trust that had built, step by careful step, into the man standing now beside the people he loved most, ready to defend everything that boy had once been too lonely and afraid to imagine he might someday have. "Here we go," he said quietly, and beside him, Hinata's hand found his own one final time before the first tremor of impact shook the outer wall, and Nagato's invasion of Konoha finally, irrevocably began. Chapter 16. The outer wall did not simply break, it seemed to dissolve, an enormous pulse of chakra rolling outward from the point of impact and scattering rubble and defenders alike across a wide radius before the dust had even fully settled enough to reveal what had caused it. Naruto, activating his byakugan at full range despite Kakashi's earlier caution, caught sight of the first of the 6 bodies stepping through the settling debris, a tall, orange-haired figure whose rippling, concentric eyes matched exactly the description Jiraiya's final report had provided, moving with an unhurried, almost gentle calm that felt far more unsettling than open aggression would have. "That's him," Naruto said, low and urgent. "One of the 6, at least. Has to be close to the real controller, or a direct extension of it." 6 bodies, one intelligence directing them all, Kakashi confirmed grimly, already moving to intercept before the figure could advance further into the evacuating district. "Everyone, remember the briefing. Do not engage any single body in isolation if you can avoid it. We don't yet understand how quickly information passes between them, and isolated engagement is exactly the kind of trap this technique seems built to punish." The figure spoke before further battle could fully erupt, voice carrying an eerie, layered quality that Naruto recognized immediately from the Desert Canyon confrontation months earlier, the same chilling authority that had promised, then, that their paths would cross again. "Nine-Tails vessel," the figure said, gaze settling on Naruto with unnerving directness. "I had hoped we might speak first, before violence becomes unavoidable. Jiraiya-sensei spoke of you, in our final conversation, with more hope than I have heard from him in many years. You killed him," Naruto said, fury and grief tangling together in his chest as sage chakra began gathering, cautious and deliberate, at his call. "I ended a conflict he initiated, believing it necessary," the figure said, something almost like genuine regret coloring the strange, layered voice. "I take no satisfaction in it. But the path I have chosen requires sacrifices I have long since made peace with, and I do not intend to abandon it now, however much grief it costs either of us." Chapter 17. "What path?" Naruto demanded, Sage Mode's telltale markings beginning to settle across his face as the technique's balance finally stabilized under the pressure of real combat. "What's worth killing this many people for? What's worth killing Jiraiya-sensei for, when you were supposed to be his student?" "Pain," the figure said simply, gesturing at the scattered rubble and fleeing civilians around them with something that looked, disturbingly, like genuine sorrow rather than cold indifference. "The world has caused so much of it, endlessly. Generation after generation of war justified by nations too proud to admit the cycle serves no one. I intend to end that cycle, permanently, through pain great enough that the world finally understands what true peace requires it to sacrifice." "That's not peace," Naruto said, voice shaking with barely controlled fury. "That's just more of the exact same thing you're claiming to be against. More pain. More death. You're not fixing anything. You're just becoming the same kind of monster that hurt you in the first place." Something flickered across the figure's unnervingly calm expression at that, brief and unguarded, gone before Naruto could fully read what it meant. "Perhaps," the figure said, quieter now. "Or perhaps you simply have not yet lived through enough loss to understand the calculation properly. We will see, before this day is finished, which of us has the clearer understanding of what true peace actually costs." The fight that followed erupted with a speed and violence that left little room for further conversation, 5 additional bodies converging on the district from multiple directions at once, each one wielding techniques distinct enough to suggest specialized purpose within whatever coordinated strategy connected them all. Naruto, Sage Mode fully stabilized now under the crucible of genuine combat pressure, found himself fighting with a clarity and power that exceeded anything his mountain training sessions had fully prepared him for, Rasengan variations tearing through defensive barriers that would have stopped his pre-training abilities cold, Byakugan tracking the strange, distributed chakra network connecting all 6 bodies with a precision that let him anticipate coordinated attacks a crucial half-second before they fully materialized. It was not enough, not yet, to turn the tide fully in Konoha's favor. But it bought precious time, civilian evacuation routes holding under the chaos, defensive lines bending but not yet breaking, and somewhere in the smoke and rubble of the district's opening exchange, Naruto caught sight of Hinata fighting alongside her father near the compound's outer perimeter, gentle fist strikes finding their marks against one of the 6 bodies with a precision and confidence that filled him, even amid the chaos, with fierce and desperate pride. Chapter 18. The battle spread rapidly beyond the initial district as more of the 6 coordinated bodies pressed deeper into the village, each engagement testing Konoha's defenders in ways the weeks of careful preparation had only partially anticipated. Naruto fought 2 of the bodies simultaneously through a stretch of collapsing rooftops, Sage Mode's borrowed strength the only thing keeping him competitive against an enemy who seemed to anticipate his every strategy with unnerving, coordinated precision, information passing between the separated bodies faster than any conventional communication should have allowed. He caught sight of Sakura, deep in the fray, working desperately to stabilize a fallen Jonin whose injuries Naruto did not have time to fully assess before the chaos pulled his attention elsewhere, and Sai's ink-summoned creatures wheeling overhead, providing reconnaissance that let scattered defenders coordinate their own response with something approaching the enemy's own eerie efficiency. It was the original figure, the one who had spoken to him first amid the settling dust of the broken outer wall, who finally cornered him alone in the ruins of what had once been a quiet residential street. The fight's chaos momentarily receded enough to allow one more exchange of words before whatever final confrontation the day still held in store. "You fight well," the figure observed, something almost like genuine respect beneath the layered strangeness of his voice. Jiraiya-sensei's faith in you was not misplaced. It is a shame, truly, that our paths could not have crossed under different circumstances. "It's not too late to stop this," Naruto said, breathing hard, Sage Chakra beginning to waver dangerously at the edges of its careful balance after sustained combat pressure far beyond anything his mountain training had prepared him to endure. "Whatever happened to you, whatever made you believe this is the only path left, I don't believe that's actually true." Jiraiya-sensei didn't believe it either, or he wouldn't have gone to Amagakure hoping to talk instead of fight. The figure studied him for a long, silent moment, rippling eyes unreadable beneath their strange concentric pattern, and for just a heartbeat, Naruto thought he saw something genuinely uncertain flicker across that carefully composed expression, some old grief or doubt not yet fully buried beneath years of hardened conviction. Then, from somewhere deeper in the village, a massive surge of chakra erupted skyward, visible even through the settling smoke and chaos, and the figure's expression hardened again. Whatever brief uncertainty had flickered there sealed away once more behind cold, unwavering purpose. "That will be my animal path," the figure said, already turning away. Deploying the technique's final phase. "I am sorry, Naruto Uzumaki, that this conversation could not continue longer. Perhaps if you survive what comes next, we will have the chance to finish it properly." He vanished into the smoke before Naruto could respond, and overhead, the massive surge of chakra continued building towards something Naruto's exhausted, straining byakugan could only partially interpret from this distance, some final, devastating technique gathering shape above the burning rooftops of the village he had sworn, his entire life, to protect. Chapter 19. Naruto forced his exhausted sage chakra back into careful balance, and pushed toward the source of that gathering technique, instinct and dread both screaming at him that whatever was building above the village center represented a danger far beyond anything the scattered skirmishes across the district had yet demanded of Konoha's defenders. He found Kakashi and Sakura already converging on the same location, expressions grim with the same mounting alarm, and beyond them, gathering in the open plaza that had once hosted the Chunin exam finals so many years earlier, an enormous, swirling column of chakra rose skyward from where a 7th figure, distinct from the 6 coordinated bodies Naruto had already encountered, stood with arms raised toward the darkening sky. "That's not one of the 6 from before," Sakura said, voice tight with alarm. "A separate body then," Kakashi said grimly. "Or something else entirely. Whatever it is, That much gathered chakra suggests a technique on a scale this village has never faced before. Naruto's byakugan, strained near its limit after hours of sustained combat, struggled to fully parse the technique's true nature through the sheer density of chakra involved, catching only fragments of its structure, something vast and gravitational in its underlying design, pulling at the very fabric of the surrounding district with a force that made loose rubble and abandoned equipment alike begin drifting slowly upward, defying gravity in ways that promised, once the technique fully activated, devastation on a scale none of Konoha's careful preparation had adequately anticipated. "We need to evacuate this entire district, now," Kakashi said, already moving to relay the order through whatever communication channels still functioned amid the chaos. "Whatever that thing is about to do, I don't think anyone caught within its range is walking away from it unharmed." Naruto scanned desperately through the chaos for any sign of Hinata's family, relief and terror warring in his chest when his straining byakugan finally caught her chakra signature, still fighting near the compound's outer edge alongside Hayashi and a cluster of civilians she was clearly working to shepherd towards safety, dangerously, unmistakably within the technique's gathering radius. "Hinata still in range," he said, voice cracking with sudden, desperate urgency, and without waiting for Kakashi's order or further confirmation of the danger, he was already moving, sage chakra burning hot and reckless through his exhausted system, racing across the ruined district toward the one person he refused, absolutely, and without hesitation, to lose to whatever devastating technique the sky above Konoha was building toward with terrible, inexorable patience. The distance between them had never felt longer, every collapsed rooftop and choking cloud of settling dust seeming to conspire against his desperate speed, and twice along the way he was forced to divert, briefly, to clear a path through defenders too exhausted or too pinned down by smaller skirmishes to move themselves clear of the gathering technique's widening radius. He did not slow for either detour longer than absolute necessity demanded, urging wounded shinobi and frightened civilians alike toward whatever shelter remained standing before pressing onward, Sage Mode's borrowed strength the only thing keeping his own exhausted legs moving at a pace that might still, if fortune held even slightly in his favor, reach Hinata before the technique fully activated. He caught sight of her at last through a gap in the drifting smoke, byakugan blazing at full extension as she directed a knot of frightened civilians through a narrow, half-collapsed passage toward the compound's inner shelter, Hayashi holding the rear guard against a determined push from one of the 6 coordinated bodies that had somehow found its way to exactly this vulnerable stretch of the evacuation route. Naruto's chest tightened with something between relief and fresh terror at the sight, close enough now to reach her, but not yet close enough to be certain he would arrive before whatever the gathering technique above them intended to unleash finally, catastrophically, came due. "Hinata!" His shout carried across the chaos, and her head snapped up at the sound, pale eyes finding his own across the smoke-choked distance with an expression that mixed relief at seeing him alive with fresh alarm at whatever she could read in his own desperate, sprinting urgency. Above them both, the swirling column of gathered chakra reached what Naruto's straining senses recognized, with sudden and sickening clarity, as its final, terrible crescendo, the entire drifting mass of loose debris and displaced air pausing for one suspended, breathless heartbeat before the technique's true purpose finally, irrevocably, began to unfold across the ruined heart of Konoha. Chapter 20. The technique released in a single, silent instant that felt, to Naruto's overtaxed senses, almost gentler than the violence it promised, a soundless pulse of gravitational force rippling outward from its central point and slamming into everything within its widening radius with a force that tore rooftops from their foundations and sent Hayashi's defensive stance staggering backward despite his considerable skill. Naruto watched, helpless and still too far away, as the passage where Hinata had been guiding the last of her civilians toward shelter buckled under the pulse's leading edge, stone and timber alike wrenched loose and hurled skyward before gravity reasserted itself and brought the entire structure crashing down in a chaotic collapse of dust and debris. "Hinata!" His voice tore raw from his throat as he closed the final stretch of distance at a speed that left his exhausted sage chakra flickering dangerously at the edges of its careful balance, and he reached the collapsed passage's edge just as the worst of the technique's pulse finally subsided, settling dust obscuring everything beyond a few feet in any direction. He did not wait for the dust to clear before he was digging, bare hands tearing at shattered stone and splintered timber with a desperation that ignored every careful lesson Fukasaku had drilled into him about conserving sage chakra through sustained effort, and it was Hayashi's voice, hoarse but alive, that finally cut through his frantic focus. Here, Hayashi called, his own considerable strength already clearing a path from the opposite side of the collapse, and Naruto redoubled his efforts toward the sound, heart hammering with a fear more total than anything the technique's raw destructive power had managed to inspire in him directly. They reached her together, Hayashi's careful strength and Naruto's desperate urgency finally clearing enough of the collapsed passage to reveal Hinata's still form, curled protectively over the last of the civilians she had been shepherding to safety, blood matting dark through her hair from a wound Naruto's straining byakugan could not yet fully assess through his own rising panic. "Hinata," he said again, quieter now, gathering her carefully as Hayashi checked her pulse with hands that trembled, just slightly, beneath their practiced composure. "Hinata, stay with me. Please. Stay with me." Above the settling dust and the ruined district and the still burning edges of a village fighting for its life, the seventh figure who had unleashed that devastating pulse watched from a rooftop's precarious vantage point, expression unreadable beneath the smoke, already gathering chakra for whatever came next in a battle that had, in a single terrible instant, become far more personal to Naruto Uzumaki than any fight he had ever faced before. Sakura reached them moments later, drawn by the desperate edge in Naruto's shouted call, hands already glowing with the steady green light of her medical jutsu before she had even fully knelt beside Hinata's still form. "She's alive," Sakura said, voice tight with focused urgency as her chakra began the careful, delicate work of assessing the full extent of the damage. "Barely. I need space to work, and I need it now." Naruto forced himself back, every instinct screaming against the distance even as he understood, with the last clear-headed fragment of his exhausted mind, that Sakura's steady hands offered Hinata a far better chance than his own desperate, untrained fear ever could. Hayashi knelt on Hinata's other side, composure cracked open now in a way Naruto had never once witnessed from the man across 9 years of careful acquaintance, one hand resting gently against his daughter's unresponsive shoulder, while Sakura worked. "She protected them," Hayashi said quietly, disbelief and fierce, aching pride tangled together in his voice as he looked at the civilians Hinata had shielded, all of them shaken but alive, gathered now in a frightened knot a few feet away. Every one of them. She held that collapse back long enough for the worst of it to pass over them instead. Naruto could not find words to answer that, throat too tight with a grief and terror he had not felt since the night Jiraiya's death first reached him, and he simply knelt there in the settling dust, watching Sakura's steady hands work against the ticking clock of Hinata's unresponsive stillness, and prayed, with an intensity that bordered on desperation, that whatever fight still waited beyond this ruined passage would not cost him the one person who had taught him, all those years ago in a quiet Hyuga training yard, exactly what it meant to finally be seen. Act 4. Chapter 1 Chapter 1. Sakura's hands did not stop moving for what felt, to Naruto, like an eternity compressed into a handful of desperate minutes, chakra pulsing steady green against the worst of Hinata's injuries while Hayashi knelt rigid and silent beside his daughter, composure held together by nothing more than sheer will. When Sakura finally sat back, sweat-soaked and trembling with exhaustion, the news she delivered came with careful, guarded relief rather than full certainty. "She's stable," Sakura said. "For now. The head wound worries me more than anything else, but her vitals are holding. I need to get her to a proper medical tent, and I need Tsunade's hands on this the moment it's safe to move her." "Then let's move her," Naruto said, already positioning himself to carry her carefully, gently, the way he might carry something infinitely fragile and infinitely precious in the same breath. Hayashi caught his arm before he could lift her, pale eyes fierce with the grief he was visibly fighting to master. "Go," he said. "Finish what's still out there. I will see her safely to the medical tent myself. She would not want you standing here instead of protecting the rest of this village, and you know that as well as I do." Naruto hesitated only a moment, torn between the desperate need to stay and the colder, clearer understanding that Hayashi was right, that the battle raging beyond this collapsed passage was far from finished, and every additional minute he spent standing here was a minute the rest of Konoha's defenders fought this threat without him. He pressed one last, gentle kiss to Hinata's still forehead, murmured a promise he intended to keep with everything he had left in him, and rose, sage chakra gathering hot and furious, as he turned back toward the ruined district and the seventh figure still watching from his rooftop vantage point. "You're going to answer for this," Naruto said, voice low and dangerous as he closed the distance, every trace of the earlier conversation's careful restraint burned away entirely by fear and fury both. Chapter 2. The fight that followed bore little resemblance to their earlier, measured exchange. Naruto moved with a speed and ferocity that Sage Mode's borrowed strength alone could not fully explain, grief and terror sharpening every strike into something far more dangerous than his usual reckless bravado, and the figure who had spoken so calmly of peace and sacrifice found himself pressed backward across the ruined rooftops by an opponent who no longer had any patience left for philosophical debate. "I told you," the figure said, deflecting a Rasengan variant with a defensive barrier that nonetheless cracked visibly under the impact, "that this path costs sacrifices. I take no joy in this. But I will not abandon it, not even for grief. I understand better than you might expect." "You don't understand anything," Naruto snarled, pressing the attack harder. "You're hurting people to teach the world a lesson about pain, but all you're actually doing is making more of it. That's not wisdom. That's just cowardice dressed up in a bigger word, same as Niji's destiny used to be, same excuse, different shape." Something in that accusation landed harder than Naruto expected, the figure's defensive barrier flickering for just an instant before re-solidifying, and in that brief opening Naruto's byakugan, straining now toward its absolute limit, finally caught what weeks of Jiraiya's intelligence and months of battlefield observation had failed to fully reveal: a single, true chakra source, distant but unmistakable, threading connection to all 6 coordinated bodies from somewhere hidden deep beneath the district's ruined streets. "You're not even here," Naruto realized aloud, understanding crashing through his fury with sudden, cold clarity. "None of these bodies are really you. You're hiding somewhere safe while they do all your fighting and all your dying for you." The figure's expression, for the first time since their earlier conversation, showed something that looked almost like genuine discomfort. "The Deva path speaks for me," he said carefully. "But you are not wrong that the true body remains elsewhere. Whether that constitutes cowardice or simple pragmatism, I leave for you to judge." "I judge it cowardice," Naruto said flatly, and moved to strike again, only to have his byakugan catch, in the same instant, the location of that distant, hidden chakra source with sudden and total clarity, close enough now, with his extended range, to actually reach. Chapter 3. He found the true body in a hollowed-out chamber beneath the district's ruined streets, reached after a desperate, running fight through collapsed tunnels and startled remaining defenders who cleared his path the moment they registered the ferocity of his sage-enhanced pursuit. What waited for him there was not the imposing figure he had half expected, but something far more unsettling: a thin, wheelchair-bound man, body wasted and fragile in a way that suggested years of some slow, grinding cost the 6 visible bodies had never once betrayed, rippling Rinnegan eyes the only feature that carried any real strength in an otherwise diminished frame. "Nagato," Naruto said, the name Jiraiya's final message had given them, landing strangely, almost gently, in the sudden quiet of the underground chamber. The man's rippling eyes studied him with an unreadable mixture of resignation and something that might, beneath the surface calm, have been curiosity. "Jiraiya-sensei's final student," he said, voice thin but steady. "He spoke of you often, in the years since he last visited. I confess I did not expect you to reach me directly. Few ever do." "I need this to stop," Naruto said, chest heaving with exertion and grief both, sage chakra flickering dangerously at the edges of its careful balance after the desperate pursuit. "Whatever happened to you, whatever made you believe all this pain is somehow the answer, I need you to stop it. Please." Nagato regarded him for a long, silent moment, and when he finally spoke again, his voice carried a weight that suggested years of carefully suppressed grief finally, reluctantly, surfacing. "I was a war orphan," he said. "As was Konan, as was Yahiko, the friend whose face the Deva path now wears. Jiraiya-sensei found the 3 of us starving in the ruins of a village this same endless cycle of war had already destroyed once. He taught us, believed in us, gave us hope that peace might someday be more than a fragile pause between conflicts. His rippling eyes closed briefly, old grief surfacing openly now. Yahiko died believing that hope. I have spent the years since trying to honor his memory the only way I could still imagine, forcing the world to understand pain severe enough that it finally chooses peace over the alternative. Chapter 4. That's not honoring him, Naruto said, quieter now, some of his earlier fury giving way to something closer to grief of his own. You're just making the world hate you the same way it made you hate it. If he really believed in peace, real peace, do you think he'd want this? All this death, just to prove a point that's only going to make people angrier, more desperate, more willing to keep fighting instead of less? What alternative would you propose? Nagato asked, and though the question carried genuine weariness rather than mockery, there was real challenge beneath it. The world does not simply choose peace because someone asks nicely. I have watched nations posture toward alliance for decades while quietly preparing for the next inevitable betrayal. Pain, at least, is honest. It does not pretend. Maybe not, Naruto admitted. But hope doesn't have to be dishonest either. I've spent my whole life being told I was a monster before anyone even bothered to know me, and I could have let that turn me exactly the same bitter direction you went. Instead, I found people who actually saw me. Hinata. Her family. My team. Jiraiya-sensei, even if I only got him for a few years before you took him from me. His voice caught briefly, before he pushed through it. That's what actually changes things. Not more pain proving a point. People choosing, over and over, to see each other as something worth protecting instead of something to fear or use. Nagato's rippling eyes studied him for a long, searching moment, some old and complicated grief moving visibly behind their strange, layered pattern. Jiraiya-sensei believes something similar, he said finally, quiet. He told me, in our final conversation, that he still held hope for me, despite everything I had already done by then. I did not believe him. I am not certain I fully believe you either. But I confess, watching you fight your way to me with nothing but grief and stubborn conviction driving you forward, I find myself less certain of my own path than I have been in a very long time. Then let it go, Naruto said, quiet and urgent, sensing something shifting in the wasted, powerful man before him that felt, for the first time since this terrible day began, like genuine possibility rather than desperate hope alone. Whatever it costs you to undo some of this. Please. Let this be the last pain instead of just one more chapter of it. Chapter 5. The silence that followed stretched long enough that Naruto began to fear he had failed to reach whatever remained reachable in the broken, grieving man before him, and then Nagato's expression shifted, some final internal battle resolving into a decision that settled visibly across his wasted features like a burden finally, willingly accepted. There is a technique, he said slowly. Rinne rebirth. It can restore what has been lost, life for life, at a cost that will almost certainly claim what little remains of my own. I had considered it once before, briefly, and dismissed it as too great a price for a man who had already given so much toward a cause I still believed, then, might yet prove worth it. He paused, rippling eyes finding Naruto's own directly. I no longer believe that cause justifies what it has already cost this village today. Perhaps Jiraiya-sensei's faith in both of us was not entirely misplaced after all. You don't have to do that, Naruto said, though something in Nagato's steady, resolved expression told him the decision was already, irrevocably made. There has to be another way, something that doesn't cost you everything. There is not, Nagato said, and something almost gentle moved beneath the words. But I find, strangely, that I am at peace with that cost, in a way I have not felt in many years. Yahiko believed in this village's capacity for genuine peace once, before circumstance twisted that belief into something crueler. Let this be the moment his original hope, rather than the pain that followed it, finally proves itself justified. He began the technique before Naruto could offer further argument, chakra gathering with a focused, deliberate intensity entirely different from the destructive force of the earlier battle, and somewhere above them, throughout the ruined district and the wider village beyond, a wave of restorative energy began spreading outward from Nagato's failing body. gathering up every life the day's devastating battle had claimed and offering each one, gently and without condition, the chance to return. Naruto watched, throat tight with an emotion too large to fully name, as Nagato's already fragile form grew visibly weaker with each passing moment the technique demanded, and understood, with a grief that mixed strangely with profound gratitude, that he was witnessing the final, redemptive act of a man who had spent years lost in grief before finding, in this last conversation, the strength to choose something better before the end. Chapter 6 Nagato did not survive the technique's completion, passing quietly in the underground chamber with something that looked, in his final moment, remarkably close to peace, and Naruto knelt beside him a long while afterward, unable to fully process the strange, tangled grief of losing an enemy who had, in the space of a single desperate conversation, become something closer to a tragic figure worth mourning than a monster worth simply defeating. Above ground, the technique's full effect became clear only gradually, as reports filtered in from across the devastated village. Shinobi and civilians alike, believed lost in the day's brutal fighting, stirring back to life in scattered pockets throughout the ruined districts, confused and disoriented but unmistakably, miraculously alive. Tsunade, informed of the impossible development even as she worked frantically to treat the day's wounded, could offer no clinical explanation beyond the obvious. Whatever technique had swept through the village in Nagato's final moments, it had given Konoha back nearly everyone the invasion had claimed. Naruto emerged from the underground chamber into a village transformed by grief and impossible relief in equal measure, and found Hayashi waiting for him at the edge of the district, expression carrying news that made Naruto's exhausted legs nearly give out beneath him with the force of sudden, overwhelming relief. "She's awake," Hayashi said simply. "Sakura says she'll make a full recovery. She's been asking for you since she regained consciousness." Naruto did not remember the run to the medical tent afterward, only the moment he finally reached Hinata's bedside, her pale eyes finding his own with an exhausted but entirely genuine warmth that undid, in a single instant, every fear he had carried through the day's brutal fighting. "You're alive," he managed, voice cracking as he took her hand in both of his own. "So are you," she said, weak but steady, her free hand reaching up to brush gently against his cheek. "I heard from the medics what you did down there. Ending it, without more killing than the day had already demanded. I had good reason to fight for something better than more death," Naruto said, pressing his forehead gently against hers, relief and exhaustion and love all tangling together into something too large for words to fully hold. "I wasn't about to let this be the day I lost you too." Chapter 7 The weeks that followed brought the long, unglamorous work of rebuilding, Konoha's devastated districts slowly rising again under the combined effort of every shinobi and civilian able to contribute, Naruto himself splitting his time between hospital visits, tracking Hinata's steady recovery, and long hours spent hauling rubble and rebuilding foundations alongside villagers who greeted him now, without exception, as one of the heroes most directly responsible for the village's survival. It was strange still, after so many years of quiet mistrust and careful distance from most of the village's older residents, to find himself genuinely celebrated rather than merely tolerated. Shopkeepers who had once eyed him with wary suspicion now pressing free meals on him with genuine warmth. Children who had once been warned away from him by cautious parents now trailing after him eagerly whenever he passed through the rebuilding districts, hoping for a glimpse of the young man who had faced down pain himself and lived to tell of it. Hanabi, visiting the hospital regularly during Hinata's recovery, found Naruto there one afternoon looking more exhausted than she had ever seen him, and settled into the chair beside his own with the easy, familiar confidence that had defined their relationship for years now. "You look like you haven't slept properly in weeks," she observed. "Been a busy few weeks," Naruto admitted, managing a tired grin despite the accuracy of her assessment. "Rebuilding, hospital visits, more council meetings than I ever wanted to sit through in my whole life. Turns out being a village hero comes with a lot more paperwork than I expected." "Sounds exhausting," Hanabi said, unsympathetic in the fond, teasing way that had become entirely familiar between them. "You should propose to her already, you know. Get one good thing settled amid all the chaos, instead of just running yourself ragged over everything else." Naruto's face flushed instantly, though the idea, once spoken aloud, settled into his chest with a warmth that felt entirely right despite his initial embarrassment. "I've been thinking about it," he admitted, quieter now. "Just been waiting for the right moment. Everything's felt so uncertain lately. I wanted to make sure it was a moment she'd actually get to enjoy properly, not overshadowed by rebuilding and recovery and all of this." "Well," Hanabi said, standing to leave him to his hospital vigil, "don't wait too long. Life's proven this year alone that you never really know how much time you've actually got." Chapter 8. Hinata's recovery continued steadily through the following month, strength returning gradually enough that by the time Konoha's rebuilt districts began truly resembling a functioning village again rather than a construction site, she had returned fully to her own training regimen, gentle fist forms sharpened further by the hard-won experience of surviving the worst battle the village had faced in years. Tsunade, meanwhile, navigated the political aftermath of the invasion with the same blunt efficiency she brought to most challenges, fielding urgent communications from the other 4 great villages as word of Nagato's identity and Akatsuki's broader ambitions spread through diplomatic channels. Each village independently reaching the same grim conclusion that the threat represented by an organization capable of coordinating an attack of this scale demanded a response beyond what any single village could reasonably manage alone. "They're calling for a summit," Tsunade informed Naruto and his team during a briefing several weeks after the invasion, weariness evident beneath her usual composed authority. "All 5 Kage, meeting to discuss a coordinated response to Akatsuki. Given your direct involvement in resolving the pain crisis, and the intelligence you gathered about the organization's broader structure, I'll need a full account prepared before the summit convenes." "You think this Akatsuki thing isn't actually finished," Naruto said, understanding settling grim and heavy in his chest. "Even with Nagato gone, I think," Tsunade said carefully, "that whoever truly commands that organization's broader purpose was likely never Nagato alone. Jiraiya's final intelligence suggested layers of leadership beyond what we've yet fully uncovered, and I do not intend to assume this threat has passed simply because one confrontation, however costly, has been resolved." The warning settled uneasily over the following weeks of preparation, Naruto training harder than ever alongside his team in anticipation of whatever the coming summit and its aftermath might demand, though he found, increasingly, that the accumulated weight of grief and vigilance sat easier on his shoulders with Hinata steady and recovering beside him. Her presence a constant reminder of exactly what he was fighting so hard to protect. Chapter 9. The Kage summit convened at the Land of Iron, neutral ground chosen specifically for its distance from any single village's direct influence, and Naruto traveled as part of Konoha's official delegation alongside Tsunade, watching with cautious interest as the 5 great villages' leaders gathered in careful, guarded diplomacy that felt, to his inexperienced eye, far more tense than the alliance building he had witnessed during his own missions to Suna. Gaara, present as Suna's own Kazekage, offered him a brief, warm greeting before the formal proceedings began, genuine friendship visible beneath the careful diplomatic formality both of them understood the occasion demanded. "It is good to see you well," Gaara said quietly. "I heard what happened at your village. I am glad you and Hinata both survived it." "Wouldn't have missed this summit for the world," Naruto said, grinning despite the seriousness of the occasion. "Figured you could use some backup, dealing with all these other Kage." The summit's proceedings, once formally underway, revealed layers of Akatsuki's ambition that even Tsunade's careful preparation had not fully anticipated, intelligence gathered from multiple villages converging on a single, chilling conclusion: the organization's true purpose extended far beyond simply hunting Jinchuriki for whatever power their tailed beasts might offer. Aiming instead toward the eventual extraction and combination of all 9 beasts into something the assembled reports referred to only as the 10 Tails, a weapon of nearly unimaginable destructive potential. It was in the midst of this grim revelation that the summit's careful proceedings were interrupted entirely, a masked figure appearing without warning in the heart of the fortified meeting hall, Chakra's signature strange and shifting in a way that immediately set every gathered shinobi on high alert. "Forgive the intrusion," the figure said, voice carrying an unsettling, casual confidence entirely at odds with the tension his sudden appearance provoked. "I simply wish to correct a misunderstanding before it spreads any further. Nagato was never truly Akatsuki's leader. He was, at best, A valuable and deeply committed instrument. The true architecture of this organization's purpose has always belonged to someone else entirely. Chapter 10. And who exactly are you? Tsunade demanded, chakra already gathering in warning as the assembled Kage and their guards moved instinctively toward defensive positions. The masked figure's single visible eye, swirling with a strange, familiar pattern that struck Naruto's straining byakugan with an unsettling flicker of recognition he could not immediately place, regarded the gathered leaders with unhurried, almost theatrical calm. A name would mean little to most of you, he said, though I suspect one among you might find it considerably more familiar than the rest. His gaze shifted, deliberate and pointed, toward Kakashi, standing silent and increasingly rigid at the edge of Konoha's delegation. Wouldn't you agree, old friend? Kakashi's single visible eye had gone wide with something Naruto had never once seen from him in 9 years of knowing the man, shock and disbelief and old, buried grief all crashing together at once. That's not possible, Kakashi said, voice barely above a whisper. You're dead. I watched you die. Apparently not, the masked figure said, something almost gentle beneath the unsettling casualness of his tone. Though I confess the man you remember dying beneath that rockslide did, in every meaningful sense, cease to exist that day. What remained afterward became something considerably more useful to the purpose I now serve. Naruto's byakugan, straining to parse the strange, unfamiliar signature behind that swirling mask, caught fragments of chakra structure that felt, disturbingly, like an echo of Sasuke's own Sharingan, layered with something else entirely, something ancient and vast that made his instincts scream warning even before he fully understood what he was looking at. Whatever you're planning, Naruto said, stepping forward despite the danger radiating off the masked figure's unnaturally calm presence. Whatever this ten-tails thing is supposed to accomplish, we're not going to let it happen. Not after everything this village already survived to get here. The masked figure's visible eye crinkled with what might, beneath the mask, have been genuine amusement. Bold words, Nine-Tails vessel. We will see, before this is finished, whether you can back them. For now, consider this merely an introduction. War is coming, whether the 5 villages choose unity or division in facing it, and I find myself rather looking forward to watching which path you all ultimately choose. He vanished as abruptly as he had appeared, leaving the summit hall in stunned, heavy silence, and Naruto turned to find Kakashi still staring at the space where the figure had stood, grief and shock and dawning, horrified understanding warring visibly across features that had rarely, in Naruto's experience, betrayed this much unguarded emotion at once. Kakashi-sensei, Naruto said quietly. Who was that? Really? Kakashi did not answer immediately, and when he finally spoke, his voice carried a weight of old, unresolved grief that told Naruto this was a story far larger and far more painful than anything the masked figure's brief, unsettling visit had fully explained. A teammate, Kakashi said finally. Someone I believed I had lost, a very long time ago, in a mission that has haunted nearly every choice I have made since. Chapter 11. The 5 Kage spent the remainder of that tense day debating the proper response to both the masked figure's chilling warning and the broader threat his brief appearance had confirmed, and though old rivalries and careful diplomatic caution slowed the proceedings more than the urgency of the moment strictly allowed, the summit concluded, by its final session, with a formal agreement none of the assembled leaders had fully expected to reach so readily, a full military alliance between all 5 great villages, resources and intelligence shared openly for the first time in generations, standing forces prepared jointly against whatever war the masked figure's organization ultimately intended to unleash. It's not going to be easy, Gaara admitted to Naruto, the two of them walking together through the fortified halls of the summit's meeting grounds once the formal proceedings had finally concluded. 5 villages, centuries of mutual suspicion, all expected to coordinate as a single unified force. But I believe, given what we're facing, it's the only path that gives any of us a real chance. Yeah, Naruto agreed, though his thoughts remained tangled in the aftermath of Kakashi's shocked, grief-stricken reaction to the masked figure's revelation. I just wish I understood more about who that guy actually was. Kakashi-sensei looked like he'd seen a ghost. Perhaps he had, in the truest sense that phrase can carry, Gaara said thoughtfully. Whatever the full story is, I suspect it will matter a great deal before this conflict finds its resolution. Kakashi himself remained largely withdrawn for the remainder of their journey home, offering only fragments of the story when Naruto finally pressed him gently for more details several days into the return trip. A mission gone catastrophically wrong during the Third Shinobi War. A promising young teammate named Obito Uchiha believed crushed beneath a collapsing cave. A Sharingan transplanted into Kakashi's own eye socket in the boy's dying moments as a final, desperate gift. The grief in Kakashi's voice as he recounted it, even in careful, incomplete fragments, told Naruto everything he needed to know about exactly how deeply this old loss still cut, decades after the fact. If that really is him, Kakashi said quietly, staring out at the passing countryside as their delegation made its way back toward Konoha, then whatever turned him from the boy I remember into the man who appeared at that summit today is a story I failed to prevent, somehow, all those years ago. I intend to understand how, before this war reaches its end. Chapter 12 Konoha greeted its returning delegation with the particular mixture of relief and renewed anxiety that had become the village's default emotional state since Pain's invasion, grateful for the alliance the summit had secured but sobered by the confirmation that far greater conflict still loomed ahead. Naruto found Hinata waiting for him at the village gates, fully recovered now, strength and steadiness visible in every line of her posture as she watched their delegation approach. "How was it?" she asked, once the formal greetings and debriefings had finally concluded and the two of them found a quiet moment alone at the training ground that had witnessed so much of their shared history over the years. "Complicated," Naruto admitted, settling beside her on the familiar low wall. "We got the alliance, which is good, really good actually. But we also found out this whole thing's bigger than just Nagato and Akatsuki. There's someone else behind it, someone Kakashi-sensei used to know, a long time ago. War's coming, Hinata. Real war, bigger than anything this village has faced in generations." She absorbed that with the same steady calm that had defined so much of her growth over the years, worry visible but not overwhelming the quiet strength beneath it. "Then we'll face it," she said simply. "Together, the way we've faced everything else since you were 8 years old and I first showed you how to soften your eyes enough to see." Naruto studied her for a long moment in the fading evening light, and found, in that quiet, familiar setting where so much of their shared history had unfolded, the courage he had been carefully gathering for weeks now, ever since Hanabi's blunt hospital room advice had first put the idea into words he could no longer ignore. "I've been thinking," he said, suddenly nervous in a way that felt entirely disproportionate to a man who had just faced down pain himself and lived to tell of it, "about everything that's coming. War, and danger, and all of it. And I realized, thinking it over, that whatever else happens, there's one thing I don't want to keep waiting on. One thing I want settled and certain, whatever else this coming fight demands of both of us." Hinata's breath caught, something hopeful and uncertain flickering across her face as she watched him fumble, uncharacteristically, for the right words. Chapter 13 "I love you," Naruto said, the words coming easier now that he had finally found his footing. "And I've loved you since I was 8 years old, even before I understood what that actually meant. You've been the one steady, certain thing in my whole life, through every kind of chaos this village and this world has thrown at both of us. I don't want to wait until this coming war is over to make that official. I want to face whatever's coming knowing you're mine, properly, for good, not just something I'm hoping for but something I actually have." He fumbled a small, carefully wrapped item from his pocket, hands shaking slightly with a nervousness that felt strange and new after everything else he had faced this past year, and opened it to reveal a simple, elegant ring that Hayashi had, weeks earlier during a private conversation Naruto had not yet told anyone else about, helped him select from a small collection of heirloom pieces the Hyuga clan had kept in careful storage for exactly this kind of occasion. "Hinata Hyuga," he said, voice steady now despite the racing of his own heart, "will you marry me?" Her answer came not in words at first, but in a sudden, fierce embrace that nearly knocked him backward off the low wall entirely, tears bright in her eyes as she finally managed, through a laugh that carried years of accumulated joy and relief in equal measure, "Yes. Yes, of course, yes." They stayed there together long into the evening, the training ground gone gold and quiet around them exactly as it had on so many other significant evenings throughout their shared history, and Naruto found himself thinking, holding her close with the ring now settled properly on her hand, that whatever war waited ahead, whatever the masked figure's chilling promise ultimately demanded of all of them, he intended to meet it with this certainty settled firmly in his chest. He had already found and claimed the thing that mattered most, and no coming conflict, however vast, would take that away from him now. Chapter 14. News of the engagement spread through the Hyuga compound and the wider village with a speed that left Naruto faintly embarrassed by how quickly half of Konoha seemed to know before he had even finished properly informing his own closest friends. Hanabi, predictably, claimed full credit the moment she heard, cornering him at the compound's next family dinner with an expression of such thorough, insufferable satisfaction that even Hayashi's usual composure cracked into a rare, amused smile. "Told you," she said, arms crossed, practically preening. "I called this literally years ago, back when you two were still too nervous to even hold hands properly." "You did," Naruto admitted, laughing despite himself. "I'll give you that one." Officially, on record, Hanabi Hyuga called it first. "I want that in writing," Hanabi said, delighted, and the whole table dissolved into warm, easy laughter that felt, after so many recent weeks of grief and grim preparation, like exactly the kind of ordinary happiness the village desperately needed. Sakura and Sai found him separately over the following days, offering warm congratulations that carried genuine affection beneath their usual professional reserve, and Sasuke, characteristically brief but sincere, simply told him, about time, before returning to his own quiet training with the faintest hint of a real smile. Kakashi, still visibly carrying the weight of the summit's revelations, nonetheless made a point of pulling Naruto aside privately to offer his own careful, heartfelt congratulations. Jiraiya would have been insufferable about this, Kakashi said, something fond and grieving both audible beneath the words. He always did have a soft spot for happy endings, even the ones he pretended not to care about. "Wish he could have been here for it," Naruto said quietly. "He is, in his own way," Kakashi said. "Everything you've built, everything you're about to build with her, carries his fingerprints all through it. That doesn't disappear just because he isn't here to see it directly." Chapter 15. The wedding planning itself took a back seat, by mutual and practical agreement, to the more urgent business of preparing Konoha for the coming conflict the masked figure's summit appearance had made unmistakably clear was approaching. Tsunade, coordinating closely now with the other 4 villages under the terms of their new alliance, began the difficult work of integrating joint training exercises and shared intelligence networks, while Naruto himself split his attention between wedding preparations conducted mostly through Hinata and Hanabi's careful planning, and increasingly serious training sessions meant to push his Sage Mode and Byakugan both toward whatever limits the coming war might demand. It was during one such joint training exercise, held at a neutral border location between Konoha and Suna territory, that Naruto finally had the chance to speak more directly with Gaara about the deepening alliance and the uncertain conflict still gathering on the horizon. "The other villages are still cautious," Gaara admitted, the two of them sparring lightly as much for the chance to talk as for any real training benefit. "Centuries of rivalry don't dissolve overnight, even against a threat this serious. But I believe the alliance will hold, provided this Akatsuki figure doesn't find a way to fracture it before we're properly prepared." "That's exactly what worries me," Naruto admitted. "Whoever that masked guy really is, he didn't seem worried at all about 5 villages teaming up against him. Almost like he expected it, or wanted it, even." "A troubling thought," Gaara agreed. "Though I suppose there is little to be done about it beyond preparing as thoroughly as possible, and trusting the alliance to hold under whatever pressure he ultimately applies." They trained together through the remainder of that afternoon, joined eventually by Temari and a contingent of Suna shinobi eager to test their own developing coordination with Konoha's forces, and Naruto found, in the steady rhythm of shared preparation and genuine friendship, a measure of grounded confidence that helped ease some of the anxious uncertainty the summit's grim revelations had left simmering beneath his surface. Chapter 16. Kakashi, meanwhile, pursued his own quiet investigation into the masked figure's true identity with a focus that bordered on obsessive, poring over old mission records from the Third Shinobi War, cross-referencing fragments of intelligence gathered from the summit and from Jiraiya's own extensive network of contacts before his death. He shared little of what he uncovered directly with Naruto, though the grim, increasingly haunted expression he carried through those weeks of research told its own story clearly enough. I think I understand more now, Kakashi finally admitted, cornering Naruto during a quiet evening several weeks after the summit's conclusion, the two of them sharing a rare, unhurried meal at the same ramen stand where Naruto had spent so many childhood evenings. About Obito. About what might have actually happened after that rockslide, if the man at the summit really is who I believe him to be. It's not a story I'm ready to share fully, not yet, not until I'm certain enough of the details to do it justice. But I wanted you to know, I haven't given up trying to understand it. Take whatever time you need, Naruto said, understanding the weight behind Kakashi's careful, guarded words even without the full story yet explained. Whatever happened back then, it's clearly still eating at you. I trust you'll tell the rest of us when you're ready. Kakashi's expression softened slightly at that, genuine gratitude visible beneath his usual careful reserve. You've grown into quite a remarkable man, Naruto, he said. Jiraiya would be proud, watching you handle all of this with as much grace as you've managed. I know I certainly am. The compliment settled warm and unexpected in Naruto's chest, and he found himself, walking home that evening through streets slowly returning to their familiar, bustling rhythm after months of grief and rebuilding, feeling something close to genuine hope for the first time since the masked figure's chilling appearance at the summit had first confirmed exactly how much larger this coming conflict was likely to prove. Chapter 17. The months that followed brought steady, careful progress on every front, the five-village alliance solidifying through shared training exercises and joint intelligence operations, Konoha's own defenses rebuilt stronger than before the invasion, and Naruto and Hinata's wedding planning finally advancing enough, amid the more urgent preparations, to settle a date that felt, to both of them, like a small, defiant promise of ordinary happiness carved out against the backdrop of gathering war. Hayashi, overseeing the formal wedding arrangements with the same careful attention he brought to most clan matters, found Naruto alone at the training ground one evening reviewing sage mode drills, and settled beside him with an expression that carried unusual warmth for the normally reserved clan head. I did not expect, 9 years ago, pulling a drowning boy from that river, that I would one day welcome him as my son by marriage, Hayashi said. But I find, watching the man you have become, that I could not have hoped for a better match for my daughter, whatever reservations the clan council once carried about the arrangement. Thank you, Naruto said, genuinely moved by the rare, direct sincerity. For everything, honestly. The training, the trust, all of it. I wouldn't be half the shinobi I am today without what you taught me all those years ago. You taught yourself most of it, Hayashi said, something almost fond beneath his usual composure. I merely provided the framework. The determination that filled in everything beyond it was entirely your own. He paused, considering something further before continuing. Hanabi has expressed interest in deepening her own training considerably, in the years ahead. I suspect, watching how thoroughly you and Hinata have both grown into your respective strengths, she intends to carve out an equally significant path of her own eventually. I mention this only because I suspect she will look to both of you, in the years ahead, as something closer to guiding examples than simply an older sister and her husband. Naruto absorbed that thought with quiet warmth, thinking of the sharp-tongued toddler who had once grabbed fistfuls of his hair, grown now into a formidable young shinobi in her own right, and found himself genuinely looking forward to whatever role he might come to play in her continued growth over the years still ahead of all of them. Chapter 18. The wedding itself, held on a clear, bright morning at the same training ground where their entire history together had first taken root, drew nearly the whole village in celebration, a rare and welcome pause in the steady, grim preparations for the war everyone understood was still gathering somewhere beyond the horizon. Naruto stood at the ceremony's center in formal robes that felt strange and unfamiliar after years of training gear, watching Hinata approach on her father's arm with a swelling happiness that made every hardship of the preceding year feel, for this one perfect morning, entirely worth having survived. You may kiss the bride, the officiant finally announced, and Naruto did, gently and completely, to the enthusiastic cheering of gathered friends and family that included, prominently and delightedly, Hanabi's loud, unrestrained whooping from the front row. The celebration that followed stretched long into the evening, Sakura and Sai offering warm, genuine toasts, Sasuke managing an entire unprompted speech that surprised everyone present with its unexpected sincerity, Kakashi raising a private, quiet toast to Jiraiya's memory that Naruto caught and returned with a grateful, understanding nod. Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro had traveled specially from Suna for the occasion, cementing in personal celebration what the alliance had already formalized in careful diplomacy, and the evening carried, throughout its length, a genuine and hard-won joy that felt like exactly the kind of ordinary happiness Naruto had spent his entire difficult childhood quietly hoping might someday be possible for him. Late that evening, once the formal celebrations had finally wound down and only close family remained gathered in the training grounds' fading lantern light, Hanabi found Naruto alone for a quiet moment. Her usual sharp teasing softened into something more openly affectionate. "Welcome to the family," officially she said, echoing words she had offered him, in spirit if not in exact phrasing, more times than either of them could easily count over the years. For real this time. No more waiting around on paperwork. "Wouldn't have it any other way," Naruto said, pulling her into a brief, warm hug that she returned without hesitation. Somewhere beyond the village's rebuilt walls, unseen and unheeded by the evening's genuine celebration, the gathering storm the masked figure had promised continued its slow, patient approach, and though none of them yet knew exactly how soon that reckoning would finally arrive, Naruto understood, holding his new family close in the lantern-lit evening, that whatever war eventually came for all of them, he intended to meet it having already secured the thing that mattered most, a family, hard won and deeply loved, worth every sacrifice it might yet demand of him to protect. Chapter 19. The reckoning arrived faster than even Tsunade's careful, grim preparations had fully anticipated. Barely a month after the wedding's joyful celebration, urgent reports began arriving from border outposts across all 5 allied villages simultaneously, coordinated troop movements, strange and overwhelming chakra signatures gathering at multiple locations at once, unmistakable signs that the masked figure's promised war was no longer a distant, theoretical threat but an active, unfolding reality. Tsunade summoned every available Jonin and clan head to an emergency council session within hours of the first reports reaching Konoha, and the grim briefing that followed confirmed what everyone in the assembled hall had already begun, with sinking dread, to suspect. "The masked man has moved," Tsunade said, voice tight with barely restrained urgency. "Reports suggest he commands forces beyond simply the remaining Akatsuki membership, some kind of reanimated army whose full scope we're still working to properly assess. The Alliance is mobilizing immediately. Every village is calling up its full available strength." Naruto felt Hinata's hand find his own beneath the table, steady even amid the sudden, overwhelming weight of the briefing's implications, and he found, holding on to that steady presence, the same grounded courage that had carried him through every previous crisis this eventful year had demanded of him. "What's our role?" he asked, though some instinctive part of him already suspected the answer given everything Jiraiya's intelligence, and the masked figure's own pointed attention had already suggested about his own significance to whatever plan was now unfolding. "Front line," Tsunade said grimly. "Both of you, alongside every other Jinchuriki this alliance can still call upon. Whatever this ten-tails weapon ultimately requires to complete its construction, I suspect it requires exactly what you both carry, and I do not intend to let this war's outcome be decided without your full strength deployed properly in its defense." Chapter 20. The village spent the following days in a whirlwind of final preparation, shinobi from across the 5 allied villages converging on hastily established coordination points, supply lines and defensive strategies finalized under the combined leadership of all 5 Kage working in a genuine, hard-won cooperation that felt, to Naruto, like exactly the kind of hope Nagato had once died trying, in his own broken way, to force the world toward. Hinata trained beside him through those final preparatory days with a fierce, steady determination that left no room for the old uncertainty that had once colored so much of her early confidence, gentle fist forms sharpened now by years of hard experience, and genuine partnership rather than simple clan obligation. Whatever this war demands, she told him, the evening before their allied forces finally departed for the gathering front lines, We face it exactly the way we faced everything else. Together. Together, Naruto agreed, pulling her close one final time before the coming departure, drawing what strength and comfort he could from her steady presence before whatever trials the coming conflict held in store for both of them. Hanabi, present at the gates alongside the rest of the Hyuga family to see them off, offered her own fierce, uncharacteristically emotional embrace before they departed, 16 now and clearly torn between her own eagerness to prove herself in the coming conflict and the genuine fear of losing the two people who had, over the years, become as close to her as any sibling bond could manage. "Come back," she said simply, echoing words that had passed between all of them so many times over the preceding turbulent year. "Both of you." "I mean it. Always do," Naruto said, managing a confident grin despite the uncertainty weighing heavy in his chest, and as their allied forces finally marched out through Konoha's rebuilt gates toward whatever battlefield awaited them, he found himself thinking, one final time before the coming chaos fully claimed his attention, of every step that had brought him to this moment: a drowning boy pulled from a river, a quiet training yard, and a patient girl who taught him to see, a family hard won across years of struggle and grief and stubborn, unshakable hope. Whatever war now waited beyond the horizon, whatever the masked figure calling himself Obito truly intended for the world, Naruto understood, marching forward at his wife's side toward the gathering storm, that he carried every one of those hard-won bonds into this fight with him, and intended to bring every single one of them home again before this war finally, truly ended. Kakashi marched near the front of Konoha's assembled forces, expression set with a grim resolve that Naruto had rarely seen from him even across the most dangerous missions of the preceding years, and Naruto found himself falling into step beside his old teacher, as their combined column wound its way out through the rebuilt gate and onto the long road toward the Alliance's gathering staging ground. "You still haven't told me the rest of it," Naruto said quietly. "About Obito. Whatever you've been piecing together these past months." "I will," Kakashi said, gaze fixed steadily on the road ahead. "Before this reaches him directly, I promise you that much. Some truths deserve better than being delivered in the middle of a march toward war. But I will say this, since you deserve at least this much honesty going in. Whoever wears that mask now, however much of Obito might still remain beneath it, I do not believe the boy I once called my friend chose this path freely, or without a betrayal of his own driving him toward it first. I intend to find out exactly what that betrayal was, and I intend, if there is any way left to reach him, to try." Naruto absorbed that with quiet understanding, thinking of his own conversation with Nagato in that underground chamber months earlier, of how much grief and betrayal could twist even the most hopeful heart toward paths its owner had never once intended to walk. "Then we'll find a way to reach him," he said. "Same as we did with Nagato." "I have to believe that's possible, or what was the point of everything Nagato's sacrifice was actually for?" Kakashi's expression eased, just slightly, some old weight shifting under the quiet certainty in Naruto's voice. "Jiraiya really did teach you well," he said, something that might almost have been a smile ghosting across his masked features. "Let's bring everyone home, Naruto. All of us. That's the mission that matters most, whatever else this war ends up demanding along the way." They marched on together beneath a sky still clear and bright despite the gathering storm everyone understood was waiting somewhere ahead, Konoha's rebuilt walls receding slowly behind them, and Naruto, walking at the front of the largest allied force the 5 great villages had assembled in generations, found himself steady despite the uncertainty. Carried forward by the same stubborn hope that had first pulled him gasping from a cold river so many years before, and had never once, through every trial since, fully abandoned him. Chapter 21. The Allied staging ground, when Konoha's forces finally reached it 3 days later, sprawled across a wide valley already thick with tents and banners from all 5 great villages, a sight that struck Naruto, taking it in for the first time, as both reassuring in its scale and sobering in its necessity. Suna's forces had arrived first, Gaara himself overseeing the encampment's careful organization with the same steady authority Naruto had come to admire over years of growing friendship, and the Kazekage greeted their arrival personally at the valley's edge. "The other villages are still arriving," Gaara told them, falling into step beside Naruto, and Hinata as they made their way toward Konoha's assigned section of the sprawling camp. Kumo and Kiri by tomorrow, IWA within the week. It is, I confess, a stranger sight than I ever expected to witness in my lifetime, this many shinobi from this many nations gathered under a single shared purpose. Never thought I'd see it either, Naruto admitted, taking in the vast, organized chaos of the camp with genuine wonder despite the grim circumstances that had made it necessary. Guess it took something this big and this scary to finally get everyone on the same page. A troubling thought, that unity requires this scale of threat to achieve it, Gaara said, though something almost hopeful colored the observation despite its weight. Perhaps, if we survive what comes, this alliance might prove the war's one lasting benefit, rather than simply its necessary cost. That evening, as Konoha's forces settled into their assigned section of the sprawling camp and the last light faded fully from the valley sky, Naruto found a quiet moment alone with Hinata at the edge of their encampment, the two of them watching distant campfires flicker to life across the gathering allied forces like scattered stars fallen to earth. Scared? Hinata asked quietly, her hand finding his in the deepening dark. Yeah, Naruto admitted, no bravado left to hide behind in this quiet, honest moment. But not about facing whatever's coming. I've got you. I've got this whole alliance standing with us. I've got everything Jiraiya-sensei and Hayashi and everyone else spent years teaching me. What scares me is the idea that after everything, after finally getting to have all of this, I might still lose some of it before this war is actually done. Then we make sure we don't, Hinata said, steady and certain despite the same fear he could see carefully held beneath her own composure. Together, exactly like we promised. Whatever tomorrow brings, and the day after that, and however many days this war ends up demanding of both of us. They sat together a long while in the gathering dark, watching the valley's countless campfires burn steady against the coming night, and somewhere far beyond the horizon, in whatever hidden stronghold now sheltered the masked man who had once been Kakashi's grieving, betrayed friend, the final pieces of a war generations in the making continued moving, inexorably, toward the reckoning that would soon test everything the 5 allied villages. And the family Naruto had spent his entire difficult, hard-won life building, had left to give. Act 5. Chapter 1 Chapter 1. The war began not with a single decisive strike but with a slow, grinding horror that took the Allied forces most of the first day to fully comprehend. Obito's reanimated army, shinobi long dead from wars generations past pulled back into unwilling, undying service, advancing across the valley in numbers that made even the combined might of 5 great villages feel, in those first chaotic hours, dangerously insufficient. Naruto fought at the front of Konoha's forces alongside Hinata, Sage Mode and Byakugan working in tandem to track the reanimated soldiers' unnervingly coordinated advance, his enhanced sight proving invaluable in identifying the specific seal markings that anchored each fallen shinobi to their unwilling resurrection. Information relayed swiftly to sealing specialists working desperately to develop countermeasures on the fly. There, he called, marking another cluster of reanimated fighters for Hinata's attention. Her own Byakugan sharp enough now, after years of parallel training, to catch the subtle tell the moment he pointed her toward it. Same seal pattern as the last group. If we can disrupt it before they fully engage, it should drop 3 at once instead of fighting them individually. Understood, Hinata said, already moving with the fluid confidence of a shinobi who no longer needed careful instruction to execute complex tactical strikes, striking the marked seal points with precise, devastating efficiency that dropped the reanimated fighters in a controlled cascade rather than the costly individual battles the rest of the Allied line was still struggling through. The battle raged on through that first brutal day and into the next, the Allied forces gradually finding their rhythm against an enemy whose sheer numbers had initially threatened to overwhelm even their combined strength, and it was somewhere in the exhausted, hard-won lull of that second day's fighting that Kakashi finally received the summons he had been dreading and anticipating in equal measure since the Kage summit's chilling revelation. A direct personal challenge from the masked figure, commanding the reanimated army, demanding a private conversation before the war's next phase began in earnest. Chapter 2 Chapter 2. Kakashi went alone, against Tsunade's initial objection, to the isolated clearing where Obito's message had specified, and Naruto, watching him depart with a grim, focused resolve that reminded him uncomfortably of his own desperate pursuit of Nagato months earlier. Found himself hoping fiercely that whatever passed between the two former teammates might yet offer some path toward ending this war with fewer losses than its opening days had already demanded. The conversation that followed, pieced together later from Kakashi's own careful, grieving account, revealed a tragedy decades in the making. Obito, believed dead beneath that long-ago rockslide, had in truth survived, rescued and manipulated over years of isolated recovery by an ancient, patient influence that had carefully cultivated his grief and rage into a weapon aimed at the entire shinobi world. The final catalyst had come later still, when Obito, believing he was finally reuniting with Rin, the teammate both he and Kakashi had once loved, discovered instead that she had died years earlier, killed in circumstances that implicated Kakashi's own hand in a tragedy neither of them had ever fully understood until this belated, devastating reckoning. I did not choose this path freely, Obito told him, according to Kakashi's account, voice carrying decades of carefully nursed grief beneath its unsettling calm. It was built for me, patiently, by someone who understood exactly which wounds would never fully heal. But I have carried it long enough now that I no longer know how to set it down, even knowing, somewhere beneath all of it, that Rin herself would never have wanted this. Then let me help you set it down, Kakashi said, according to his own account, grief and old guilt both raw in his voice for perhaps the first time since Naruto had known him. Rin's death was not the betrayal you've been told it was. I have carried my own version of that day's tragedy for years, wondering if I could have saved her, wishing every single day since that I had found some way to. We were both broken by that same loss, Obito. We do not have to let it break the entire world along with us. Chapter 3. Whatever fragile progress that conversation achieved proved, tragically, insufficient against the deeper manipulation still guiding Obito's actions from behind the scenes, a presence Kakashi's account described only in fragments, an ancient figure, reanimated through means even Obito himself seemed to only partially understand, whose true ambition extended far beyond simple revenge into something Kakashi called, with visible unease, a complete reshaping of the world itself through a technique capable of trapping every living person within an inescapable, controlled dream. He calls it the infinite Tsukuyomi, Kakashi reported back to the assembled Allied command, exhaustion and grief both evident beneath his careful composure. Obito believes it offers genuine peace, an end to suffering through a world reshaped into something kinder than reality has ever managed to provide. I do not believe he fully understands, even now, that the man guiding him toward that goal has motivations considerably darker than the peace he's promised Obito in exchange for his cooperation. Then we stop that reanimated figure directly, Tsunade said grimly, already calculating tactical implications. Cut off whatever influence he holds over Obito, and perhaps there's still a chance to reach the man beneath the mask before this war claims him entirely. The following days brought escalating confirmation of exactly how dangerous that underlying threat truly was, reports flooding in from across the front lines of a massive, gathering technique that promised, once fully assembled, to combine every captured tailed beast into the very 10-tails weapon the Kage Summit's initial intelligence had first warned them about. Naruto, tracking the technique's assembly with his extended byakugan range whenever the battle's demands allowed him the focus to attempt it, watched with mounting dread as the massive, gathering form took shape somewhere deep within enemy-held territory, understanding with grim clarity that whatever remained of this war's outcome would likely be decided in a final confrontation against that terrible, half-completed weapon. Chapter 4. The reanimated figure guiding Obito's broader strategy finally revealed himself directly on the war's seventh brutal day, emerging from whatever hidden stronghold had sheltered his operations to personally oversee the 10-tails final assembly, and Naruto's byakugan, catching sight of that ancient, terrible chakra signature for the first time, understood immediately why even Kakashi's grim briefings had struggled to fully convey the scale of the danger. Madara Uchiha, Kakashi confirmed, voice tight with old, historical dread as the Allied command absorbed the sighting's implications. Founder of the Uchiha clan, reanimated somehow through means we don't yet fully understand, and if the old records are accurate, quite possibly the single most dangerous shinobi this world has ever produced. The confrontation that followed tested the full strength of the Allied forces in ways the war's opening days had only partially prepared them for, Madara's own overwhelming power supplemented by the nearly complete Ten Tails' devastating, world-shaking techniques, and it was only through desperate, coordinated effort across all 5 villages that the Allied forces managed to hold the weapon's advance to a costly, grinding stalemate rather than the outright devastation its full completion clearly promised. Naruto fought at the heart of that desperate defense. Sage mode pushed past every limit his mountain training had prepared him for, byakugan tracking the Ten Tails' chaotic, half-formed chakra structure with a precision that let the Allied forces target weaknesses no conventional sensor technique could have identified in time. Beside him, Hinata fought with equal ferocity, her own byakugan enhanced strikes finding and exploiting structural weaknesses in the weapon's defensive perimeter that opened crucial windows for the broader Allied assault to press its advantage. "We're holding," she called to him, breathless amid the chaos, but barely. "We need something more if we're going to actually turn this fight, not just survive it." Chapter 5. That something more arrived in the form of Obito himself, appearing suddenly at the heart of the battle's chaos with an expression that carried none of the cold, unhurried calm Naruto remembered from their brief summit encounter, replaced instead by something raw and conflicted that suggested Kakashi's earlier conversation had, despite its incomplete resolution, left a deeper mark than either of them had initially realized. "He intends to use the Ten Tails to reshape the entire world," Obito said, addressing Naruto directly amid the battle's ongoing chaos, voice carrying an urgency that had nothing left of his earlier, unsettling detachment. "Not for the peace I once believed he offered. For his own purposes I understand now I should have questioned far sooner than I allowed myself to." "Then help us stop him," Naruto said, seizing the opening without hesitation, Sage chakra still burning steady despite the battle's mounting exhaustion. "Whatever he promised you, whatever grief brought you this far down a path this dark, it's not too late to choose something different. I proved that once already, with someone who traveled just as far down a broken road as you have." Obito's masked expression, unreadable as ever beneath its swirling pattern, nonetheless carried something that felt, in that desperate moment, remarkably close to the same fragile hope Naruto had witnessed in Nagato's final, redemptive choice months earlier. "Kakashi told me something similar," he admitted. "About Rin. About the guilt we've both carried separately for so many years, when we might have carried it together instead, and perhaps found some way through it that didn't end in this." "Then let's finish this together instead," Naruto said. "You, me, Kakashi-sensei, everyone else out here fighting for the same thing you claim you actually wanted before Madara twisted it into something else entirely. Real peace. Not the kind that traps everyone in a controlled dream, but the kind people actually choose to build, together, the hard way." Obito's decision, when it finally came, arrived not in words but in action, turning from the Allied forces to face Madara's reanimated form directly, Sharingan blazing with a purpose that had, at last, aligned fully with the side of this desperate war he had spent years fighting against. Chapter 6. The battle that followed, Obito's considerable power now turned fully against the man who had manipulated him for decades, shifted the war's desperate balance in ways the Allied forces had not dared to hope for even in their most optimistic strategic planning. Madara, confronted suddenly by his own carefully cultivated instrument turning against him at the critical moment of the Ten Tails' near completion, found his previously unstoppable advance finally, meaningfully checked by an opponent who understood his tactics and techniques as intimately as only a former ally could. Naruto and Hinata fought at Obito's side through that pivotal exchange, Naruto's Sage-enhanced Rasengan variants combining with Obito's own considerable Sharingan-based techniques to press an advantage the Allied forces' broader assault could finally, meaningfully exploit. Kakashi, reunited at last with the teammate he had grieved for decades, fought beside them both with a fierce, redemptive focus that spoke to exactly how much this reconciliation, however costly and incomplete, meant to a man who had carried that old guilt for so long. "We're not going to fully stop him alone," Obito said, breathing hard amid the battle's mounting chaos, some of Madara's reanimated defenses proving nearly as formidable as the man's own legendary reputation had promised. "But if we can disrupt the seal anchoring his reanimation long enough, The Allied forces should have the opening they need to finish this properly. Then let's give them that opening, Naruto said, sage chakra gathering toward one final, decisive push, and together, the unlikely alliance of Jinchuriki, Sharingan wielder, and grieving former teammate pressed their combined assault toward the critical seal points Kakashi's own careful battlefield analysis had identified, buying, with desperate, hard-won effort, exactly the window the broader Allied forces needed to finally, decisively turn the tide of the war's most dangerous confrontation. Chapter 7 Madara's reanimation finally collapsed under the combined weight of that coordinated assault, the ancient shinobi's terrible, world-shaking ambition unraveling alongside the ruined seal that had anchored his unnatural return, and the 10 tails, deprived of its intended master's guiding will, dissolved gradually back into the scattered, exhausted-tailed beasts that had been forced into its construction. Each one finally free to return, weakened but alive, to whatever peace their long ordeal had earned them. The Allied forces' victory, when it finally, fully registered across the exhausted battlefield, arrived not in triumphant celebration but in the quiet, disbelieving relief of shinobi who had spent nearly 2 brutal weeks uncertain whether this war would end in anything but devastating loss. Naruto sank to his knees amid the battlefield's settling dust, sage chakra finally, fully spent, and found Hinata beside him within moments, her own exhaustion matched only by the fierce relief of having survived, together, exactly the trial they had promised each other they would face side by side. "It's over," she said, disbelief and exhausted joy both audible beneath the words. "Yeah," Naruto managed, pulling her close despite his own depleted strength. "It's actually over." Obito, standing some distance away amid the battlefield's wreckage, watched the scattered celebrations of Allied forces slowly realizing their survival with an expression that carried, beneath its mask, something that looked remarkably like the first genuine peace he had known in decades. Kakashi found him there, and the 2 former teammates stood together a long while in silence, decades of grief and guilt and finally, hard-won reconciliation settling into something that would, in the difficult months ahead, slowly rebuild itself into a friendship neither of them had ever fully expected to reclaim. Chapter 8 The war's aftermath brought its own difficult reckoning, the Allied forces spending weeks in careful, coordinated effort to account for losses across all 5 villages, honor the fallen, and begin the slow work of transitioning from wartime alliance back toward the ordinary, if permanently changed, relationships between 5 nations that had, for the first time in generations, fought and bled together toward a shared purpose rather than against each other in mutual suspicion. Obito faced formal judgment before the assembled Kage Council for his role in orchestrating the war's opening devastation, and though the council's deliberation proved lengthy and difficult, weighing decades of manipulated grief against genuine, decisive redemption at the war's critical final hour, the eventual verdict favored mercy tempered with accountability. Years of supervised service rebuilding what his earlier actions had helped destroy, rather than the harsher judgment his crimes might otherwise have demanded. "I do not deserve this leniency," Obito told Naruto privately, during one of the many long conversations that filled the war's difficult aftermath. "Whatever redemption I found at the end does not undo the losses my earlier choices caused." "Maybe not," Naruto said. "But it's still worth something, choosing better when it actually mattered most. Nagato taught me that, in his own way. What matters isn't just what you've already done, it's what you choose to do once you finally understand there's a better path available. You chose that, in the end, when it counted most." Kakashi, rebuilding his own fractured friendship with Obito across those same difficult months, found in the process a measure of peace regarding Rin's death that had eluded him for decades. The 2 old teammates, finally able to grieve together rather than separately, understanding at last that the guilt each had carried alone for so many years had never needed to be shouldered in isolation. Chapter 9 Konoha's return to ordinary life, once the war's formal aftermath had finally settled into steadier rhythms, brought its own quiet, hard-won joys. Tsunade, weary from years of crisis management stretching back through Pain's invasion and now this far larger war, began quietly grooming potential successors for the Hokage position, and it surprised no one, least of all Naruto himself, when her attention settled increasingly on the young man who had, across nearly a decade of service, proven himself repeatedly willing to risk everything for this village's protection. You've earned the consideration, Tsunade told him directly, during one of their regular briefings some months after the war's conclusion. Whether you're ready to actually claim the title is a different question, one I expect you to answer honestly rather than simply out of old childhood ambition. I've been thinking about that a lot, actually, Naruto admitted. Used to be I wanted the hat because I thought it meant everyone would finally have to respect me. Now I think I want it because I actually understand what the job means. Protecting people. Building something worth protecting in the first place. I'd like the chance to try, when you think I'm ready. Good answer, Tsunade said, something warm and genuinely proud beneath her usual brisk authority. Give it a few more years of seasoning, and I suspect that chance will come sooner than you expect. Hinata, informed of that quiet exchange later that evening, took the news with the same steady, supportive warmth that had defined so much of their partnership over the years. You'll be wonderful at it, she told him, certainty entirely unclouded by doubt. Whenever the time actually comes. We'll be wonderful at it, Naruto corrected, gentle and certain. Whatever comes next, I'm not imagining any of it without you standing right beside me. Chapter 10. The years that followed brought Konoha, and the broader alliance of 5 villages the war had forged, into a period of genuine, hard-won peace unlike anything the shinobi world had known in generations. Naruto and Hinata welcomed their first child 2 years after the war's conclusion, a son with his father's unruly hair and his mother's steady, watchful eyes, followed some years later by a daughter whose early byakugan awakening, gentler and more naturally guided than Naruto's own dramatic introduction to the bloodline had ever been, confirmed that whatever ancient Uzumaki Hyuga pact had first surfaced in a drowning 8-year-old boy had settled, fully and stably now, into the next generation. Entirely. Hanabi, meanwhile, grew across those same years into precisely the formidable shinobi her early promise had always suggested she would become, her own considerable skill eventually earning her a position of real authority within the Hyuga clan's training structure, mentoring the next generation of branch and main house students alike with a fairness and rigor that had, by the time she reached full adulthood, made her one of the clan's most respected instructors regardless of her relatively young age. She remained close throughout those years to both Naruto and Hinata, present for every major family milestone, doting fiercely on her niece and nephew in ways that surprised no one who remembered the sharp-tongued, protective girl she had always been, and it was during one such family gathering, Hanabi now well into her 20s and long since fully grown into the confident, capable woman her childhood promise had always pointed toward, that a conversation began which none of them had fully anticipated, though each had, in their own private way, been quietly circling around it for longer than any of them had yet admitted aloud. Chapter 11. It was Hinata who raised it first, quietly, once the children had been settled for the evening and only the 3 of them remained gathered in the warm lantern light of the main house's private garden. I've been thinking about something for a long while now, she said, careful and deliberate in the way she still approached subjects that mattered most to her. About our family, and about the old Hyuga custom the clan elders quietly revived after the war, when so many bloodlines had thinned dangerously, and the council began permitting certain main house arrangements they'd once considered unthinkable. Hanabi went very still, some careful composure settling over features that had, until that moment, carried only their usual easy warmth. You mean the sister pact custom, she said slowly. The one from before Yuzushiogakure fell, when clans facing extinction sometimes bound 2 sisters to a single trusted partner, to keep a bloodline and a family both intact at once. I do, Hinata said, reaching for her sister's hand with the same steady certainty she brought to nearly everything now. I've watched you with my children for years, Hanabi. I've watched how much you love this family, how much you've always loved Naruto too, in your own quiet way, even when we were all too young or too uncertain to say so plainly. I don't want you standing on the outside of this family any longer, wondering if there's room for what you actually feel. I want to ask you properly, whether you'd consider making that place official. Naruto, who had known this conversation was coming for weeks now, ever since Hinata had first raised the possibility privately between the 2 of them, said nothing yet, watching Hanabi's face carefully for whatever answer she needed time to find. Chapter 12. Chapter 12. I've loved him since I was old enough to understand what that word actually meant, Hanabi admitted finally, voice quieter and more vulnerable than either of them had heard from her in years. I told myself for a long time it didn't matter, that watching the two of you build this family together was enough, that I could be the doting aunt and nothing more and still count myself fortunate for how close all of you have kept me anyway. But it wasn't enough, Hinata said gently, no judgment in the observation, only understanding. No, Hanabi admitted. It wasn't. I just never wanted to be the reason anything broke between the two of you, or between me and this family I've loved my whole life. I'd rather have kept quiet forever than risk that. Naruto finally spoke, reaching for her other hand, the three of them now linked together in the garden's warm lantern light. You'd never have broken anything, Hanabi. You've been part of this family since you were a toddler stealing fistfuls of my hair. Whatever shape that takes going forward, official or not, that part was never going to change. He paused, choosing his next words with the same careful sincerity he'd once used to propose to her sister years earlier. But if you want it official, if you want this family with the same full claim your sister has to it, I want that too. I have for a long time, longer than I think I let myself admit even to Hinata, until she was brave enough to bring it into the open for both of us. Hanabi's eyes went bright, the sharp-tongued composure she had carried since childhood finally, fully softening into something unguarded. Then yes, she said. If you're both certain, and if the clan and the council will actually sanction it properly, yes. I want that too. Chapter 13. Chapter 13. The clan council, once formally petitioned, approved the arrangement with far less resistance than any of them had privately braced for, the old sister pact custom carrying enough historical precedent, and Hayashi's own considerable influence weighing firmly enough in its favor, that the elders who might once have objected found themselves largely persuaded by the same argument Hayashi had once made years earlier defending Naruto's initial place within the family, that the clan's future depended more on strength and genuine devotion than on rigid adherence to tradition for its own sake. I did not imagine, watching you pulled soaking and half-drowned from that river all those years ago, Hayashi told Naruto privately, once the council's approval had been formally recorded, that I would one day see both my daughters bound to you in this way. But I find, considering everything you have built with this family since, that I could not have hoped for a more fitting outcome. You have never once treated either of my daughters as anything less than precious to you. I trust that will not change now that the arrangement carries its full, formal weight. It won't, Naruto said, with the same quiet certainty he had carried into every promise he had made this family across the years. I intend to spend the rest of my life making sure of that. The ceremony itself, held some months later in the same training ground that had witnessed nearly every significant moment of their shared history, carried a quieter, more intimate character than the wedding that had joined Naruto and Hinata years earlier. Close family and closest friends gathered rather than the wider village celebration of that first joyful occasion. Hinata stood beside her sister throughout the proceedings, radiant with a happiness that held no trace of jealousy or reluctance, only genuine, unclouded joy at watching her sister finally claim, openly and completely, the family she had quietly loved for so many years. Chapter 14. Chapter 14. Sakura, present among the gathered family and friends, found a quiet moment afterward to offer Hanabi her own warm, genuine congratulations. I'll admit, this isn't exactly how I imagined your family turning out, all those years ago on Team Kakashi, she said, smiling. But watching the three of you together, honestly, I can't imagine it working any other way. Neither can I, anymore, Hanabi admitted, glowing with a happiness that had settled deep and unshakable into every line of her posture. Took me long enough to admit it, even to myself. Sasuke, characteristically brief but sincere, offered his own quiet nod of approval before returning to the quiet company of his own family, and Gaara, traveled specially from Suna once again for the occasion, spent a long while in warm conversation with Naruto reflecting on exactly how far both of their lives had come since the desperate days of their shared, difficult childhoods. You have built something remarkable, Gaara told him. A family bound not by obligation or old grievance, but by genuine, chosen love, freely given in every direction. I find myself, watching this, considering my own future with rather more hope than I once believed myself capable of. You'll find it too, Naruto said, with the easy certainty of a man who had learned, across years of hard-won struggle, exactly how much genuine hope was worth holding on to even through the world's darkest trials. Same as I did. Same as all of us did, one way or another, coming out the other side of everything we've survived together. Chapter 15. The years that followed brought their own steady, ordinary joys, the kind Naruto had spent his entire difficult childhood quietly hoping, without ever quite daring to fully believe, might someday be possible for him. Hanabi bore 2 children of her own within a handful of years, both raised alongside their cousins in the same close, loving household that had, by then, fully absorbed the old formal boundaries between main house and branch house that had once caused so much of the clan's historical grief. Niji, whose own reformed relationship with the clan had deepened steadily over the years since his youthful reconciliation with Hinata, found himself, by the time the children were old enough for their own early training, one of the family's most devoted and skilled instructors, passing on gentle fist forms to a new generation of Hyuga children, branch and main house both, with none of the bitter distinction that had once colored his own difficult childhood. Strange, isn't it, he observed to Naruto once, watching their combined brood of children stumble through early training drills with the same earnest, clumsy determination Naruto himself remembered from his own first lessons decades earlier. How much this family has changed since that day you first talked sense into me at this same training ground. Good strange, though, Naruto said, watching his own son attempt, with more enthusiasm than precision, to mimic a gentle fist stance well beyond his current skill level. Best kind of strange there is. Naruto assumed the mantle of Hokage several years later, in a ceremony that drew nearly the entire village in celebration, Hinata and Hanabi both standing proudly at his side as he accepted the formal title before the assembled crowd, and though the weight of the responsibility settled heavy and serious across his shoulders, he found, looking out across the gathered faces of a village he had spent his entire life fighting to protect, that he had never felt more certain of anything than his readiness, finally, to carry it forward. Chapter 16. His inaugural address, delivered from the same rooftop platform where generations of Hokage before him had addressed this same gathered village, carried none of the grand, rehearsed formality such occasions often demanded, instead offering something simpler and more personal, drawn from the whole difficult, joyful arc of his own unlikely life. I used to think being Hokage meant finally being respected, he told the assembled crowd, voice carrying clear and steady across the quiet plaza. Used to think it was about proving something, to everyone who ever looked at me like I didn't belong here. I understand it differently now. It's not about being respected. It's about protecting the people who've earned that respect from you first, by being exactly the kind of family, the kind of village, worth protecting in return. He looked out at the crowd, finding Hinata and Hanabi's faces easily among the gathered thousands, his children beside them, watching their father with open, unguarded pride, and continued, I was pulled out of a river once, half drowned and completely alone, by a man who chose to see something worth training in a frightened kid nobody else wanted to claim. Everything I've built since started with that one choice, and with every other choice this village and this family made since to keep seeing me, keep believing in me, long before I'd earned any of it. I intend to spend this position paying that forward, however long I'm given to hold it. The crowd's answering roar of approval carried, beneath its enthusiasm, the particular warmth reserved for a leader the village had watched grow, step by hard-won step, from an orphan troublemaker into exactly the kind of protector this village had always quietly hoped he might someday become. Chapter 17. Years passed in the steady, fulfilling rhythm of a peace hard-won and carefully maintained, Naruto's tenure as Hokage marked by the same stubborn devotion to his people that had defined every stage of his difficult, remarkable life, Hinata and Hanabi both raising their combined family with a warmth and unity that had, over time, become something of a quiet model for the clan's own continued healing from centuries of rigid, divisive tradition. His children grew into their own considerable talents, his eldest son eventually following his father's own early path into rigorous byakugan training under Hayashi's careful, aging supervision, while his daughter, gentler in temperament but no less determined, found her own particular strength in the delicate balance of gentle fist and sage-adjacent techniques that Naruto himself had spent years painstakingly developing and refining. Hanabi's own children grew alongside them, close as any siblings, the old formal distinctions between main house and branch house heritage rendered entirely meaningless within a household built, from its very foundation, on chosen love rather than rigid bloodline hierarchy. Kakashi, visiting occasionally from his own quieter retirement, found particular joy in watching the next generation train, offering the same lazy, deceptively sharp guidance that had once shaped Naruto's own genin years, and Obito, fully reintegrated now into the village's ordinary rhythms after years of supervised service, found in these gatherings a measure of the belonging he had lost so many decades earlier. Welcomed by the very people his younger, more broken self had once nearly destroyed. "Never thought I'd see this," Obito admitted once, watching Naruto's children spar clumsily in the same training ground where so much of the village's history had unfolded. "This much peace, built out of everything that came before it. None of us did," Naruto said, watching alongside him with quiet, hard-won contentment. "That's kind of the whole point, though. You don't know peace like this is possible until someone's stubborn enough to actually build it, one hard choice at a time." Chapter 18. On a quiet evening many years after that first desperate river had nearly claimed an 8-year-old boy's life and unexpectedly awakened the bloodline that would go on to reshape his entire future, Naruto found himself standing once more at the water's edge, older now, steadier, surrounded by the family he had built across decades of struggle and hard-won joy. Hinata stood beside him, Hanabi close on his other side, their combined children playing in the shallows nearby under Hayashi's watchful, doting supervision, and Naruto found himself thinking, watching the familiar current run cold and clear past the same rocks and roots that had once nearly ended his life entirely, of exactly how far that one desperate, drowning moment had carried him. "Strange, coming back here," Hinata observed, following his gaze toward the water. "Good strange," Naruto said, echoing the words he'd once offered Neji years earlier. "This river gave me everything, in the end. The eyes, sure, but really it gave me you. Both of you. Everything that came after started right here, whether I understood that at the time or not." Hanabi bumped his shoulder affectionately. "Well, don't go falling back in to test the theory," she said, dry and fond in the exact way that had defined so much of their relationship since she was a sharp-tongued toddler grabbing fistfuls of his hair. "We've got enough excitement in this family without you drowning twice." Naruto laughed, pulling both of them close as their children's delighted shouts carried across the water, and found, standing there in the fading golden light with everything he had ever hoped for finally, fully realized around him, that the frightened, lonely boy who had once nearly drowned in this same river could never have imagined, in his wildest hopes, exactly how far a single desperate breath and one unexpected bloodline might someday carry him. Whatever challenges the future still held for the village, the family, and the hard-won peace they had all fought so fiercely to build, Naruto understood, watching the river run unsteady and unchanged beneath a sky finally, fully at rest, that he would face every one of them exactly the way he always had, surrounded by the people he loved, and never, ever alone. Chapter 19. The war had not come without cost, and in the quiet months following the Alliance's hard-won victory, Naruto found himself, alongside the rest of the shinobi world, forced to reckon with losses that no amount of triumph could fully soften. Konoha alone had lost dozens of shinobi across the war's brutal duration, names now carved into a memorial stone that had grown considerably longer since the days Naruto had first learned to read the names already etched there as a grieving academy student decades earlier. He visited that stone often in the months after the war's conclusion, tracing new names alongside old ones, thinking of Jiraiya's absence from its carved surface only because the old Sanin's death had come before this final conflict, wondering, in his quieter moments, whether the man who had taught him so much would have been proud of how this war had ultimately resolved, or grieved anew at exactly how much it had still cost to achieve. He would have been proud, Tsunade told him once, finding him at the memorial stone during one such quiet visit. Insufferably so, probably, in that particular way of his where the pride comes wrapped in 3 terrible jokes before he ever says anything sincere. But proud all the same. You did exactly what he always believed you capable of, Naruto. Reached people the rest of us had already written off as unreachable. Nagato. Obito. That's not a small thing, whatever the war still cost us along the way. The memorial services held across all 5 allied villages in the months following the war's end drew unprecedented joint attendance, Kage and civilians alike gathering across old, dissolving borders to honor losses that no single village had suffered alone, and Naruto found, standing among that vast, grieving, hopeful crowd, a clearer understanding than ever before of exactly what Nagato had once, in his own broken way, been trying and failing to achieve, not peace forced through overwhelming pain, but peace built, slowly and imperfectly, through shared loss finally, genuinely mourned together. Chapter 20 Team 7, in whatever configuration its surviving members still gathered under that old, familiar name, reunited regularly across the years that followed, Sasuke eventually settling into his own quiet family life alongside Sakura, the two of them raising a daughter whose sharp intelligence and steady chakra control suggested, even in early childhood, a formidable shinobi in the making. Sai, married by then to a fellow shinobi he had met during the Alliance's extended joint operations, found in his own growing family the continued, ongoing practice of exactly the emotional expression he had spent years relearning after Root's cold, deliberate conditioning. Strange, isn't it? Sakura observed during one such reunion gathering, watching their combined children play together in the same training ground that had witnessed so much of Team 7's own shared history. How much we've all built, considering where we started. A team Kakashi-sensei once called dysfunctional, and now look at us. Guess dysfunctional was just our version of family, before we figured out how to actually be one properly, Naruto said, watching his own children alongside Sasuke's daughter and Sai's young son with a warmth that had, over the years, settled into something entirely unshakable. Kakashi, present for most of these gatherings despite his official retirement from active duty, found in them a particular joy that had eluded him for much of his own earlier, more solitary life, watching the family his old students had built with something that looked, increasingly as the years passed, like genuine and uncomplicated contentment. His own relationship with Obito, rebuilt slowly and carefully across the years since the war's conclusion, had settled into something neither of them had ever fully expected to reclaim, a real friendship, weathered by decades of loss and guilt but genuine and steady nonetheless. Chapter 21 Hayashi, growing steadily older across those same peaceful years, formally passed leadership of the Hyuga clan to Hinata some years after Naruto's own inauguration as Hokage, a transition that carried none of the old anxiety that might once have accompanied such a significant shift in clan authority. The elders who had once worried over diluted bloodlines and outsider influence long since won over by the genuine strength and unity Naruto's unconventional family had brought to the clans. Continued healing. I could not have imagined this outcome, Hayashi admitted, during the quiet family gathering that followed his formal retirement from clan leadership, the day I pulled a drowning boy from that river and wondered, with no small alarm, what his unexpected bloodline might mean for this family's future. I find myself immensely grateful, watching everything that's grown from that single strange afternoon, that I chose curiosity and care over the caution the elders once urged upon me. We're grateful too, Hinata said, taking her father's hand with the same steady warmth she brought to nearly everything now. For all of it. The training, the trust, every hard conversation you had with the council on our behalf over the years. None of this happens without everything you risked to make it possible. Hanabi, standing nearby with her own children close at hand, added her own quiet agreement, and the four of them, joined soon after by Naruto himself returning from a long day's Hokage duties, settled into the same easy, comfortable family evening that had become the quiet, treasured rhythm of their shared life together, decades removed now from the frightened, lonely childhoods that had once defined so much of both Naruto's and Hinata's early years, replaced instead by exactly the kind of steady, chosen family either of them had ever quite dared to fully imagine possible. Chapter 22 The village Naruto governed in those years bore little resemblance to the anxious, frequently embattled Konoha of his own turbulent childhood, the hard-won 5-village alliance having settled, over time, into something closer to genuine partnership than the wary, provisional cooperation that had first birthed it during the war's desperate final campaigns. Trade flourished across old borders. Shared training programs brought young shinobi from all 5 villages together in cooperative exercises that would once have been unthinkable. And the old rivalries and occasional tensions never fully vanished. The deep, generational suspicion that had once defined relations between the great villages had given way, slowly and imperfectly, to something that felt, increasingly, like lasting peace. Naruto's own approach to governance carried forward everything he had learned across his own difficult, remarkable path toward the Hokage's title, favoring genuine connection and hard conversation over rigid policy, quick to visit troubled districts personally rather than governing solely from behind a desk, quick to remember names and faces in a village that had once, in his own childhood, struggled to see him as anything beyond the danger he carried sealed within him. "You've made this village kinder," Hinata told him once, watching him return from one such personal visit to a struggling district on the village's outer edge, weary but satisfied with the day's work. "Not just safer. Kinder. I don't think people always appreciate how rare that particular achievement actually is, in a leader. Had good teachers," Naruto said, thinking of Hayashi's patient training, Jiraiya's chaotic wisdom, Iruka's early, unexpected kindness, and above all, the steady, transformative presence of the woman standing beside him now, who had first taught an 8-year-old boy how to soften his eyes enough to finally, truly see. And an even better reason to want to build something worth all of it. Chapter 23. As the years continued their steady, gentle accumulation, Naruto found himself, more often than the young, restless boy he had once been could ever have anticipated, content simply to sit quietly with his family in the evenings, watching his children grow, watching Hinata and Hanabi both flourish in their respective roles within the clan and the village both. Watching the hard-won peace he had helped build hold steady against whatever smaller challenges each new year still occasionally demanded. His son, now well into his own genin training under instructors who spoke of Naruto's own legendary genin years with the particular reverence history reserves for its formative figures, approached him one evening with a question that struck Naruto with unexpected, nostalgic force. "Dad," the boy asked, settling beside him at the same training ground where so much of the family's history had unfolded, "is it true you almost drowned, before you got your eyes?" "Very true," Naruto confirmed, smiling at the memory's strange, distant weight. "Scariest thing that ever happened to me, up until that point anyway. Didn't feel like much of a gift at the time, I promise you that. But it turned out okay," his son said, more statement than question. "Better than okay," Naruto said, glancing toward the house where Hinata and Hanabi were both visible through the warm evening light, tending to his daughter's own early practice forms with patient, loving attention. "Turned out to be the best thing that ever happened to me, even though it sure didn't feel that way at the time. Funny how that works out sometimes. The scariest moments end up being the ones that carry you toward everything that actually matters, if you're lucky enough, and stubborn enough, to hold on through them." His son considered that with the particular seriousness only a child can bring to genuinely profound ideas, then grinned, bright and familiar in a way that struck Naruto, every time he saw it, as an echo of his own childhood optimism finally, fully realized in the next generation. "Guess I'd better learn to swim really well then," he said. "In case I need my own scary moment someday." Naruto laughed, pulling his son into a warm, easy embrace, and thought, watching the sunset gold and steady over the village he had spent his whole remarkable life building and protecting, that whatever scary moments still waited for the next generation, they would face them, exactly as he always had, surrounded by family, steady in their bonds, and never, not for a single moment, truly alone. Chapter 24. Gaara visited Konoha one final time that Naruto would later remember with particular clarity, years into both their respective tenures as Kage, the two old friends walking together through the same rebuilt streets that had once, so many years earlier, hosted their first desperate battle as genin barely old enough to understand the weight of what they carried. "Do you ever think about how differently this could have gone?" Gaara asked, watching Naruto's children play in the distance with the easy, unguarded happiness that had defined so much of the village's hard-won peace. "If Jiraiya-sensei had never found you worth training." If Heishi had never pulled you from that river. If any one of 100 small choices had gone differently, for either of us. All the time, Naruto admitted. Especially with you. We could have stayed exactly what everyone expected us to become, back when we were both just angry, lonely kids nobody knew how to reach. I think about that a lot, actually. How much difference it makes, someone actually choosing to see a person instead of just the danger they're afraid of. It made all the difference for me, Gaara said, quiet and sincere. You made all the difference for me, Naruto. I do not think I say that often enough, busy as we both are these days. Don't need to say it often, Naruto said, clasping his old friend's shoulder with the same easy warmth that had defined their friendship since that desperate, transformative battle so many years earlier. I already know. Same as you already know, it goes both ways. That's kind of the whole point of everything we've both spent our lives building since then. They stood together a while longer in comfortable, companionable silence, two men who had once been feared and isolated children, now standing as trusted leaders of villages bound together in genuine, lasting peace, watching their respective families and futures unfold in directions neither of them could have possibly imagined during the darkest years of their shared, difficult childhoods. Chapter 25. On the anniversary of the war's conclusion each year, Konoha held a quiet, village-wide remembrance, less a formal ceremony than a simple, shared pause, shops closing early, families gathering in quiet reflection, the memorial stone tended with fresh flowers by whoever felt moved to visit throughout the day. Naruto made a point, every single year without exception, of visiting that stone personally, tracing familiar names with the same quiet gratitude and grief he had carried since his own academy days, and it had, over the years, become something of a quiet tradition for his own family to join him there, Hinata and Hanabi both, his children old enough now to understand, in their own gradually deepening way, exactly what the names carved into that stone had sacrificed to make their own peaceful childhoods possible. We won't forget, his daughter told him once, young but solemn, tracing one particular name with careful, gentle fingers. Any of them. I promise. I know you won't, Naruto said, pride and grief both settling warm and steady in his chest. That's kind of the whole reason we keep coming back here, every year. So none of us ever forget exactly what it cost, and exactly why it was worth building something better with everything that came after. They stood together a long while at the memorial that particular evening, the whole family gathered in quiet, grateful remembrance, and Naruto found himself, watching the sun set gold and steady over a village finally at peace, thinking once more of that desperate, drowning moment so many decades earlier that had first set every subsequent choice of his entire remarkable life into motion. A frightened boy pulled from a cold river. A patient girl who taught him to see. A family built, slowly and imperfectly and entirely worth every hard-won struggle, out of nothing more than stubborn hope and the simple, radical choice to keep choosing each other, over and over, through every trial the world had thrown at them. It had, in the end, been more than enough. It had been everything. Thanks for listening.